Hello, good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to day 3 in this Division 1 County Championship clash between Nottinghamshire and Somerset, where Notts will start the day on 189 for 2, still trailing by 249. Now, if you was with us yesterday, well, you could potentially say it was a positive day for the home side. They needed to take wickets in the morning session, and wickets they did take. And then obviously as the day wore on, it was a positive day for one Nottinghamshire player in particular. But more on that in a little bit. Let's give you a nice recap of all the action that happened yesterday with the day 2 highlights.
Dylan Pennington coming round the wicket to get us underway, and James Rill is caught! First ball of the day. In fact, it's Jack Leach, I beg your pardon, on strike.
Pennington in again, next one again, attempted pull and taken in fact by the keeper Joe Clark. Wicket goes down. Pennington's second wicket of the morning for him. He's now got 3 wickets for 58. So,
and you join us just as Notts pick up their 3rd wicket of the morning.
listening as in comes James. And this is pulled, hooked almost. And
Two catching on the onside. This is driven nicely away by Archie Vaughan. That will probably go to the boundary. It does indeed.
Facing it, but this time outside of the edge and gone. In fact, Vaughan goes. Archie Vaughan is out for 15, outside edge, straight through to the keeper.
Hutton to Overton, who pulls this hard away through the onside for 4 runs.
Next delivery. This time played back to the bowler.
Dear.
Chip to the bowler for a straightforward. Caught and bowled.
Into ball. Ball cracks this away through the offside for 4 runs. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and a handsome shot from Jake Ball brings him 4 runs. Patterson White in bowls. Ball this time back on his stump, punches that away through the offside, and that is going to be 4 runs. Nice shot from Jake Ball.
This is up to Harrison again. This time Ken attempted the same shot again, but this time he does connect, and he connects and he cuts it for 4 runs. Harrison this time. He comes out of his crease and he hoiks it, and he's hoiked it over the field, the leg side, and that'll go for 4. Yep.
6 as Patterson White bowls. This is driven back to him by Jake Ball, and that concludes the Somerset innings. They're all out for 438.
And crouched, and Overton this time he's bowled him. Goes past the defence of Ben Slater, and Slater goes.
Your score.
It's Overton again, and this time for outside edge again.
Leach bowls to him, gives this one a little bit more air, but that's driven away for 4 more runs, this time between cover and extra cover. And just over pitching there.
First ball of a brand new over, and this time it's flicked leg side by Hamid, and the batsman a bit of a misfield on the boundary there on the off his over so far. This time again played beautifully. Beautiful.
Tough to move onto the other side. Stayed where he is, and McCann blocks after all that, so clearly wasn't in the eye line or didn't affect the concentration of Freddie McCann.
He's in and bowls, and this is edge just wide of a diving Lewis Gregory at slip. Had the
short runner. Here comes Leach, and this one again smacks through the offside for 4 runs.
Friday night, 70,000 quid.
Leach is in again, and this time it's played into the leg side, and the batsman will scurry through for another single. And in fact, that will be a 50 to Hasib Hamid. Leach now, Jack Leach in again, and this time it's pulled square by Freddie McCann.
Ball in, bowls to McCann, who's caught behind. Well, there you are, spoke too soon. It was a very loose shot from Freddie McCann. He just swished at a ball wide outside his off stump. And
this time, attacking intent shown by Hamid, and that's gone for 4 runs through the covers.
Likes to be known as Thomas, not Tom. This is turned away through the onside nicely by Joe Clark. Just played that off his hip away through mid-wicket. There's no deep mid-wicket Here's Craig Overton bowls, and this takes the edge and flies off the outside edge, a very fine outside edge through where first slip would have been. Overton in and bowls. This is driven, and that will go for 4 runs. Over pitch from Craig Overton. Nice shot from Hasib Hamid. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 66, 130.
Past the umpire. Here he comes, and this time it's played square, and played beautifully square by Hamid for 4 runs. 71 to him now.
In bowls. This is full shot, comes off the inside edge, going to bring in 4 runs from Hasib Hamid, but that was intended to go through extra cover. It's ended up at deep backward square leg into Clark, who steers this down to third man for 4 runs. Nicely played by Joe Clark.
Just a couple of paces, and here he comes, his next delivery, and it certainly he's gone for it this time, and it's gone over the bowler, and it's has it gone for 6?
Yes.
It certainly has gone for 6.
Here's Vaughan. In. Hamid looking for a single. Drives this down the ground. Glorious moment for the Notts captain. Very elegant, flamboyant drive past the bowler Vaughan, all the way down to the far end. And he goes to his century.
In he comes, and this one again. Pushed out by Hasib Hamid. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 189 for 2. Close of play.
So that was a little bit of a recap of what happened on day 2. And as you saw there at the end of those highlights, well, it was a great day for the Notts skipper. But what did the Trent Bridge dressing room think of that 100 by the captain? Well, Dylan Pennington reflected on the captain's 100 with the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day 2.
Dylan, a day of fight back, much improved I think from yesterday. How do you reflect on what we've seen?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had to sort of reassess after yesterday's performance. I think we didn't quite get it right in different patches, but coming back this morning after a few chats or whatever, we were right on it from the word go.
And we'll come on to the bowling in just a second, but the performance of the day with the bat, definitely the skipper has 1,000 championship runs for him, another century. How influential is he, and how pleased was everyone to see him get to that milestone? Yeah,
he's been outstanding all year, hasn't he, as captain, and opening the batting is definitely hard after 150 overs in the dirt, and obviously a lot of overs last week as well, so to have the concentration to go out there and get 100 and put us in a really good position actually going forward. But yeah, and 1,000 runs, he's been outstanding.
Give us a little insight into his captaincy. What does he? What are the messages that he says in that dressing room, and what's his approach out there on the field like?
He's really clear with how he thinks and how he wants us to go about our business out there. I think he was open and honest about how he thought yesterday was, and lots of the players that we didn't get it right, but yeah, he spoke really well this morning about how we need to go today and how we need to bowl and going forward with a bat. So yeah, he was really good.
And we mentioned it with Frankie last night about the character of this team, and in particular your wicket late on. But what do you think it says about the spirit and the desire of the team to go from the position we were in yesterday to what we find ourselves in now?
Yeah, I think good teams sort of bounce back after tough days, and I think that's what we did. I think we regrouped overnight, and like I say, we started really well this morning. And as a group, there was a good buzz around us, and like I said before, we knew we didn't get it right, and we had to come with a lot of energy today to put ourselves in a position where we can go on in the game and hopefully get ourselves in a winning position, and we can definitely do that going forward tomorrow.
Yeah, and with that in mind, how important was that that early morning burst with the ball?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was key that me and Bassi started well. We had a big emphasis of that on this morning in the group chat, and once we did that, we could build pressure going into the morning, and it was quite hard to score, and the ball felt like it was doing a little bit more than it was yesterday. I don't know whether it was or not, but it just felt like we were building pressure in stages, and then wickets started to come, didn't they?
And a couple for yourself as well this morning. How do you reflect on your own performance?
Yeah, it was good. I didn't quite get it right yesterday. I was sort of in and out of rhythm, but actually it's a pitch where we spoke about you can't really fight really fight it, and you just got to let it happen and build pressure over long periods of time, and the wickets will come. So I think this morning I sort of had a very simple game plan of try and hit the top of off as many times as I can, maybe set some funky fields and then go bounce and plan or whatever, and try and get the most out of what we had out there, really.
Yeah, is the approach any different, especially as a seamer, when you've got a kookaburra in your hand?
No, I think you just got to be really simple. There are times where you can set funky fields and go to the bounce plan and make it difficult for the batters to score runs, and I think we did that this morning, and we sort of adapted to the conditions, and I think we came out on top in that morning session, especially afternoon session, and of course how Haas played there, I think,
Sure, and then something else that we've seen today is quite key is with those couple of bonus points we've got today, we've matched last season's championship point tally already, and there's still plenty again to go. Do you think that says something about the progress that this team's making?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've obviously done the right things over long periods of time all season, really, and I think that was what was disappointing yesterday. Didn't quite get it wrong, but actually we've shown, like I said before, a good team sort of bounced back, and we did that, and it's really pleasing to see.
Finally, there's still a lot of cricket to be played in this. There's still 2 days to go. What's the approach heading into day 3 and beyond?
I think you just keep batting for a couple of sessions, just take it step by step like we have done all season, really. Hopefully those two push on tomorrow, and then obviously it lets the lower order score their runs quicker maybe, and put ourselves in a winning position for the day 4.
The thoughts of Dylan Pennington there at the end of day 2. Now the umpires and the Somerset players are out, but we are waiting for the captain and Joe Clark to make their way out. Special mention to the captain, Hasiba Mead, as you've heard this morning, 1,000 runs in the county championship this season. Absolutely amazing from Haas, and he's out there in the middle on 103 not out. But if we quickly just show you the table, you will see that this is second against third. There's still bonus points to get. So it's a crucial day here. Day 3 is known as moving day. So let's get you started with the 3 amigos in the commentary team. So let's hand you over to your commentary team, led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge on a lovely, bright, summery East Midlands morning, where we're eagerly anticipating the resumption of this match. Day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Somerset here at Trent Bridge. Our umpires Michael Burns and Rob Bailey striding out to the middle. They'll shortly be followed by Lewis Gregory in the Somerset side, and then the 2 Notts overnight not out batters, Hasiba Mead and Joe Clark. Very good morning to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Nasser Hanif is here from BBC Sport, and the voice of cricket in the West Country, Anthony Gibson, also here alongside. We're halfway through the match. Nottinghamshire are 249 behind at 189 for 2. Those of you that have been watching the highlights and that interview with Dylan Pennington last night may have heard Dylan saying, well, it's all about not scoring a lot of runs today, getting into a position where they can perhaps go on to win on day 4. That, Anthony, is going to take some creative cricket from Notts today. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Dave. Yeah, they're going to have to score their runs pretty quickly if they're going to have enough in hand to, well, maybe they could give Somerset an awkward half an hour at the towards the end of the day. Very much has happened down at Taunton about 4 weeks ago, when if you remember, Matt Henry came in as a night watchman, and swished at 5 balls outside his off stump, and then managed to get an edge to the last to absolutely gift Nottinghamshire a wicket. Hopefully we won't have a repeat of that. But yeah, we're halfway through the game, but the 2 first innings is very far from having been completed, with just 2 wickets down in Nottinghamshire's first dig.
It looks as if it's going to be Craig Overton to get things going. It's a normally allocated 96 over day ahead of us. Not lost any play once we've started on either of the first 2 days, although bad light forced them off 2.5 overs early on day 1. We'll be getting underway now, right on the stroke of 11 o'clock, with Overton bowling to Joe Clark, and he eases this out to backward point, and there's no run. I've not seen the back of Joe Clark as yet to know if he's got the lucky pink socks on, which he had yesterday. Very much played under the under the shadow of Hasiba Mead yesterday. Clark 26 from 65 balls yesterday, just 2 fours. Very much playing within himself. He can score rapidly, he can play some eye-catching strokes, but none of that yesterday. Forces this into the covers, and there's no run.
Do you get any feel for how ambitious Notts are going to be today?
I think it will be, as Dylan Pennington there, look to bat properly for 2 full sessions and then see where they are. 249 behind in the game. There's plenty of time left to get bonus points. We're only in the 56th over as Overton comes in again, and Clark nudges this up to mid-on. We might get more of an insight. No names or promises at this stage, but we're hoping we will be joined by one of the Nottinghamshire players in this session, so we might be able to just put that on the back burner and see if that happens, and we might get a little bit of an insight as to the general mood, the general feel. But I would imagine a lot will revolve around this pair as Overton comes in again to Clark, nice and full, dug out by the right-hander, Shrewsbury-born Joe Clark. Hamid, I'm sure, will look to just carry on and on and on. As I said, it's his 3rd 100 of the season, and the 2 previous times, once he was set, he was very much firmly set and carried his bat at Edgbaston and at Chesterley Street. So this is his first 100 on home soil this season. Clark can go through the gears as he eases this out. Can tick along at a much quicker rate. Obviously, is a proven T20 opening bat, so he does have all the shots, but very much playing within himself yesterday. Was seemingly determined just to keep Hamid company until the end of the day, and he did that successfully. So 5 dot balls this morning. We'd already had a wicket by this stage yesterday. Yes, good morning, Lisa. We've just had the first over bowled. I think we started a minute or 2 early here. Craig Overton sending down a maiden to Joe Clark. Nottinghamshire, as they were then, 189 for 2 at the start of day 3. That's 249 behind. A lot depends on Clark and Hasiba Mead, who's just about to resume on 103 not out.
England have won the toss again in the Test match, and again have asked India to bat first.
Ollie Pope then continuing the toss winning. It's something phenomenal, isn't it, that India have lost the toss. Stretches into the teens, I think. Quite extraordinary. What are we going to get at the far end? Pretorius, I think it's going to be. And he bowled all his overs yesterday, unless I'm mistaken, from this end, the Radcliffe Road end.
He did. See if he can get any reverse swing. He's polishing the ball with the bottom of the front of his cricket shirt, which has got a great red stain on it. He's bowling to Hamid, and this is turned away through the onside. It won't go for 4 as Lammonby cuts it off at straight mid-wicket. But Hamid underway with 2 this morning. 191 for 2. His partnership is now worth 84. And 84 with power to add, one feels. It's going to be hard work for Somerset's bowlers and fielders today. Pretorius in and bowls. This is driven by Hamid. They'll take a single, shy at the stumps. And it was Lewis Gregory with the throw, and didn't miss by much, and might have been quite tight if he'd hit. Slightly risky single from Hasiba Mead as the pneumatic drill starts up on the building site on the far side of the ground. I'm afraid that's going to provide a fairly constant accompaniment to the noises of the cricket in front of us. Not the biggest crowd that one has ever seen at Trent Bridge, but no doubt numbers will build up. Good scattering of spectators over in the Smith Cooper stand, enjoying the morning sunshine. very pleasant day. Pretorius is in and bowls, and this time Clark plays that defensively into the offside where Jack Leach fields. Leach is going to have a lot of bowling to do today, I suspect.
Yes, you'd imagine so. Yeah, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, just nipped down to the press room to get a cuppa, and I was talking to Nev Scott, esteemed cricket writer who's here covering the game, and you really are isolated in that press box. Wasn't aware that there was so much noise going on within the ground.
There's Pretorius in bowls. This is tucked into the onside by Clark, but only as far as Tom Abel. Goes quickly onto it. Archie Vaughan going through a few practice bowling actions, but he does that all the time. I don't think we should take it as an indication he's likely to come into the attack anytime soon. I think Somerset will give Pretorius and Overton decent spells, probably 5 or 6 overs apiece.
It's like a young colt or a newly born lamb in spring.
Yes. Is Pretorius in bowls and Clark drives straight to Jack Leach at extra cover, who does the fielding, not cleanly but successfully. Yes, he is a bit leggy, isn't he? Still Archie Vaughan.
I mean, the boyish enthusiasm with which he goes about his work.
Yes, he's a great prospect, is Archie Vaughan. Pretorius in bowls outside the off stump to Clark, who has nothing to do with it. Let's go through to James Roux, second over of the morning, 192 for 2. Just those 2 runs added by 3 runs added, I beg your pardon, by C. Hamid, who's moved on to 106.
We're up and running. Good 2 overs in. You've heard from Anthony, you've heard from me, also with us from BBC Sport, been with us throughout the game, Nasser Hanif. Very good morning, Nasser, how are we?
I'm very well, thank you. Very good morning to you, Dave. Yeah, lovely morning. A fascinating day ahead. Let's see who can take the...
Do you think so?
I'm trying to build it up. Let's get some enthusiasm. Let's see if we can get a result out of this.
Do you want to have Craig Overton's
yes,
second
absolutely,
over?
yeah. Overton is in, and this first delivery edged and parried there by first slip. Ball falling to the floor, and it's
Gregory.
Gregory, isn't it? Gregory, that first slip.
Must be warm. He's got his woolly-pulley off today.
Carry, I don't think.
No, it was flinched at by Hamid, wasn't it? But in a downwards direction. Yesterday morning, he came in like a drowned rat. You'd been for a run and were drenched. Different morning today. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Completely sane this morning. I didn't decide to go for that as Overton comes in for this next ball, and this time Hamid just pushes it out. Yeah, wiser option today. No run this morning. Nice and calm.
No, I decided not to. Had my boiled egg though.
Nice leisurely walk from nearby West Bridgeford town, I believe. It felt like a town centre from where I came. Loads of shops in that area, sort of. Yeah.
It's nice down there.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely down there. Little stop off for a coffee and a cake. Broke all my rules, but anyway. Here we go, as Overton comes in, and this next delivery again, left outside his off stump, attempted to play and then moved his bat out of the way. Did Hasib Hamid. 192 for 2, the Nottinghamshire score this morning. Here's Craig Overton, opening the attack from...
Again, just to repeat, anybody wondering what the noise is, it is the building going on at the new pavilion.
In again, and this time forward defensive by Hamid, and the ball trickles out into the offside. No run there.
It's like when you get a hotel room or something, either next to a main road or next to an airport or next to a train line. After a while, you get used to it, don't you? But I appreciate anybody just turning on periodically might wonder what all that drilling's all about, but it is the renovations, the long and lengthy project to rebuild the pavilion at the far end.
It's Overton again. He's past the umpire, and this time again sort of bounced a bit there on Hamid, and Hamid just pushes it out squarish, and no further additions to the total.
It's good stuff, this, from Craig Overton.
Sides generally are up for it at the start of the day. I mean, they should be up for it for all the 96 overs, but generally the intent wanes a little bit through the day.
Overton in again, and this time it's pushed leg side to mid-wicket. And that is in fact the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 192 for 2, Hamid 106, and Joe Clark on 26.
Yes, I just wonder if he's exchanged messages this morning with Jamie in the England side.
I expect so.
At the Oval.
Jamie isn't opening the bowling, it's Atkinson and Wokes who are opening the bowling.
Yes, Chris Wokes, and then there's a battery of fast bowlers with Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Josh Tong, so it's going to be a little bit of a trial by the quicks for the Indian top order.
Here's Pretorius in and bowls to Clark, who steers that into the offside. Archie Vaughan fields, and there's no run. I expect it'll be a pretty flat pitch at the Oval, won't it?
Yeah.
England ahead in the series. Can't imagine that they've produced a result pitch. But they've got 5 days to reach a positive conclusion. We've only got 4. Pretorius in the bowls to Clark. Again, good delivery, right on the spot. Clark defends.
Bit of rain about around the country, so they're playing at Durham, delayed start at Chelmsford, Essex, Warwickshire, delayed start at New Road, Worcestershire, Hampshire, playing at Scarborough, Yorkshire, Sussex, Division 2, delayed at Cheltenham, the Gloucestershire Middlesex game, delayed at Canterbury, Kent, Leicestershire, but they're playing at Old Trafford and at Northampton.
Pretorius to Clark, Craig Overton, solitary slip. Clark drives, and it's fielded by Jack Leach, well fielded at extra cover, because that's the first real shot in anger that Joe Clark has played this morning. He timed it quite nicely. But Jack Leach equal to it. There's no one. Yes, there is. There's Tom Banton is out at deep cover, camouflaged in his whites against the white seats behind him. Pretorius holding the ball in both hands as he runs in. This is driven again, this time with a little bit more venom, but again it's cut off by Jack Leach at extra cover. That would certainly have gone for 4, a couple of yards either side of Leach.
I think the previous one would as well. Clark must be thinking he's been denied 8 runs there by an astute bit of field placing.
Pretorius pitching the ball up, giving it a chance to swing. Haven't detected any reverse swing yet this morning. This is driven up to Gregory at mid-off. But the fact that the last 3 deliveries have all been driven will give you an indication of the sort of length that Pretorius is bowling.
Don't think there's quite as many in the ground as over the first 2 days. An indicator is looking to our right, the middle tier area of the Radcliffe Road stand. We can see some empty seats today. They were packed yesterday. But maybe 1 or 2 more are on their way.
Pretorius to Clark, who won't get a run here, as that's played to backward point where Archie Vaughan fields. End of a maiden over from Miguel Pretorius. 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 36. Craig Overton at the other end, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 33.
But 4 overs this morning, 1 scoring shot for the 3 runs we've had. 3 maidens out of the 4 overs. So accurate stuff from Overton and Pretorius. Craig Overton with the first wicket to fall in the innings, that of Ben Slater, and then Jake Ball, helped a little bit by Freddie McCann chasing a wide one, got the other one.
And here comes Overton, first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's just pushed out in front of him by Hasib Hamid and retrieved by Overton.
Did just manage to have a little word with Freddie last night, and tell he didn't think too much of his shot, actually. It's one that he'd quickly like to forget about.
Yes, wasn't his finest moment.
Here's Overton again, and this next delivery again is left alone by Hamid, and straight through to James Rew. He's keeping wicket, of course, for Somerset.
Last match for about 6 weeks for Nottinghamshire in the county championship. Not sure if there's any cricket in the first week of September, but Notts plays second, third and fourth week.
Here's Overton again, and this time it's played into the offside again by Hamid.
Well, there won't be, of course, because there's the Blast quarterfinals in the first week of September, isn't there? So everybody will play the last 3 rounds. So it's about 6 weeks before we get any more county championship cricket. Notts with away matches at Worcestershire, then at the Oval, and then finish here last week of September against Warwickshire.
So it's Hamid again facing up to Overton, and this time again the ball trickling into Jack Leach. Comes in, picks up the ball, throws it to James Rew.
Yes, Somerset have got a Blast quarter-final on the 6th of September, and then on the 9th, starting on the Tuesday, they've got a championship match against Yorkshire. Ball change, by the look of it.
Well, certainly a discussion taking place between the 2 umpires. Good strong shadows around everybody out on the field from the sun. Nice not to have the use of the floodlights. We're getting the gauge out, I think, and
Something certainly seems to be happening.
I don't know. They seem to be writing something down. I'm not sure if it's a ball issue or what. And it's a Seabermead going off. No, he's changing his bat, which he did
Again.
in the 90s. In fact, he did in the 90s and then went from 92 to 98 with a 6. This is young Farhan Ahmed bringing the bat out. So that was clearly the reason for the delay. Obviously, they weren't expecting Seabermead's bat to break, so we had to wait for Farhan to dig around in the big coffin, no doubt, that Hamid will carry everywhere. So all that was being written down on the bit of paper was maybe just 2-minute delay for bat change or something. So when they're sorting out the over 8, both sides, and +4, by the way, in the over 8. So a little bit of time out taken halfway through that over.
Yes, no great urgency being displayed.
No.
It's cricket in slow motion at the moment.
All is resolved after all of that, and it's back to Craig Overton as he comes in and does this next delivery, and this time that one pitched short and over the off stump through to James Rew.
I tell you what, Haas might have to make a couple of phone calls after this game. If that's two of his bats that are broken, he'll need his bat supplier to urgently get a shipment sorted out of some more for him. He'll be playing in the 50 over competition, and I would imagine he'll be leading Notts as he has done the last couple of years.
Overton comes to complete the over, and this time again push forward into the offside and picked up by Jack Leach. Throws to the keeper, end of the over, Nottinghamshire 192 for 2.
Well, we had, 3 runs in the first over.
Second over, I think, wasn't it?
Second over, yeah. Second over, you're quite right.
Overton's not conceded a run yet.
So we've had 5 overs this morning and just the 3 runs.
Yeah, just someone just digging into the nuts and bolts of that. One scoring shot from 30 deliveries.
Good, tight bowling from Somerset. Building pressure as Pretorius is in and bowls to Clark again. Clark gets a good ball angled into him from wide of the crease, into the body, turns it into the onside. Tom Abel picks up. Tom Abel in a short-sleeved sweater. Most of the Somerset field is just in shirt sleeves. Josh Davies, the other one who's got a sweater on. He's at mid-on. Pretorius in bowls. This is driven, but again, Joe Clark picks out Jack Leach. It's amazing how often that happens. I suppose it's because the fielder just catches your eye when you're playing the shot, and you end up, instead of hitting it either side of him, you end up hitting it straight to him, and that's the third or fourth time that Joe Clark has driven to Jack Leach, and this time he's running that to backward point where Archie Vaughan fields, and again there's no run.
Not got the lucky pink socks on, definitely, we can confirm that. I don't know if they are lucky or not, but they had bright pink socks on yesterday.
Tom Abel clapping his hands at mid-wicket to encourage himself and his teammates. As Pretorius is in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. No shot from Clark. Bowling at decent pace is Miguel Pretorius, high 70s, low 80s, something like that. It's probably about half a yard quicker than Craig Overton. Not much in it. Matt Henry, who of course is now back with New Zealand, probably a yard and a half quicker than either of them. Pretorius in and bowls. This is pulled, but it'll just be a single.
We've got to run, we've got to run.
Lammonby fields out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Clark is underway this morning, moves from 26 to 27, 193 for 2. Really is very irritating, that pneumatic ball, isn't it?
It's wearing Anthony down.
It really is. Hamid, it's a field change with Jack Leach coming across to catching mid-wicket. It's a great big gap now for Hamid to drive the ball into on the offside, as Pretorius is in and bowls a full pitch delivery, and Hamid just pushes this into that gap, alive to the possibilities. It wasn't a forcing shot, just a gentle push, brings him a single, means he'll keep the strike. 194 for 2. We have had 6 overs this morning and just 5 runs added to Notts' overnight 189 for 2.
Yes, in neither of the morning sessions, day 1 or day 2, have we had many runs between the start and midday, and this one's following a similar pattern. Remember when I used to play, I broke about a couple of times, and of course at club level
you've got to pay for a new one yourself.
Well, you have. Here's Overton,
and first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's just pushed out in front of him. The ball just bobbles out just in front of him off the bat of Hasib Hamid.
But there weren't too many times in my life where I actually owned 2 cricket bats, so inevitably you'd bring us a bat out, and players A, B and C, they'd offer, give him mine, and you'd choose one. But of course these players, this will be absolutely identical. You'd imagine it would be. You'd imagine it would feel the same.
As Overton comes in again, he's past the umpire, and this time just again it's pushed into the offside, and again it's going to be Jack Leach who's going to pick up the ball, throws back to the keeper.
Or I wonder if it does. I mean, if there's one that you use regularly, week in, week out, certainly structurally there will presumably have been slightly more indentations in that one than a brand new one or whatever. I know they use different bats for the nets and different bats for different competitions and what have you. They generally have a good one, an A bat.
Overton is in again, Craig Overton, and this time it's pulled by Joe Clark through mid-wicket, and the batsman will pick up another single. Bats a lot heavier as well these days, aren't they? A lot heavier than they used to be, I'm
guessing. They can be. You can ask for a light one. India have lost a wicket. Gus Atkinson has removed Jaiswal early on. They're 12 for 1.
Overton, and he's in again, and this time again it's pushed into the leg side. This time there's going to be no single at all.
You've really got under the skin of Dave from Cork. You
Morning, Dave.
Looking forward to another day of schooling from Dave Bracegirdle on just how us peasants should support our team and gratefully accept whatever slop they dish out.
Morning, Dave. There's nothing in it, you know there isn't.
Bright sunshine here as Craig Overton comes into ball, and his next delivery again attempted to drive through covers, but in the end the ball ending up with Jake Ball.
He also says, Dave, only silver lining from our woeful collapse yesterday is that the two sides below us look likely to lose, but I'm not sure about that. I think draws are probably more likely, with the two sides below Somerset being Warwickshire and Sussex, and certainly Warwickshire are facing a very big Essex first innings total, but they're only 2 down.
Craig Overton is in again, and this time again it's pushed to Archie Vaughan at backward point, and that is in fact the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 196 for 2.
Dave presumably has connections to the West Country, and either the love of his life or work or just the pace of life in Ireland has taken him to Cork.
I don't know. Honestly don't know. But he's been one of our most regular correspondents for a good many years
and
now.
We appreciate you, Dave.
We do. Especially on a day when not a huge event is happening out on the field of play. 7 runs so far this morning in 7 overs. Pretorius is going to bowl the 8th over of the morning to Joe Clark, who plays this to Tom Abel at short mid-wicket. He fields well, and there's no run.
It's almost like a continuation of the morning fielding practice, where Clark's taking it in turns just to punch the ball in the direction of each fielder, just getting them used to feeling the ball on their hands. He's hit several to Jack Leach, he's hit a couple to Archie Vaughan, and clipped that one to mid-wicket.
Pretorius in bowls to Clark, who drives this time. He gets it past Leach, but he doesn't get it past Banton on the cover boundary. Is quickly across to cut that off, so it's just a single. 197 for 2. It's a great art, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
To miss the fielders. They say that was one of the things that set Bradman apart, was that he was so adept at missing the fielders when he played his shots.
I think you told me that Joe Clark, who hit that, and Banton, who fielded it, they have a connection from back in their early
From
days.
Worcestershire, yeah. I expect they probably both played in the Birmingham League together. As this is turned away out to deep mid-wicket by Hasib Hamid for a single. Lammonby will field 198 for 2, and Tom's younger brother Jacques played a few games for Worcestershire 2 or 3 seasons ago.
And of course his dad played for Notts in the 80s, Colin.
But lots of friendships between cricketers from different teams these days, because franchise cricket they all play. This is driven away, but again it's just going to be a single as Banton is waiting for it at deep cover. But 3 balls, 3 runs, 199 for 2. We're in the 63rd over, so 47 overs in which Somerset can pick up a bowling point or 2, and Notts can pick up a batting point or 3 or even 4. Pretorius in bowls outside the off stump, and that one just carries through a little bit more at waist height to James Rue.
Yeah, just rounding everything up. I mean, they're going to be hard pushed to get maximum batting points. Roughly speaking, they need 250 runs in 50 overs, and at no stage really has either of the sides look like scoring at anywhere near 4 and over, let alone 5 and over.
Pretorius bowls, and there's a comfortable single. That's extra cover. Jack Leach has been moved to short mid-wicket, and that's the 200 on the board for Notts. 200 for 2, 110 to Hasib Hamid 30 to Joe Clark, and partnership now worth 93 runs.
Durham are, as they were overnight, 5 wickets down, 243 for 5, so they now lead Surrey by 74. Still not started on day 3 at Chelmsford, where Essex put a big score on the board, more than 600 against Warwickshire. Still not started at New Road, Worcestershire, Hampshire, at Scarborough. Yorkshire have a healthy lead. Sussex made 222, Yorkshire 320 for 6. We have got a bowling change here. Craig Overton out of the attack. He's been slapped to all parts this morning.
It's going to be Lewis Gregory. In he comes, first ball of a brand new over, and Hamid looked as though he played around that ball and missed it.
I think Overton bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, and just went for a couple of runs in his last over. Terrific start from him. Division 2 not started yet at Chelmsford. Always the trouble with outgrounds when there's soggy conditions about. Gloucestershire, Middlesex. But they are now playing at Canterbury. Kent 210 for 3. Leicestershire made 471 at Old Trafford. Glamorgan 118 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 242, and Northants 286 for 6.
Here's Gregory again, and this time it's a much fuller delivery, and Hamid pushes that out. Goes straight through to Jake Ball.
Yeah, a little bit of swing there for Lewis Gregory. Just ducked into Hamid.
Here's Gregory again, and his next delivery again, it's played through to Jake Ball at mid-on.
We have had 7 bowlers used so far in this innings. Gregory into his 8th over, Overton 13, Leach the spinner 14, Pretorius also 14, Jake Ball 8 overs, Archie Vaughan had 4, and Josh Davey just 3 overs.
Well, he's played as an opening batsman now predominantly, as Josh Davey.
3 overs, none for 4. That side of his game shouldn't be neglected, I guess. We've got a helmet being brought out onto the field. So here we go again. I think the keeper's going to stand up. I think that's the reason for it. Can't do your ears much good working with a pneumatic drill all day, can it? I know they have their headphones on and all the rest of it, but you must be able to hear it.
It's Gregory in again, and this time again played back and past the bowler, and straight through, straight drive past the bowler. 4 more runs there for Hasib Hamid. Lewis Gregory attempted to stop that, but his
he didn't attempt very hard to stop it.
No, that was a finger breaker. That was the shot that took him to his 100 yesterday, of course, the very straight off drive.
Yeah, great drive there from off the bat of Hasib Hamid, taking him on to 114.
Last thing Lewis Gregory wants is to break a finger on the eve of the 100.
In he comes again, Lewis Gregory, and this time again it's played in the same direction. This time though, Gregory does get his hands to it, and the ball ends up into the onside. So Nottinghamshire 204 for 2.
Still good support around the ground for Somerset Anthony.
Yep.
Saw 1 or 2 this morning in the replica tops.
So it's Lewis Gregory to complete his over, and this time again pushed out by Hasib Hamid, picked up by Jack Leach. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 204 for 2.
Yep, Tractor and Co are over there in the Smith Cooper stand, more or less where they were sitting yesterday. It's obviously their favourite spot.
Going for 35 minutes this morning. We've had 15 runs, crucially for Notts. No wickets, just 4 of those 15 from the bat of Joe Clark. Hamid has been slightly more proactive. He's up to 114 not out, and of course he passed 1,000 runs for the first class season yesterday, when he reached 100, so twin milestones brought up with 1 stroke.
Pretorius going to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end. Getting a good bowl. He's in his 15th over. He's in bowls to Clark, who plays a firm push up to mid-off, where Lewis Gregory is fielding. Craig Overton, the solitary slip, standing at an advanced second slip position, which again is an indication that even if the ball takes the outside edge, so soft is the ball and so slow the pitch that it wouldn't carry, the edge wouldn't carry to a conventional second slip position. Pretorius in and bowls, and we'll take a single here as Vaughan has to move to his right at backward point 205 for 2. Hazy sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Milky blue skies overhead, some cloud. It's warm, hardly any breeze. Lovely day for watching cricket. And crowd building up nicely as Leach moves back to his position at extra cover, plugging that gap as Pretorius is into Hamid, who steers this out to deep backward point. Banton around to his left to field, sends in the return. 206 for 2.
Ian Warrington's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Morning, Ian. Noticed yesterday, Joe Clark in particular, how many times he wasn't able to penetrate the perpetually changing Somerset field. Is this good field placing or a lack of skill in finding the gaps?
It's Pretorius in bowls. Clark won't get a run here as that's steered to Archie Vaughan. I think it's some and some, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously they're aware of his principal strengths and try and block those gaps and try and bowl to your field. You'll have heard the expression bowl to your field. Well, at this level they're good enough to do that, but then it's down to the batter to adjust and try and manipulate the ball into the gaps. A bit of both.
Pretorius bowls short, looping short ball that is signalled as 1 for the over. I would have thought that must have been very close to being a wide. Yes, I thought Lewis Gregory's captaincy yesterday afternoon was very imaginative. He tried all sorts of different field placings and combination of angles of attack with field placing. But it's very, very difficult to get anything out of this dead pitch with a soft ball. Pretorius in and bowls, and this is pulled away to deep straight mid-wicket, but Tom Lammonby will put in a good slide out there. They come back for 2 runs to Clark, who moves on to 33, and that is the century partnership. From 216 deliveries, 64 of the runs from Hasib Hamid and 33 from Joe Clark. And the other 3 rather, extras.
Andy Cleave's been in touch asking if we can see the surface deteriorating at all because the Surrey juggernaut are likely to win up at Durham. The answer in a word, Andy, is probably no. Andy sharing the concern, I guess, of a lot of Notts supporters that that 1 point gap between the two sides might be extended over the next 48 hours if Surrey do go on to beat Durham, and this one is another stalemate, a 4th consecutive Kookaburra draw, or a Kookaburra ball draw.
As Lewis Gregory comes in for the first ball of a new over and is pushed leg side by Hasib Hamid.
I think there's a lot to take from every single day, every single session of county championship cricket, and it's wrong to call it a poor draw, but the last 3 matches, and this one may or may not go the same way. I think from a long time out, Peter Moores himself said it after Hampshire last week, from a long time out you can see that neither side are going to be able to get into a position to manufacture a positive result.
Gregory's in again, and this time it's played into the onside, and the batsman will pick up a single. Archie Vaughan picking up the ball, back to the keeper.
You can't set up something, you know, in the old day. It doesn't happen very often at all, but you know, there's no chance at all for the two captains even to try and set up something on the last day, because you know the side that are going to be in the field just aren't going to be able to take 10 wickets.
No, and it's not good for county cricket as a form of the game, this succession of draws.
Joe Clark is now going to face Gregory, and Clark again punches that ball square. The batsman again comfortably take another single.
When the county game is under attack from all sides.
You know, sometimes you will go 3, 4, 5 years maybe without seeing a wicket keeper take the pads off and have a bowl. It's only in exceptional circumstances that will happen. The last 3 matches, the 3 matches with the Kookaburra ball, Johnny Bairstow for the first time in 12 years took the pads off and had a bowl in the Yorkshire game. Ishan Kishan bowled at Taunton against Somerset, and Ben Brown bowled his slow left armers on the last day at Hampshire.
Lewis Gregory's past the umpire, and this time it's defended by Hamid. No run.
You know, and that's a damning indictment of what the players think about it.
It's got to, the essence of cricket is this battle between bat and ball, and conditions are so much in favour of the batting side with the Kookaburra ball on these dead pitches. It ruins the game.
Hasib Hamid facing Lewis Gregory, and this next delivery is flicked off his pads, goes leg side, and again comfortable single to him.
You know, there is something to enjoy in seeing a wicket keeper take the pads off and have a bowl when it does happen in rare circumstances. Oh crikey, this is an unusual event, but when it's done almost as a show to the authorities that, you know, this is farcical and will just add to the nonsensical nature of this game by letting everybody have a bowl, it's not good for the game.
So Jack Clark faces Lewis Gregory, and this time it's punched up into the offside, and again Jack Leach is going to pick up the ball, and that's going to be the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 211 for 2.
Lovely day to be sat out in the stands and watching the cricket. Of course, as a youngster, I was very fortunate coming here in the summer holidays, to be able to sit on the boundary edge, sit on the grass, very close to the action, and you just hope that a boundary would come in your direction. You could be first to grab it and throw it back on. And you know, even the test matches. Talked yesterday about the famous 1976 test. They were all sat all around the boundary.
Health and safety is done for that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a lot of West Indian supporters here, of course, following Clive Lloyd's great team. Tremendous days, tremendous times. Bit of twirly-whirly stuff.
Yep, Jack Leach, sun glinting off his
go on.
his dome.
Sunglasses.
His dome.
Follically challenge.
Well, it's a mixture of follically challenge and I think he shaves some of it as well. But he hasn't got much hair on his top of his head, that's certainly true. He's in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Hamid, and there won't be.
There are some parts of the world, aren't there, where they still, I think it's South Africa and New Zealand, where people still sit on the grass verges, don't they, outside?
There are some that have got a natural bank or a bowl that you can sit on and watch, New Zealand in particular.
Leach gives this one a bit of air, and it's just tucked past the square leg umpire by Hamid for a single. 212 for 2. Hamid on 218. Notts in no hurry at all this morning, just looking to accumulate. Save the follow-on is the first target, for which they need 289, and then go past Somerset. Leach pulls a quicker one, and there won't be a single this time, as Lammerby picks up batting points, of course, to be earned. 250, 300, 350, possibly even 400. Leach in and bowls, and that's a slightly quicker one. Varying his pace is Jack Leach. Varying his flight, but there's absolutely no sign of any turn for him. This is again turned into the onside. This time there will be a single, as Lammerby has ground to make to his right. 213 for 2. Started this morning at 189 for 2, so 24 runs so far in 45 minutes. Leach gives this one air, and there's a single up to Josh Davey at halfway back at deep mid-on. End of that over. Nothing really to remark upon from that Jack Leach over. Varied his flight nicely, but no signs of any turn.
No, it's a shame really to see Jack Leach almost being used as a means of getting through the overs in the day and keeping the over rate where it should be, rather than as an attacking bowler, and that's no fault of Jack's. It's the conditions ahead of him. We're 13 overs away from a potential second near ball being made available.
As Gregory comes in and he bowls his first ball of a new over, and this again the ball dribbles out to backward point, and there's Archie Vaughan to pick it up. No run there.
Joe Clark yet to hit the boundary boards today. 2 fours only in his innings, both came yesterday.
So applause from some of the Somerset fielders as Gregory comes in to bowl. He's past the umpire. This next one again, it's playing to the leg side. Batsmen scurry through and they'll get a single there. Oohs and ahs, but I think it was ball who's through there.
Yeah, good clean pick up from Jake. I think Hamid would have been home.
Yeah, Jake balls feeding it mid on.
Ian Shepherd of the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast, getting it all off his chest.
Gregory's in again, and this time it's flicked leg side again by Joe Clark, and the batsman this time comfortably will go through to it for a single.
Despite the best efforts of Lewis Gregory's inventive captaincy and Somerset's bowlers, this has been moribund cricket since about lunchtime yesterday. This game already looks doomed to be sacrificed as a draw at the altar of a docile Trent Bridge surface and the hopefully soon to be permanently departed Kookaburra ball. Both sides would have been desperate to push for a win to maintain their title challenges, and to be thwarted like this is nothing short of disgraceful. Well,
So it's Hamid facing on 120 to Lewis Gregory, and this next ball is just again pushed out into the offside. Jack Leach again picks up. No further additions to the total.
I'm quite sure that the Trent Bridge ground staff didn't set out to produce a pitch as flat as this. They've had nature against them. It's the nature of a great many pitches around the country at the moment, and the combination of a dead pitch, really. It's that combination of the pitch and ball that's producing this dull cricket.
Here's Gregory again, this time wide outside the off stump and through to James Drew, and no run there.
Good take from the keeper, quicker one from Lewis Gregory. Just trying to try something a little different, just trying to knock Hamid out of his current state of relative comfort.
So Lewis Gregory will come in and complete his over, and this time again ball sort of lifting a little bit.
No ball.
No ball, and he'll have to bowl that one again. Trying to put perhaps a little bit extra effort into that last delivery and just overstepping.
I think that's his third in the innings.
Third in 10 overs.
So let's see if he can complete his over now as he comes in again. Gregory this time again it's played into the offside and safely into the hands of Jack Leach, and that will be the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 218 for 2, Hasib Hamid 120, Joe Clark is on 36.
Yeah, Jack Haynes listed to come in next. He's having a fine summer, 4 centuries already to his name, and I would imagine that Lyndon James will pop up to 6 in the order. Got a double 100 last week, batting at 7 behind Carl Verreynne, who's had to go back to South Africa. Liam Patterson-White, Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas complete the Notts batting card.
Leach to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end, and Joe Clark stretches forward with a defensive shot. Somerset going more onto the defensive, 4 men out now. Leach bowls. This is a sweep from Clark for 4 runs. Good shot, best shot he's hit this morning. Joe Clark right out to the pitch of that.
Yeah, first boundary of the day for Clark.
2-2-2 for 2. And Somerset respond by sending Jake Ball to deep mid-wicket and Tom Abel to backward square leg. We've got men out at long on and long off and deep cover as well. Leach bowls, and this is played to the left of Tom Lammonby, who can't make the stop. But it's just a single. With Josh Davey out at long on, 2-2-3 for 2. So it didn't stay on double Nelson for very long.
No.
Leach bowls, and it's going to be another single out to Davey, 2-2-4 for 2.
This is Clark's highest score in the Kookaburra matches, made scores of 31, 18, 32, and now this one. Significantly, he's only batted once in each innings.
Leach bowls, and there's a run here out to long off this time. Craig Overton throws at the stumps and hits them, and knocks the stump out. But Joe Clark safely in his crease. A classic Craig Overton, that, wasn't it?
I think the appeal woke 1 or 2 up that had already started to have a pre-lunch nod.
Yeah, the game's just meandering along.
Jack Leach bowls. Hamid drives back to the bowler. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 69th over of the innings. 2-2-5 for 2. 121 to Hamid and 42 to Joe Clark.
Yeah, 6 runs coming from that over. Clark into the 40s then on 42. This partnership up to 118. We had a huge 4th wicket partnership in the Somerset innings of 313, which occupied 81 overs between the 2 Centurions, Tom Abel and James Root. It was vitally important in the big grand scheme of things for Somerset, because
without that,
yeah,
it'd be a real mess.
As Gregory comes in to bowl the first ball of a brand new over, and this time just pushed into the leg side by Joe Clark.
Josh Tongue is into the attack at the Oval. His first 2 overs have gone for 12 runs.
You know, from the Somerset perspective, to win this game they need 18 wickets between now and 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
It's not going to happen, is it?
That's nothing against the Somerset attack, by the way, folks. As Peter Moore said last week, you can see the eventual outcome way, way, way before the final day.
Here's Lewis Gregory again, and this again pushed leg side,
gone.
and it's taken at mid-wicket there by Abel.
Yep,
Tom Abel has taken the catch, and Joe Clark is out for 42. Nottinghamshire 225 for 3 now.
Well, Somerset have been working for that since the middle of yesterday afternoon, with Tom Abel in at fairly short mid-wicket, and Lewis Gregory angling the ball into the right-handed batsman in the hope that he'll turn it into the onside without keeping it down, and that's precisely what happened. So the trap that has been laid for a very long time has finally been successful. And Wicket out of the blue, really.
Yeah, such a shame, because he played a fantastic shot in the last over. And Dave saying that this was one of his better scores so far.
Yeah, don't lay it all on me. I was also saying Somerset need 18 wickets between now and the close tomorrow. Well,
oh, Somerset have got a bowling point.
they have indeed.
To go with 3 batting points.
It's going to be Jack Haynes as the new batsman.
Played really nicely last week. It's I won't say it went sort of unnoticed, because it didn't, but obviously Lyndon James getting 200 just took all the headlines away from Haynes' century. His 103 was a fabulous knock, it really was, and he's having a great personal year. 4 centuries to Haynes, made 157 of the finest runs down at Taunton when the sides met. So his last 2 innings have been centuries. 157 at Taunton, 103 at Hampshire last week. So he'll probably be on his way back in a moment for not very many, but he really is playing nicely. 714 runs in the Championship at an average of 51 with those 4 centuries.
Yeah, and a first wicket there for Lewis Gregory as well.
T says, good morning, Dave, Anthony and Nas. Daily chores done here, settled in for the day's play. Every point precious for Notts, hoping for 400 up in the 110th over. Of course, maximum points now, T, 450.
Haynes faces his first delivery from Lewis Gregory, and this is pushed leg side, and again straight to Abel, who took the catch.
In the air for a time as well.
Yeah. So Abel very much in the action here.
Joe Clark's figures, 42 made from 107 deliveries. It was at the crease for 156 minutes, and there were just 3 fours, 2 yesterday and 1 just before he got out.
Yeah, Abel standing in that mid-wicket position, hoping the ball will come to him again. But let's see, as Jack Haynes faces up to Lewis Gregory, and this time it's squirted into the offside to Jack Leach. Oohs and ahs from some of the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, a little bit of late swing there from Gregory.
Ball now back with Gregory, and a lot of shining going on of the ball from Lammonby, and let's see what happens this time as Gregory comes in again. This time again it's punched and it's going to pass a diving Abel. Deep mid-wicket. It's back with Jake Ball. He's standing at mid-on.
Just coming up to midday. Somerset will have, after this delivery, have bowled 15 overs this morning.
So Gregory comes in again, and this time again attempted cut there by Haynes, but missed the ball, went through to the keeper. No run there.
225 for 3 then after 70 overs of the innings. Seabermead 121 not out. Jack Haynes fresh to the crease, yet to get off the mark. Jack Leach will continue. Mead and Haynes just discussing tactics in the side of the strip there, and then we'll resume with Jack Leach. There's one slip, Lewis Gregory. Mead leans forward, defends cautiously out onto the offside. Must be such a frustrating player to bowl to, I think. Mead, once he's set, he rarely gives a glimmer of a chance, and again rock solid in defence, and then goes on that little walk, just 2 or 3 paces towards the square leg umpire, and he's already back by the time the ball's been returned to Jack Leach. 225 for 3. Leach bowls again from Mike Burns' end, the umpire standing at the Stuart Broad end. This one's turned gently along the ground to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Notts beginning the day 189 for 2. Now 225 for 3 as Mead pushes this back to the bowler.
For this, some of them say that this mounting international pressure might put pressure on Israel to ease the catastrophic situation in Gaza.
Leach, slow left arm spinner to the Notts captain. 28-year-old nudges it straight back to the bowler. This over not taking very long at all to get through as the final ball is upon us. Leach in again, and Mead again defends. So Leach racing through that over in a little over 90 seconds. But Gregory to continue. Not seen Jake Ball bowl this morning, or Josh Davey. 4 overs from Overton at the start. So Haynes yet to score, and he's on strike. Ideal conditions to be out there batting. There's Gregory, right arm, medium fast bowls. This one kept so low it hit James Root, went past the outside edge and the off stump, and just hit Root in the shins. Umpire Rob Bailey's scratching away at the crease mark there. Suspect a word in the ear of Lewis Gregory that once again you're close to overstepping. Idyllic conditions here. Nottinghamshire just lost a wicket, their first of the morning. They're 225 for 3. They trail by 213, but a century stand between Seabermead and Joe Clark just been broken. Clark clipping Lewis Gregory to mid-wicket. He's out for 42. The skipper's still there on 121. Jack Haynes fresh at the crease. Notts 225 for 3.
Thanks, Dave. You can listen to commentary via the BBC Sport website app.
Just missed one delivery on the audio commentary, which was run to backward point, and there's no run. Division 1 County Championship cricket from Trent Bridge. These sides were second and third at the start of this round. Notts 225 for 3. Lewis Gregory bowls, and Haynes is away, playing this square of the wicket on the offside for his first run. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Somerset. We've got the pictures for you to have a little look at on Trent Bridge Live. Just go to the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website and follow the links. They'll guide you in to see the pictures. Free of charge, of course. 226 for 3. lost a little bit of the sun. We've got cloud building up overhead as Hamid forces this into the offside. Leach will field and then fizz one back, right arm into the gloves of James Rue, who then waits for Leach to stop running about and throws it back to him. Bit of luck, it's a midday lunch for the builders, because the pneumatic drill seems to have stopped, and I hope I've not put my foot in it saying that.
It's all gone quiet on the pneumatic drill front.
What sandwiches have you got, Ernie? What, cheese and pickle, Bert? What have you got as Hamid turns this on the leg side for a single? 227 for 3. Former Lancashire player Hamid up to 122. Played 10 times for England. Top score of 82. But has been jettisoned since the last tour of Australia. Asib Hamid, very philosophical about his chances of getting back in. All he can do is continue to churn out the runs for his county, who he leads with pride. And we have managed to get a guest to pop in and say hello. Thank you, Nas. We'll have a little more from Nas in the fullness of time. 227 for 3. We've had 72 overs of this innings, so a second new ball would be come to you in about 8 overs time, or in 8 overs time. Delighted to say that Ben Slater's popped up to say hello. Not's opening batter. Jack Leach is about to bowl. Thanks for popping up. Great to see you.
No problem, Dave. You've twisted my arm to come up here again. In Larwood last night, so I thought I'd take you up on the offer.
I tell you what's very nice, very pleasing, and I doff my cap to you for popping up. I'll mention after this ball, because as you know, Jack Leach doesn't take too long between deliveries. He's in and bowls now, and Hamid defends. Last time he came up was the last home game when he scored 96. And it's easy to come up, I guess, when you're in the runs. Runs are absolutely flowing from the left-handed bat of Ben Slater. Not quite so many in this game, but you're still happy to come up and share your thoughts with us on as Hamid bouncing this down into the ground. So that's great. I appreciate that. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, haven't you?
That's it, Dave. That's it.
227 for 3. I suspect we won't dwell on the dismissal yesterday. This has eased into the offside. What we can dwell on is the fact that, I don't know if you saw, I put it out there. I was tipped off 2 or 3 games ago about how many times you and Haas have opened together, but that's 100 times you've opened together in this innings. That's phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, I saw your tweet yesterday. I obviously had no idea, so yeah, I suppose it's a nice little milestone for both of us, to be fair.
Since 1960, it's just the 3rd pair of Notts openers, as this is pushed away by Jack Ames for a single. Broad and Robinson, they've opened about 120 times together, and then Paul Pollard and Darren Bicknell,
Was it Bicknell?
101. So the next time you go out with a skip, you'll match them. Here's Leach in again and bowls, and it's defended 229 for 3. Bear with me till the end of the over, which is only about 4 seconds away. The way Leach gets through his overs, and we'll see what you make of things, and if there's been a concerted chat amongst the group to get on with things today, as Hamid cuts this out into the offside. Single, 230 for 3. Asib Hamid up to 124. What is the feeling? Peter Moore's last week at Southampton said we knew it was going to be a draw from a long way out. Combination of ball and surface just makes attacking positive cricket very, very difficult to sustain over a 4-day match. What's the feeling about this one?
I don't think we've looked too far ahead, really, because obviously we saw what happened yesterday. We came out and bowled well yesterday morning and took wickets, so I think it was a case of just trying to keep building and building, really. Trying to get as close as them, if not past, and then we can sort of flip the pressure, but obviously still a long way to go with us being 200 behind still, and we saw yesterday obviously wickets could fall.
There's Gregory starting a new over, just taking the wicket of Joe Clark, and Hamid carries on his way, turns it on the leg side.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be a case of just trying to build slowly throughout the day and get as many runs as we can, and try and put the pressure on them at some point if we can get near to the total or past.
It would be unnatural, I guess, if at least somebody in the dressing room wasn't just occasionally saying, "Oh, Durham have lost another wicket," "Oh, Durham," or whatever. But you can't affect what happens there, can you? You've just got to look after yourself here.
Yeah, so I saw the score last night, but I've not looked this morning. But so there's nothing that we can do about what's going on up there, and there's still half of this game left, and we've still got three more games to come. So.
Bring it on, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. If you'd have asked us if we'd have liked to be in this position at the start of the season.
There's Gregory bowling to Haynes. He'll turn it to leg, and sprawling stop from Tom Abel at mid wicket. There's no run. 231 for 3.
We'd have snapped your hand off. So to be up there and challenging the 3 in a row champions. To be in the vicinity to challenge at the back end, we would have snapped your hand off.
Significant progress from last season, and I understand you've already got as many points as finished up with after 14 games last year, as this has eased into the offside. So that's nice to know, with whatever points you get from this one to add on, and 3 more matches, as you say.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I know a lot was made last year. We just stayed up. I don't think the year was as bad as it probably looked on paper. I just think last year we probably didn't take wickets how we sort of had in past years. You know, wickets win games, especially when we play here on green seamers, and most of the wickets around the country usually nip.
Gregory into Haynes, eases this back to the bowler, no run.
So we had injuries to bowlers, especially last year, at times where we probably didn't really need them, and it probably hampered us. So yeah, to come out and have a season like we've had so far, it's credit to everyone, really.
It is. It's an astonishing list of Notts batters that have got centuries and Notts bowlers that have got fifers. I can't remember a year like it where, you know, the goods have been shared around amongst so many people as Gregory bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Of course, 2 of those that have been full of runs are out there in the middle. Jack Haynes just couldn't convert last year. It was a little bit like you were at one stage this year. He was getting all those 50s and couldn't get to 3 figures this year. And again, I'm always wary of putting the mockers on somebody, although people tell me there's no such thing as a commentator's curse. But he's been going well, and he's converted every time.
Yeah, he's converted every time he's got to 50, which is what I wanted to do after last year. And I sort of had the same problem as him up until Taunton a few weeks ago. So.
There's Gregory in, and this one's cut away. Nice looking shot from Jack Haynes, and that will race away down towards the Hound Road stand for 4. Nice looking shot. 235 for 3. Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset's in the box as well. I'm sure Anthony might have 1 or 2 points to put to you about the Somerset side. Obviously the century you got against them at Taunton and here, but just mentioned Jack Haynes, but Hamid as well. I guess you know him as well as anybody, the amount of time he spent out there in the middle. I mean, how frustrating will he be for the Somerset attack to bowl to now he's set?
Well, we said last night when Clarkey said the last over, I think, against the off spinner, he could have knocked the ball down the ground for a couple of singles, but he chose to block him instead, and that sort of showed the sort of mindset he's in. I think once he gets in positions like this and he gets set, he's sort of in that mindset where he's going to keep going. It's one of his biggest strengths. He loves batting. He bats all the time, and he very rarely gives it away when he gets in. So.
Do you want to know over a Jack Leach, Anthony? What's your back with us?
Yep, Jack Leach in to bowl to Hasib Hamid, who plays this away backward of square on the offside. Fielded by Tom Banton. What have you made of this pitch then, Ben?
Well, it wasn't supposed to be like this. I don't know if you've heard. Apparently, it's got a disease.
Oh, right.
The grass was supposed to be green,
is Leachin and Bowles, and Haynes just drops that into the offside.
And yeah, according to the ground staff, there's a disease which has made it go brown. So it was 14 mil of grass, so it was probably going to be a seam off.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not ended up that way.
Leachin and Bowles, this is turned into the onside because as various correspondents on Twitter have been pointing out, both sides need to win this. You know, one would have wanted to win this game. The draw doesn't suit either. Leachin, Bowles, this is driven but straight on the bounce.
I think that's why they tried to set it up as a green seamer, so there would be a result either way. And yeah, it's not turned out that way.
Leach, Bowles, and this is played to short mid-off. Yeah. Well,
but I think obviously you never know, do you? Obviously it's a bit in the balance at the minute, but it could go either way, I suppose.
Leach in
Well, you
Bowles.
wanted to,
This is cut away and will be cut off by Banton. It's just a single. 2:37 for 3.
It'd need to be a 6-day game, I think, to to bring both sides into it. Just a couple of things, just away from the real serious side of cricket, slightly different things. One, how blooming annoying is it to be out there with all that drilling going on and whatever, the pneumatic drill, because it's driving us up the wall and we're a million miles away from it.
Oh, I was numb to it, Dave, to be honest. I think the amount of time we've spent in the field the last 2 games, I didn't have the sound of drilling going on in my head, to be honest. So yeah, I didn't even notice it yesterday.
And the other thing, again, slightly different, we've noticed Haas has had to change his bat twice. I hope they're not broken, because I know he loves his bats. Is Gregory into bowl to Haynes, and it defends. I take it you've all got 4, 5, 6, 7, however many, and they all would look and appear to be identical, but they can't be, can they?
Yeah, he wasn't. The bat he was using yesterday, it was an absolute disgrace. The handle's falling out the back. I've never seen anything like it. And it's funny, Freddie McCann was saying earlier, for a man who's so meticulous with how he goes about his batting and how serious he is about it, the way he has his bats.
There's Gregory, Ian and Bowles, dug out by Haynes, no run.
It doesn't make any sense, to be honest, for a man who's so meticulous with it.
Well, he changed his bat on 92, and then he hit a 6, if you remember, to go to 98 with the new one.
No, he didn't change it. He carried on with the...
No, he didn't change it.
He didn't change it, no.
Well, he has this morning. Well, again, he's had Farhan Ahmed come out with a selection of bats.
I don't know how he hit that one for 6 with that bat, because the handle was literally... I've never seen a bat like it, to be honest. He did well to last with it for so long.
See, we don't get that from here. They just look the same from this distance, obviously. There's Lewis Gregory, who's in the midst of a fairly lengthy spell, cut to backward point. There's no run.
He's getting just a little bit of reverse swing, is Lewis Gregory, back into the right-hander. Well, I was watching from right behind the bowler's arm. It was quite noticeable.
So how many bats would he have? How many would you have?
He's probably not got as many as he should, really, has. The amount of balls he hits, he goes through them. He's probably got 3 or 4, I think, but a couple aren't ready, so that's why he was trying to go with the one for as long as he can. But yeah, most have 4 or 5. Liam Patterson-White's a disgrace.
Bouncer pulled down the leg side. Or
I don't know how Gunnamore are in business anymore with the amount of new bats he gets. I don't know. He's 7 or 8 probably. Yeah, he just sits there in the dressing room waving it around, waiting for someone to go up to him and say, "Oh, have you got a new bat, Liam?" The lads have stopped doing it now because it's a weekly thing with him.
2:38 for 3. Ben Slater with us, the Notts opening bat. Well, do you know how many runs you've got this season? Are you that statistically that much of a badger, as they call them, as this is turned on the leg side? 2:39 for 3 with a single.
I sort of had an inkling, and then I definitely knew yesterday because we were looking. Said to our analyst, I said, how far's Haas off 1,000? And then he showed the list, so yeah, I know.
You know where you are, yeah. And
sort of knew roundabout, but I didn't know the exact figure.
You're 850-ish or something, aren't you, at the moment, averaging about just under 50. which is good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we liked a few more in this fixture, though, to be honest.
Next ball is hammered down the ground for 4 by Jack Haynes, overpitched by Lewis Gregory, and hit away for 4 runs. 243 for 3, and I guess we can talk about all your good days, but you missed out on some free runs really at the end of the Hampshire game, didn't you? You got out, and then there's wicket keepers bowling, there's everybody bowling.
Oh yeah, but at the start of my career, the first half of my career, I'd have probably clung on to that a bit more than you should do, really. But I suppose it's the way the game goes, isn't it? Sometimes you're
just philosophical about it. You get out, and you've got to shut that away.
I got the 3 runs here against Yorkshire, and in that second innings when Bairstow was bowling and Haas got out in the 20s.
Yeah.
I think, it always has to happen to someone, I think, in those situations. And unfortunately for me last week, it was me hitting a long up straight at point. So it is what it is, I suppose.
Is Leach in a bowl to Hamid, who plays that defensively? Back up the pitch. The new ball is due in just under 4 overs time, and I suspect Somerset will take it. As Leach is in a bowl's full-length delivery, which is driven out to Tom Banton. Didn't really time that, Hamid.
I hear there was 1 or 2 of the Hampshire players saying that they missed out on the Ben Slater overs. Is that true?
No, no way. Not the way they were coming out last week, Dave.
Freddie McCann took the second new ball. What about that?
Well, he probably should have done with his strike rate last week.
Yeah.
Is Leach in bowls, and
after his second one, I went up to ask him. I'm not sure how he's bowled this little overs, to be honest.
He's become a great partnership breaker, hasn't he?
Leach bowls, and Haynes again plays a forward defensive shot back up the pitch. We've got a slip and a short mid-off. Close catches. Leach bowls. This is turned into the onside. There'll be a single to Jake Ball, who hasn't bowled this morning. Out at square leg. 245 for 3.
I think Anthony was fascinated by your group of fans on the first day that wouldn't leave you alone, that cheered everything you did. What was all that about?
His Leach bowls, and Hamid back on his stumps, playing this into the offside, into a gap for a single. 246 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, really.
Was it a stag party or something like that?
I don't know. I tried to ask them, and I think they got that excited that I was talking to them, that about 6 of them replied at once, and I didn't really find out, to be honest, but whether it was a stag do or what have you. But I think it was just unfortunate that I was over that side. I think whoever was over that side would have they would have got the same treatment, I think. But yeah, I think I got them on side.
It's great at the end. You went there. We watched you posing for photos with them all, which was terrific.
Yeah, there was a few comments that were a little bit derogatory towards me, but on the whole, it was good fun. So
it was a bit like Southampton, because I think the biggest cheer of that game was when you came on to bowl, all your family and friends started cheering away.
Yeah, we've had it. Of course, Jack Leach was asking me who they were the other day, and we've had it a couple of times this year against Hampshire. There was a group sat up there, and
apparently that was Sonny Baker's brother's stag do.
Oh right.
And so they decided to cheer Sonny Baker. Sonny must have been absolutely fuming. Here's Jake Ball, 246 for 3. Notts need a boundary for a batting point, and the captain, trying his best to get one, forces it out into the offside. He's having quite a decent return so far. Missed the ball, 20 odd runs, and a little bit of a gifted wicket from Freddie yesterday.
I don't know how he got 20 odd. I don't think he wanted to get 20 odd either, to be honest, especially when Dylan came on.
No, he was backpedaling quickly, wasn't he?
When I was at short leg, he said, if I catch him, he'll not be happy.
Here he is, Jake Ball. This is Haynes. Just settled about his work nicely, pushing it into the offside for 2 more. Goes to 15, Notts within 1 of that 250. Nice to catch up with the old boy.
No,
Then.
it's good to see him. I'm going out for dinner with him tonight. Me, Lyndon, and Pricey. I think the old S&C. I think he's coming along.
Just mentioning Lyndon there. Just wondering and presuming that he'll come in next as ball bowls, and again pushed into the offside, no run, as Verena isn't here. He got 200 on at 7 last week. I presume he's elevated to 6 for this one.
Yeah, I think he's down to come in next.
249 for 3. Nottinghamshire lost this morning the wicket of Joe Clark, caught by Tom Abel, low catch at mid-wicket, just clipping Lewis Gregory away. Out for 42 after a century stand with Hamid. Haynes uses this square of the wicket on the offside. Immediate cry of no run. Your century at Taunton must have brought you a great deal of pleasure, because what was it, 6, 7 50s before then in a row?
Yeah, especially to have the 2 90s as well, which, well, I should have got over the line with both of them, to be honest. But having the 2 90s on my back.
Ball passed umpire Bailey. Ball's now, and it's pushed into the offside.
It was a relief to get the 3 figures, especially with the ways I got out in the 90s both times. Yeah, it was a relief when I scampered back for that 2 to get 3 figures.
Yeah, 92 here against Durham, 52 and 74 up at Durham, 52 and 78 at Headingley, 96 and 74 not out here against the Yorkies. Ball bowls, and this has turned up to Banton at mid-on, and there's no run, and then eventually the big 3-figure score at Taunton. 249 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good run.
Durham doing both of these sides a bit of a favour up at Chester Street. 282 now for 5. Graham Clark on 35 and Cody Yusuf on 27. Partnership which is now worth 63 runs.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. The old head tennis in the morning, as keenly contested as always.
Yes, we had there's a lot of chat in the dressing room at the minute about the worst players. So we had a bit of a quiz the day before the game.
Is Leach to bowl to Hamid. It's right forward, playing that into the offside, picked up by Banton, who's come in from boundary duties to backward point and been replaced out there by, I'm not quite sure who that is. As Leach is in a bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven without timing to Tom Nannanby at short mid-off.
Yeah, Chris Marshall, the psychologist, did a quiz to see, we had to rate everyone's
footballing skills,
head tennis ability.
Right.
Leach bowls and Hamid back on his stumps. And that is a batting point for Notts. And 250 for 3, and it's Alfie Ogborn out there on the boundary. On this 12th man for Lewis Gregory, I think.
Another 32 overs left to get a few more.
Leach in and bowls, and Haynes plays this into the offside. There's no run. This is the 79th over with this ball, so one more over and then a new ball will become available, and I expect Somerset to take it. Leach bowls and Haynes back on his stumps, playing this into the offside.
A little bit of Craig Overton, no doubt. Does he like a snarl out in the middle?
A bit of everything.
This is played up to long on for the easiest of singles, 251 for 3, end of another over. 79 overs have gone, it's 251 for 3, 131 to Hasib Hamid and 16 to Jack Haynes.
I can't imagine either you or Haas give them much back in way of entering into any sort of verbals with them. Would that be fair?
Yes, not very often. Not very often. Haas is... Yeah, you're not getting through to Haas, to be honest. He's gets in his own world when he's out there batting. It's not very often as much going back the other way from me or him.
He had a bit of a run-in with Alex Lees up at Durham, if I remember, as ball comes in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. Mark Lamod is with us. Morning, gents. Listening in from a damp and cloudy Sevenoaks. Mark's one of our long-range followers from down in Kent. I'm examining my booty this morning. He sent a photograph that I managed to get in the John Peel archive auction on Tuesday, an Undertones LP. I've got, otherwise maybe not too many you've heard of. Come on, Knots, as ball bowls. This is pushed into the offside. Familiar with the works of the Undertones? Fergal Sharkey, my cousin Kevin.
No, a bit before my time, that I think, and it'll definitely be before Freddie McCann's time. And a few more of the lads down in that dressing room, Matt Montgomery.
I don't buy with music before my
lads.
time. You'll have heard of the Beatles.
Oh yeah, I've heard of the Beatles, yeah, but
the Undertones aren't quite in the same class as the Beatles.
Oh, hey, Fergal Sharkey, my cousin Kevin. Ball in down the leg side, tucked away nicely again by Haynes. Square of the wicket will just get a single. 252 for 3. Who's your musical go-to then?
I'm not really a big music man, really. You get all the lads who like to listen to it, and yeah, not really a big. Lads will listen to the favourite artists and new albums and all that sort of thing, but I'm not really that into it, to be honest.
Ball passed umpire Bailey and
not to that level anyway.
No. Mead leaves it alone on 131, 252 for 3. We'll try and coerce another 10 minutes or so out of Ben. So if you've got any messages at Brace Cricket, we did have one from producer Aaron when he comes in asking why he doesn't use his bat very often, but I think that's a little cruel from producer Aaron, as this one is just nipping back, and combination of bat and pad just about keeping that one out. Nice delivery from Ball.
Me and Aaron used to be friends, but every time I get out, there's always a what was you doing there, or yeah, like you say, should have used his bat. Yeah, it never used to be like that between us. It used to be nice to me. It's rich
coming from somebody who's got no skill whatsoever, really, isn't it?
See, I'm not as petty as him. I'm not getting involved.
Mead on 131 will work this again away for another single. 132. What was the day's score? 189 for 2. So not so bad. 64 for 1. This morning in 90 minutes. We heard an interview with Dylan Pennington that he did with the media team last night. It was played out this morning, where Dylan will try and push on this morning, score well in the first 2 sessions, and try and get into a position where they can maybe take the fight to Somerset tomorrow. But it's not really been a session. Again, circumstances dictate where you've really been allowed to get on with it.
Yeah, I think obviously the softness of the ball probably won't help. Obviously the wicket's slow.
No new
like
ball.
They're going to take the new ball either. So
no.
Yeah, I think that probably tells us where we're at the minute.
Leach in and bowls, and Hamid plays this to short mid-off. I think Somerset just content to try and keep the runs down.
Producer Aaron suggesting I've just thrown him under the bus with you.
Here's Leach in, tosses this one up, it's driven up to long on for a single. 254 for 3. Yes, Somerset of Miggy Pretorius just getting the ball to reverse a little bit. Quite happy with the old ball at the moment, as Leach plays this to short mid-off. At Edgbaston against Warwickshire, Somerset took the second new ball after 93 overs. It's a similar scenario here today. Leach tosses this one up, it's driven to Vaughan at extra cover. Again, there's no run. Leach in his 22nd over, none for 66. Pretty thankless task trying to bowl spin on this pitch. This is cut away, but Lewis Goldsworthy, that is, patrolling the cover boundary. It's not Alfie Ogborn, it's another left-handed thrower. 255 for 3. Bright sunshine. Leach bowls, driven again. This time the Bantam will cut it off at cover point. End of that over. 255 for 3, 133 to Hamid and 18 to Jack Haynes.
It's the mindset at the moment. A little bit disappointed that you've now got 6 weeks before your next round of county championship matches, or you've just got a few days before you get tucked into one of your favourite formats, the 50 over competition. A competition that you've really gone well in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
personally.
Personally, I've obviously done pretty well through my whole career in that format, really. Enjoy it, enjoy playing it, and yeah, like you say, it'll be a long time till we're back out there against the red ball, but we've got the Metro Bank to deal with before the last 3 rounds.
Ball bowling to Haynes, leaves this one alone and goes through to the keeper, and a different sort of dynamic, I guess, with Paul Franks taking the reins and promising all sorts of not necessarily improvements in the side, but a different dynamic to the way things are done normally on a day-to-day basis, I guess.
Well, it sounds like you know more than us, because we've not got it into that.
There's ball in and bowls, and this is worked away onto the offside. It's only in the sense that Notts normally haven't had an overseas player, and unless he's quickly poached for the 100, I understand Daniel Sams is going to be around. We saw him bowling yesterday. And each year different players are available and aren't available. Tom Moore's at the moment likely to be around. He's been away with 100 the last few years. So a different dynamic, some different players, different teammates, and a different head coach running it. I meant it in that sense as this is worked away on the offside and from people single taken.
How many players do Notts lose to the 100?
Not as many as it has been in the past. Presuming that we keep hold of Tom and Samsey, it'll only be 3 or 4 now, I think.
I mean, it used to be Hales and Samet, Mulaney, Fletcher.
Somerset, I think, lose 9 to the 100.
Jake Ball, Clark, Duckett. Yes, so big turnover of personnel. Ball's again wide of the pegs, and he leaves it alone. He began the day on 103, so 30 runs from the bat of the captain this morning, but he's still there.
Yeah, I think, presuming we do keep hold of Tom and Samsey at the start of the comp, I think we'll probably be the strongest team we've had since it went to since the 100 came in. Yeah,
the format it is now. Of course, you start at Welbeck with 2 games. Ball again, nicely driven. There'll be runs here. A couple of them, I suspect, for Hamid. Out to Davey on the Fox Road side of the ground. 2 more to the captain. 258 for 3. Start with 2 matches at Welbeck. You end with 2 matches at Trent Bridge, and you've got the travelling all congested in the middle.
Yeah, not too happy with I think we played Glamorgan away, come back for a day, and then we're down to Hampshire. So the way they do the schedule sometimes, it begs
balmy, isn't it?
It begs belief, doesn't it? Yeah. It's nuts, really, that we have to do that travel. But
ball too wide this time, and it's left alone. End of the over. 258 for 3. Mark Dawson, the undertone song is not My Cousin Kevin, it's My Perfect Cousin. Yeah, thank you very much, Mark, but he is singing about his perfect or his cousin Kevin. Steve Battlemuch, Notts are going to have to speed up quite a lot to get maximum batting points.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on that. They got 28 overs in which to... So 350, eminently gettable. 400, looking a bit distant.
Still need 31 to save the follow-on. Not that I suspect it would be enforced, but...
Leach in and bowls, and Haynes again plays that to Tom Lammonby at that short mid-off position. Craig Overton, captain in the field at the moment, with Lewis Gregory off. Having one of his... many niggles tended to. This is played out through the offside for a single.
Did you mention Josh Tong there for the 50 over competition?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he's at 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
2:59 for 3.
He'd have been a handful at Welbeck.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking.
Leach bowls and Hamid plays this into the offside where Banton will field.
It's interesting. It always takes 2 or 3 rounds, and you know which players are available for each side and who are going to be the dark horses, the Leicestershire, if you like.
Leach bowls and Hamid plays this into the offside.
Some sides affected more than others with absenteeism.
Jack Leach in bowls, and again Hamid back on his stumps. Leach, I think, will be playing for Somerset in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
In a different group, aren't you? We didn't play Somerset yet.
Yeah. Archie Vaughan will be in that side as well. Leach is in bowls and Hamid won't get a run here. Possibly Jake Ball. End of that over. 2:59 for 3. 135 to Hamid and 20 to Haynes, and we've got just under 20 minutes to go before the lunch interval.
And generally, Haas drops down the order in that competition. You've had 1 or 2 different opening partners, haven't you? Ben Martindale a little bit, 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the makeup was going to be like this year, but yeah, we usually split up. Whether that'll be the same this year, or whether he's at the top, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I think we've got a meeting and train here on Sunday, so I think that'll be sort of how we're going to go about the maybe the makeup of the team, that sort of thing, and then train at Welbeck Monday, play Tuesday. So quick turnaround from the end of this game.
And there's Ball. Ball's again fairly wide at the off stump and cut away nicely by Jack Haynes for another boundary. And you look up and seemingly only been out there for a few minutes. This is under 24 already. I don't know. Would I be right in suggesting it probably takes the bowlers longer to adjust to using the white ball than it does the batters, or have I got that completely wrong?
I think the fact that we play the first couple at Welbeck probably won't take that much adjusting, because we've seen the last few years that the length is to bowl in that is probably similar to this format.
Ball in again to Haynes, nudges it on the onside, no run. 263 for 3 knots here on BBC Radio Nottingham Online, on Trent Bridge Live, BBC Radio Somerset, and on your smart speaker. Got the Notts opener, Ben Slater, with us. Let you go in a minute, Ben. You'll want to get in that lunch queue. Don't know what's on the menu today, but you've no longer got to scrap with Fletch and Samet for the front of the lunch queue, I guess.
No, it's all right. I've got plenty of time to get that.
Ball again past Rob Bailey. Nicely blocked away by Jack Haynes, who's on 24.
I've just been in the gym with Zach Best, so best make sure what I eat down there is...
you've built up an appetite.
Best make sure what I eat down there is to his liking.
Bad news from Chesterley Street.
Oh, we don't want to then.
Graham Clark's out for 42. It's 291 for 6.
No sign of any rain as yet in the northeast. Another nice cut shot by Haynes. He's got that one off to a tee, but good decent stop. Is that Davey out
it
there?
Is, yeah.
Again, they'll come back for 3. It was a sliding stop, slightly ran away from the fielder. He saved a run there with some good work, but purposeful running in the middle between the two H's, Haynes and Hamid, and they get back for 3. 266 for 3. Ball into his 12th over. Got the wicket of Freddie McCann yesterday, chasing a wide one. To wait until after midday for a bowl today. Comes in again to the Notts captain, who blocks this one. Second new ball's not yet been taken, has it? So
no.
We'll see what...
Looks like they're going to try and get to lunch with this one, I think, and then probably reassess.
I guess the attacking thought would be to take it straight away, wouldn't it?
It would, but I think Well, especially I was only out there for six balls or whatever, but with that new ball, it felt like it was a nice wicket to.
Again, square of the wicket. Notts will find another run. Again, Davey called into action. Keeps Mead to 1. He'll keep strike. 267 for 3 after 84 overs.
Yeah, it felt like it was probably a nice time to bat with the new ball, with it coming on. So, unless this is I'm taking it now with Craig, I'm not.
Right, yeah,
Maybe,
I don't think they've taken the new ball yet. We haven't seen the umpires show it
looks
to
like
the
he's going to go bounces, I think.
Just take us briefly into the dressing room. Presumably there'll be 2 or 3 watching the test match, 2 or 3 watching this, 2 or 3 getting up to mischief.
Yeah, mischief makers, probably the younger lads. For Horns, always trying to wind a few up, especially Jack Haynes. So obviously with him being out there at the minute, I'm not sure who will be after at the minute. Freddie's a wind-up merchant. You wouldn't get, especially when I was their age, there's no way I would have been as
cheeky in your elders.
Cheeky as those two are. But I think times have changed.
Who were the characters in the Derbyshire dressing room then that you would have had utmost respect for and wouldn't dare give?
All of them really, especially when I was 16, 17. I wouldn't have said.
Who was your head coach then?
First one was John Morris.
Oh crikey!
And then it went, then it went to Carl Cricken. Johnny was. I didn't play under Johnny. I was contracted, but I didn't. I was always in the second team when he was in charge.
Chin music coming up from Craig Overton in and bowls bouncer and sails over the head of Hasib Hamid. We've got a very much a leg side field. We've got square leg, mid wicket, and then 4 men out on the leg side. Not right out on the boundary, with the exception of Jake Ball, who's down at long leg. But we've got a backward square leg, a forward square leg as another bouncer from Overton, and his umpire Bailey is just signalling to his colleague.
He's just getting over to the point side, so we can just make sure that nobody sort of transgresses, and they've got 3
there seem
behind
to be
square.
Meaningful glances exchanged between the 2 umpires.
We liked the field setting yesterday, Ben, when they had a row of fielders from the square leg umpire to the standing umpire. You were watching at that stage.
Here's Overton in and bowls. This is steered down to long leg for just a single. Jake Ball out of our sight. Doing the fielding, 268 for 3. Well, this sort of tactic accounted for both Tom Abel and James Rue in the Somerset innings, so it's worth a try. But be surprised if.
Yeah, I said, well, we probably should have gone to it earlier, but then Dylan said, which is a valid point actually, I didn't think about, is we wanted to keep the ball as hard as possible for as long as possible.
Overton in and bowl short to Haynes.
And obviously when you're running in and banging it in halfway down, every ball it sort of just take the hardness out of the kookaburra. So yeah, I think we tried to stay away from it as long as possible to keep the ball hard and hope it would swing or nip. But with it being 80 odd overs, they've probably given it a crack now, and then obviously they can take the new one whenever they want.
Overton in and bowls, and appeal for a catch behind down the leg side. Good take by James Rue, but nothing doing from umpire Burns.
I'm guessing you'll say every bowler gives you a challenge of sorts, but you've obviously faced all the county quicks. Who on the circuit at the moment is the one that really gets the adrenaline going? Obviously Dylan Pennington's the enforcer for Notts, Ollie Stone when he plays, but who are the sharper ones?
I don't know really. I'm not going to give those. I'm not going to give you that, Dave.
Here's Overton in and bowls, and this is turned away uppishly, just backward of square, but nowhere particularly near any of the Somerset leg side fielders. They take a single, 269 for 3, Hamid on 137, Haynes on 28.
I guess a lot of it's what wicket you're playing on and what ball you're playing with as well.
Yeah, I think every bowler presents different challenges, I suppose.
Matt Henry impressed me down at Taunton.
Yeah, he's one of he's not in the top 10 in the world.
Got to be.
So yeah, he'd be up there, I suppose. But yeah, there's, especially in this division, I think every attack that you come up against, most of the bowlers challenge you. So yeah, I'm not telling you secrets, Dave, to be honest, especially live on. Yeah, especially.
Now we can all see with our own eyes how far back the keeper is, and hear the thud of the ball hitting the gloves. Certainly, Tong and Pennington and Stone for Notts give it a bit of a hurry up, as this is Josh Davey into the attack, bowling to Jack Haynes. Missed times one out into the offside. Genuinely appreciate you coming up, and like I said at the start, I think it's fantastic that you come up and say hello when you get runs. When you don't get runs, it doesn't, it doesn't matter that much, because there are one or two that we might not see for a while until they get a big score. So we appreciate that, and thanks for dipping in and out of all the different topics. I'll just see if there's. I've got one more question from Steve Crawley, as Davey is in and is defended. Is there a concern that the state of the state-of-the-art drainage system, which has undoubtedly saved many hours of play, is making result pitches up and down the country harder to prepare? Or is the combination of a hot summer and that ball that should not be named, or is it a bit of both? I don't know. We'd need a groundsman really to.
I think he's right about drainage systems.
Yeah,
I do.
And to be fair, Haas made a good point last week. He said he was potentially take it to the ECB. If they want to keep trying the Kookaburra, then potentially they should be 5-day games.
Oh no, no, please, no.
Because then, at least by the end of it, it might be spinning to a
Haynes defence
to an extent where
5 days
you
of this
could get wickets, but I don't know. That's probably the only way you probably could, if it was going to be the same as a test match and you added another day and it gave the wickets another day to deteriorate. I don't know, but
they haven't been really deteriorating in 5 days in the test matches, have they? I mean, that wicket at Old Trafford, India batting all through the last day.
That was the Duke though, wasn't it, I suppose?
Yeah.
Davey bowls to Haynes, turns it to leg. There'll be another single, 270 for 3. Many thanks, Ben. Really appreciate you popping up to say hello. We'll let you go and get your lunch. We're only a minute or two away from the luncheon interval. Not just losing the one wicket this morning, so Hamid is still there. Hopefully he's still there, and you can give him a little bit of a clap and a thank you from the Notts fans
keep going, Skip.
Keep going, Skip.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
Cheers.
Ben Slater, the Notts opener, up with us on the live stream, on the commentary, BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Somerset. And as I said at the start, you get out for 96, he comes up and says hello. You get out for 4 here, and he comes up and says hello. Next ball is turned onto the leg side for a single. Apologies to Nas, who's been watching behind through the last half an hour or so that we've had Ben with us. Always nice, Anthony, when the players do pop in, and you get a little bit of a feeling from the.
He was very guarded as to who's the most challenging quick bowler on the circuit, as you would expect.
They will all have their strengths, won't they? Certainly. Josh Davey.
It's probably not Josh Davey.
He's bowling well here as he ends this over back, his first over back. 4 overs, none for 5. So respect being shown out in the middle for Josh Davey. 270 for 3. As we get within 6 minutes of the luncheon interval. Appreciate you just being with us there.
No, absolutely fine, absolutely fine. It's good to hear from Ben Slater, wasn't it? Good to get that insight from somebody who plays the game at the highest level.
Still no new ball. So what are we into now? The 87th over coming up. Dave from Cork is in sarcastic mood. He says, "Did something just happen? My neighbour painted his front door and it's drying now." Very distracting. Yeah, well, it's not been the most exciting morning's cricket ever. 81 runs have been added so far for the loss of just 1 wicket as Overton is in and bowls down the leg side to Haynes, who comes across his stumps, and I don't think that missed the leg stump by very much, hence Overton's hands on his head. We've got no slip, we've got this sort of leg theory with 3 in catching positions 25 yards or so from the bat, and then 3 deeper, all on the leg side, so it's a 6-3 leg side field as Overton is in and bowls short, and that's a good ball from Overton, quite a quick delivery, and Haynes just ducks underneath it, not to be tempted to go for the hook shot.
Yeah, Anthony, this morning the run rate was just over 3.5, I think. It was quite, not great, but it's obviously gone down now. What,
3.13.
3.13,
well,
yeah.
It's not easy to score quickly against this soft Kookaburra ball. Overton in bowls again down the leg side, and Haynes just moving right across his stump, so I think Overton is targeting that leg stump, trying to bowl Haynes around his legs.
And there'd be no logical reason to change it either, would there?
No, I mean the new ball will go off the bat faster, and Somerset quite happy for Notts to go along at 3 runs and over. Overton in and bowls. This is nicked down to Jake Ball down below us. It's just a single. 271 for 3. How many overs have we had this morning? This is the 87th, so this is the 32nd over of the morning. So they've plenty of overs, just not many runs. And Overton now is going to. Oh, we've got James Rue taking his stance as wicketkeeper, well down the leg side, and the 2 umpires are going to have a chat. I'm not sure quite what this is about. Whether
there's a little bit of get on with it from the crowd.
Whether James, what do you think that's about? Nothing's being said to bowler, but James Rue is taking his stance down the leg side. You don't see this very often. He's a good 3 yards to the left of where he would normally stand.
Is it a short pitch ball that's going to...
Is Overton in, bowls down the leg side, and it's taken by James Rue. I wonder if they're just wondering whether this is negative bowling. As you normally see it with spinners bowling down the leg side into the bowler's footmarks. And the umpires can intervene. Again, Rue is a good yard outside the leg stump. Overton in and bowls, and that takes Hamid on some part of his body and just pops up in the air, and Rue came dashing forward to try and take the catch. I don't think there was any bat involved. End of that over, 271 for 3, and we will have, I think, 1 more over probably before the lunch break, which will be bowled by Josh Davey.
I might hand that one over to you because you've got a bulletin, haven't you, shortly?
It will be upon us, 12:59.
So I'm going to hand it back to you, Dave.
Thanks very much, Nas. 271 for 3 this pair have added 46. The only wicket to go down in the session, Joe Clark, who turned Lewis Gregory to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. Good catch low down. Good reflexes from Abel. There's Josh Davey then to end the session by bowling to Jack Haynes, and uses this out into the cover region where Leach comes sprinting in to scoop the ball up, lob it back to James Rue. The newspaper scribes downstairs in the press box will have been scratching their heads, I think, to find something to write about this morning if they've had to do a report on the session. It's been largely featureless. There's been one or two nice strokes, lovely straight drive for 4 from Hamid as Haynes pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 271 for 3. Hamid has added 34 to his overnight tally. The run rate only just over 3 and over, so not so likely to miss out on a decent haul of batting points at this rate, as Dovey in again and once more blocked. Haynes understandably playing for lunch. I'm sure they'll have a little bit of a reassess then. Forty-minute lunch interval, of course. We'll be back on air around about 20 to 2 when the players return. Don't think we need to worry about any intrusion from the weather. It's expected to remain dry all day. As Davey, again nice and full, turned onto the leg side. Decent stop by Abel in there again, preventing Jack Haynes from getting any runs. And with 2 balls left in the session. Lyndon James, as we've heard from Ben Slater, or had confirmed from Ben Slater, will come in at 6. He'll have, I'm sure, just taken the pads off now. Won't be required before lunch. Liam Patterson-White, Calvin Harrison will follow at 7 and 8. Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas. Next delivery is mistimed by Haynes, getting harder and harder to time the ball out there for both batters. And there's 1 ball left in the session. 271 for 3. Not still trail by 167. We'll do an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. Meanwhile, they're listening to news of a new Nottingham Forest signing. A little bit of Josh Tong news. I'll just tell you in a second. 271 for 3, and that is lunch here. And that's good timing, because the bails have just been flipped off by the umpires who've decided it's time for lunch. Nottinghamshire 271 for 3 after 88 overs. They still trail Somerset by 167. Hasib Hamid, the captain, still there on 137. The only wicket to fall this morning, that of Joe Clark on 42. At lunch, Notts 271 for 3. So there's the update, and we're just hearing on the news there that in the Test match, India 2 down. Nottinghamshire's Josh Tong bowling an over. I think I'm right in saying, Anthony, that contained 11 wides. So no doubt we'll catch up more on that during the luncheon interval, and I'm sure you will as well. But here at Trent Bridge in this Division 1 game between Notts and Somerset, the visitors made 438 at lunch on day 3 in reply. Nottinghamshire 271 for 3. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes' time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the afternoon session of this Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. At lunch on day 3, Notts 271 for 3, still trailing by 249. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Anthony Gibson here from BBC Somerset. Nasser Hanif also with us from BBC Sport. Our umpires making their way to the middle are Rob Bailey and Mike Burns. Scorers, we might as well go through the whole shebang. Scorers are Roger Marshall and Polly Rhodes, who I've not seen yet this week. Polly normally pops up to say hello. Saw her down at Taunton a month ago. Match referee, former Australian Test umpire Steve Davis. And on our cameras today we've got Spence, Barney, Jono, Lewis, Ella, Wilson. Lost me a bit of paper. I think we've just about got them all in there. And Aaron and Kirsty in the production office. And the players have made their way to the middle.
Cast of thousands.
Cast of thousands. Nice lunch, Nas.
Lovely lunch, yes. Thank you very much.
Good,
Yeah.
long as you're being looked after.
Yep.
I was sat here contemplating the meaning of life. You went to lunch, and Anthony has become our pitch assessor, because I saw him stride out to the middle and pushing stewards to the left, to the right, make way, make way. It was like the parting of the seas as Anthony got his way to the middle. Is it breaking up, Anthony?
No. It's hardly got a mark on it. It's quite extraordinary after 2.5 days cricket. Here's Craig Overton in bowls of bouncer to Hasif Hamid.
Still the old ball, I think, isn't it?
I think so. I was momentarily distracted.
Or just below overs on the top right of the scoreboard, they generally put on there the age of the ball, if as and when a new one is taken.
Overton from the Stuart Broad end. He's in, bowls to Hamid, and this is a perfectly respectable delivery, which is very well fielded in his follow through by the big man. And he's going to get a congratulatory pat on the back from Jack Leach, who's sprinted all the way over from backward square leg to do that.
Yeah. Just in case we gave anybody a bit of a bum steer, the very last words we said before the morning session ended was what I could hear in our ears. We were listening to the news saying Josh Tong had bowled an 11 ball over. Well, he hadn't. He bowled 11 wides.
This is down the leg side to James Rue.
He started with 5 wides that the keeper couldn't reach, 5 wides that the keeper couldn't reach, and then a genuine wide. So there was 11. It was a 9 ball over, but 11 coming up in wides, which not a great start. No. A Harmison-like start to his spell, but it continued for a bit longer.
Here's Overton in, bowls to Hamid, bowling on the leg stump with the wicketkeeper standing down the leg side.
There was a fellow, I think it was Scott Boswell of Leicestershire in a Lord's final one year, couldn't quite get it right and bowled.
That was against Somerset.
Phenomenally long over to begin with.
Yeah, poor chap.
Funny feeling, for a while he was a match referee in the County Championship, Scott Boswell.
Here's Overton in, bowls to Hamid. Oh, it is dropped. Dropped by James Rue. It was a very difficult chance. He went for the pull shot, did Hamid. He got some bat on it. He got quite a lot of bat on it, so it went quickly to James Rue's left. He flung himself to his left, got his left glove to it, but couldn't cling on. Would have been a spectacular catch if he'd taken it.
5th ball after lunch, and Hamid, as far as I'm aware, has given his first life. Or there was the one drilled back at Pretorius, was it?
There was. This is down the leg side, and just takes Haynes on the pads and runs through to James Rue. So nearly the breakthrough that Somerset were looking for, but not quite.
Just here on the live stream, yeah, deliberately played by Hamid down the leg side, but certainly didn't mean it to go as fine as that. Very good effort from James Rew.
Yeah, brilliant effort, wasn't it?
Having got his left glove to it, he'll be just wishing it had stuck. It's going to be Josh Davey. 5 overs.
Picking up where they left off before lunch, Somerset.
Yeah, 5 overs, none for 5, Josh Davey in this innings so far. Today, 2 overs, 0 for 1. Do you want to have a bit of Josh Davey, Nas?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I'll pick up with Josh Davey, who's bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. And he comes in. His first ball. Hamid's facing and pushed forward defensively by Hamid. There's going to be no run there, straight to mid-on.
Sun's left us, hopefully, only briefly. You've been outside, Ant, is it? It's still warm, though, I presume.
Oh, it's lovely, yeah. It's a beautiful day for watching cricket. It's not too hot. There's hardly any breeze, but it's just very pleasantly warm. Just wish there was a bit more entertainment in the middle.
Here comes Josh Davey again. And at this time, again, Hamid just pushes back. And ball picked up by Davey. Gets a pat on the back there from Jet Leach. It's at mid-off. Davey again, third ball of the over, and this time it's flicked leg side by Hamid, and they'll pick up a single through mid-wicket. Gentle start to the afternoon session.
Hard to imagine it's raining in London. Test match is currently on hold. India 72 for 2.
Well, they were forecasting thundery showers for the southeast of England.
Well, yeah, it's raining at Kent in the match at Canterbury between Kent and Leicestershire, and they've had no play today at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, Middlesex, because outground might just be struggling to cope with the wet stuff.
Here's Davey again, and this one again just pushed into the offside by Haynes this time. Jack Haynes, no run there.
Seems like they've had quite a long Cheltenham festival this
well, 2 4-day games,
yeah. and a couple of blast games at least,
yeah.
Same up at Scarborough. Yorkshire have been camped up there.
Davey in again. This next delivery. Again, it's a cut square. Haynes, another run.
Notts will head off for their outground next week, Tuesday and Thursday, 2 50 over matches, beginning their Metrobank 50 over campaign, starting with Essex on Tuesday.
Davies is going to come in and complete his over. He's past the umpire now, and here he comes, and this time again the ball going past the bowler, and end of the over. No run there off the last delivery. Nottinghamshire 274 for 3.
Which ground would have the honour of being Somerset's last out ground?
Bath.
Bath. I certainly went to Bath in the 80s when I was at Chivenor.
Yep. I think Somerset played their last 20 over game there in 2009.
Right.
And prior to that, Weston-super-Mare. But they played cricket at, I think it's around about 21 grounds altogether.
Yeah.
Somerset and
Yeovil, Glastonbury.
2 different grounds at Yeovil. Moreland's ground at Glastonbury, Wells, Millfield School, Overton in and bowls down the leg side. And Jack Haynes again, he's just wandering across his stumps, and Overton just targeting the leg stump with his wicketkeeper standing down the leg side. Just 3 fielders on the offside. Yeah, all 6 out on the other 6 out on the leg side. 3 catching within about 25 yards of the batsman, and 3 out. And this is pulled down to the boundary at long leg for 4 runs by Jack Haynes. Picked his spot there, manages to find a way through that packed leg side field, because Jake Ball is quite fine at fine leg, and that's the 50 partnership. 53 the two have added from 126 deliveries.
That's the trouble with this line of attack and the packed leg side field. Haynes knows it's coming down the leg side and was ready for it.
Overton in and bowls a bouncer. That was a well-directed bouncer, that one from Overton. Haynes ducks underneath it, but had to look lively there.
Yes, that was very good indeed.
Jack Leach has retreated, so we've now got 4 fielders out on the leg side and just 2 closer to the batsman. The 4 out, with the exception of Jake Ball, who's down on the boundary in 20 yards or so. This is pulled and it's going to be cut off by Jack Leach. So instead of going for 4, it's just gone for a single. 280 for 3.
There's different ways of applying pressure, and I presumably Somerset are thinking, well, you know, Notts have got to push on now. There's only 20 overs left in which they can get bonus batting points. They hopefully, from their perspective, will believe that Notts will chase them and chase these points, and maybe take a risk too many.
Overton to Hamid, who will pick up a single down to Jake Ball below us. As goes for that shot that almost led to his downfall in the previous Craig Overton over, when he gave a very difficult chance down the leg side to James Rue, who anticipated well, moved to his left, flung his left glove at the ball, but it didn't stick. 280 for 3. Overton in and bowls, and this is again pulled down to deep backward square leg, where Tom Abel fields all along the ground, no danger there. Single is taken, 281 for 3. 140 now to Hamid, 37 to Jack Haynes, and the batsman confer. Still no sign of the new ball.
Bowling that short to that field, I think the 3 fielders on the offside could take a book out there with them to look at, because there's no possible way on earth that the ball could have gone to any of them. It's all down the leg side. You're not going to get anybody cutting it to backward point. A delivery banged in halfway down the leg side.
It's going to be Josh Davey to continue. He was given pretty much nothing away. 6 overs, just 7 runs coming off his bowling so far, as he bowls the first ball of a brand new over. And this time it's going to be Haynes who punches the ball back past the umpire.
Very good example there of why Somerset have not taken the new ball. This old ball is just not coming off the bat at all.
No. Audible groan from Bracegirdle as Durham lose their 7th.
Oh no.
320 for 7. Lead Surrey by 153.
Oh well, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, you know. They're not infallible, Surrey.
Back here at Trent Bridge, it's Davey to continue. And this time, again, it's pushed in to the offside square by Haynes. He'll collect another single, comfortable single. I guess these two want to show some intent, but as has been said, very difficult with this ball now. It's really soft. Hard to get the timing right. The Somerset bowlers certainly playing their part as well, keeping things very, very tight. As Davey comes in again, and this next delivery attempted cut again by Hamid, and that exactly showed you the reasons that the timing just simply not there on that last delivery from Josh Davey to Hamid.
Well, they took the second new ball at Edgbaston after 93 overs. We're in the 92nd now. So I wonder if Somerset are just making a point by not taking the second new ball, as well as keeping the scoring rate in check.
Here's Davey again. This next delivery again is pushed out into the offside and picked up by Archie Vaughan. There's no run there. Archie Vaughan at backward point.
Tractor and Co are still in the pub. I can't blame them.
So Josh Davey comes in again. Here he is, up to the crease and bowls, and this time it's punched through the covers, and it's 4 glorious runs off the bat of Hasib Hamid.
Looks like a war zone out there. Jack Leach down on the ground, having dived for the ball, and Josh Davies gone down. And actually, Josh Davies stayed down the bowler, did a bit of a Mark Wood in releasing it, lost his balance, toppled over, and it's a little bit of discomfort there, the old boy. Blaming the crease, the uneven edges to where
just
the
gone
bowler's
over on his left ankle, hasn't he? He is a bit injury prone, is Josh Davey.
There's a bit of a hobble, isn't there? A bit of a limp back to the top of his mark.
Lovely shot that from Hasib Hamid. So here he is again, Josh Davey, to complete his over now, and this next ball is again, this time it's flick leg side, and again the batsman will cross over for a single. That means Hamid will keep the strike, and it's Nottinghamshire 287 for 3. Hasib Hamid has made 145, and Jack Haynes is on 38.
Still no new ball. Craig Overton taking off his short sleeve sweater and giving it to umpire Mike Burns. Where do the scorers sit, Dave?
Batman board.
Ah,
Obviously not the black bit at the top, not the match day office, the big windows, but just below then you can,
right.
there you can see an open window.
Yes, yep. So when just preparing myself for when they do take the new ball, and the umpires will show it to the scorers. But they haven't done so yet.
But it will appear under overs on the Batman board, top right. Little gap between overs and 2 bowl will appear there.
Here's Overton in bowls bouncer to Hamid, sails over his head, and umpire Burns signals 1 for the over. Tom Abel doing some stretches out in the boundary. I can't imagine he's going to have a bowl. Be lovely to think that he did. Overton bowls down the leg side, appeal for a catch down the leg side, and Overton frustrated.
Crowd have just been waiting to have a bit of a go at Craig, haven't they, after last year?
He stands there with his hands on his hips doing the double teapot. Oh, what have I got to do? He's been, well, giving it everything he's got, as he always does, Craig Overton. Thought he'd got his man there.
Let's see what our replay operatives can come up with.
But Mike Burns, unmoved.
Oh, that was too jumpy to see anything.
He looked as though he had a little...
James Rue didn't look particularly triumphant.
No.
Here comes Overton again. Whoa, down the leg side again.
He's certainly giving him the stare, isn't he? It's Overton to Hamid.
The byplay is between Overton and the crowd, really.
Yeah. They have history.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's a wholehearted warrior, is Craig Overton. You're never in much doubt as to how he's feeling. Here he comes again, racing in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Perfectly safely, though, by Hamid, fielded by Josh Davey. Well, it's brought things to life a bit.
Yeah. Nice to hear Ben Slade to confirm what we suspected, though. The bowlers just won't get anything out of Hamid. They won't get a rise out of him or a response or anything. Quiet man anyway, but won't get him indulging in much verbal activity.
Overton and bowls another bouncer at Hamid. And that is 2 for the over. So no more bouncers to Hamid in this over. 287 for 3. We're in the 93rd over. So Notts have another 17 overs after this in which to add to their tally of batting bonus points, which so far stands at 1. Overton bowls, and this is launched down the ground, slapped down the ground for 4 runs by Hamid. And well, he just strayed onto off stump there, did Overton. Hamid made room for himself by going outside leg stump and played a horizontal bat shot away through the offside, and Craig Overton
He's not a happy...
swishes his sweater. Well, dear. 291 for 3. He's not a happy bunny.
Certainly livened up the afternoon.
Can't believe it, can he, Craig?
Is he standing at first slip? He's going to go back first, second slip area.
He's captaining Somerset in the field at the moment because there's no Lewis Gregory out there.
There he is. He's standing at for a second slip. Next to James Pugh, the wicketkeeper, of course, as Davey bowls first ball of a new over, and this time pushed carefully by Haynes, just into the onside.
Oh yes, he is. Lewis Gregory's out on the boundary. What's he doing out there? Perhaps he's handed over the captaincy to Craig Overton.
Do it your way, then.
Yeah. I think that's Lewis Gregory out there. Deep square leg. Deep mid wicket.
Pretorius, isn't it?
Oh, it could be.
As in comes Davey. This next ball again is just pushed out in front of him, and
Oh,
the
it is
ball
Gregory.
hit the
It is
stumps.
Gregory, yeah.
Just by the umpire, picked up by Jack Leach. No run there.
Oh, very strange. Just having a chat with Alfie Ogborn. But Craig Overton's definitely captaining them in the field. Standing there with his hands on his hips. Resentment oozing from every pore.
As in comes Davey again, and this time it's pulled towards the boundary, and it's one more run to the total.
Somerset's former captain doing the fielding. I just don't know what's going off out there.
Hamid on 149 on the strike. Should he get a single, it'll be the 4th time he's reached 150 in first-class cricket.
As here comes Davey, and this next ball is pushed leg side, and he'll get a single. And that does take him on to 150. 150 not out for the Nottinghamshire captain, Hasib Hamid. And despite all the histrionics of the last over from Overton, has sort of stood there, quietly getting on with the job in hand.
290 deliveries, 18 fours, 2 sixes, and been at the crease almost exactly 6 hours.
It's going to be Jack Haynes now who's going to face up to Josh Davey, and he again plays it solidly, sort of onto the leg side, coming out the middle of the bat.
We've missed a landmark. The follow-on has been saved.
Oh yeah.
When Notts had scored 289, they avoided the possibility of being asked to follow on.
As in comes Davey again, and this time again it's played leg side to Abel, picks up and throws back to the keeper. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 293 for 3.
The third of his 50s for Hasib Hamid, by far the slowest. 118 balls it's taken him to get from 100 to 150, just 3 fours as well in that period. So I guess that, you know, it's a little bit of everything. In battening down the hatches, if you like, determined not to give his wicket away and make the most of this opportunity to secure his side at least safety in this game. Also Somerset bowling well to him and, you know, delivering their plans, executing their plans, but also of course the ball getting softer. So 118 balls, by far the slowest of his 350s. 87 the first one and 85 the second one.
Overton to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end, his 19th, 1 for 50. Another short ball, which Hamid ducks underneath. Somerset persisting with this leg theory. Leg theory which was born here at Trent Bridge back in the days of Arthur Carr in the mid-1920s, when Harold Larwood and Bill Vose were the Nottinghamshire opening bowlers. Overton in and bowls, and this is helped on its way down to fine leg, and Overton not impressed. It was a expletive deleted there from Big Craig.
I think we should thank Craig for providing the early afternoon entertainment. 294 for 3. In fact, I've just noticed the time. We didn't get a 2 o'clock news piece, did we? Asking for an update. That's been and gone.
Overton this time to Jack Haynes, who pulls this down to Jack Leach. Just beat a single. Leach sends his throw into the non-striker's end, and Overton does a Stuart Broad in the sense of changing the bails over. Doesn't seem to work for Craig Overton in quite the same way that it worked for Stuart Broad, though. Not yet, anyway. It is something he's taken to doing quite often. Here he comes again, the big man. He's in, bowled down the leg side. And again a shout of well, not of frustration on that occasion, just he's getting Hamid to do what he wants him to do, which is to go after those balls down the leg side and hope, in the hope that he'll just get a nick onto one. But the only one that he has nicked so far was put down by James Rue. Overton in and bowls another bouncer. And any signal from the...
No,
no.
I was just thinking we must be getting close to the steady on, Craig. You're exceeding the allowance.
This ball now in its 95th over.
It's a good effort to get it up that high, actually.
It is, with the ball as soft as it must be. Overton in again, and this is turned into the onside by Hamid, but straight to Josh Davey. Another good over from Craig Overton, who, as ever, is giving it absolutely everything he has got. 295 for 3, 151 to Hamid, 40 to Jack Haynes, and Notts have got another 15 overs in which to accrue batting points, but it's looking as if they're unlikely to get more than 3. But that would leave them at looking unlikely that Somerset are going to pick up another bowling point, so that would give Notts the edge by 1 bonus point. So they'll finish up with...
it's going to be 4-all, isn't it? Aren't Somerset leading 4-3 at the moment? We're looking at a picture of Jack Leach at the moment who's coming on to attack.
Notts will get 2 more, won't they? So they'll get 300 and 350, so that'll take them up to 5-4.
If they get to 350, yeah.
Well, I think they will. They
must need 55 in 15 to get 2 more. Lewis Gregory has assumed command.
He has.
He's bringing Jack Leach on and sending fielders hither and thither.
Josh Davey going off. So
Bowled at all, Jack Leach, from this end?
Nope. No, he's all of his bowling's been done from the Stuart Broad end.
Umpires chatting again. There's been rather more of that this game than you used to see, in the 2 umpires coming together for no apparent reason. It's not like we've had to discuss the ball or the light or anything.
No, we haven't. I mean, it's 95 overs without a ball change.
So it's Leach to come in to bowl. First ball of a brand new over. He's punched that through the covers, and they'll cross over for a gentle single, meaning that Hasib Hamid will now face Jack Leach.
Charlie says, so funny watching Overton versus Hamid duel, the ultimate short fuse versus the ultimate calm character. Nice one, Charlie, well put.
Here's Jack Leach. Again, just a couple of paces, and he'll be in. This delivery, next one again, is just punched into the offside. It's past the fielder there. It's Lammonby. Sort of extra cover as Leach comes in again. Jack Leach, and this time Haynes coming out of his stumps and punching it leg side.
Notts had to wait since 2012. Alex Hales carried his bat against Warwickshire all the way up until last year. Hamid's done it 3 times in a row now.
Here's Jack Leach again, and this time again ball back with Leach, just pushed down the ground by Haynes. No run there. Leach on 41. He comes in again, and this next delivery again, a cut this time. It's cut towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. Cut beautifully there by Jack Haynes. That'll take him to 45.
He just goes along, doing his own sweet thing, Jack Haynes. And then suddenly you look up and he's got a score on the board.
301 now for the loss of 3 wickets as Leach comes in again, and this time again a cut in the same area, but this time it's going to be picked up by the fielder on the boundary ropes and thrown back to Leach. The batsman crossover.
So Notts have a second batting point for bringing 300 up, 302 for 3. there's an alarm going off somewhere. 302 for 3. Time to wake up, sir. 302 for 3 after 96.
Yeah, opinion on social media is fairly predictable. Andy Cleave saying dreadful Gibbo, the death of county cricket. Well, I'm sure it's the death of county cricket. Certainly not doing the reputation of county cricket any good at all. This last series of, well, the 4 series of Kookaburra Ball games that we've had.
But you've had an exceptional game last week. I wasn't
We did.
there.
But it was an exceptional game for which Somerset may be sanctioned, because they actually produced a pitch that provided a result, which is clearly what the powers that be aren't interested in. 302 for 3 as Overton is into Haynes, who drives this down the ground, doesn't time it, won't go for 4. Lewis Gregory is sprinting after it. They'll come back for 3, as Gregory has a lot of ground to make. 3 runs are taken, 305 for 3. Haynes on to 49.
He's reached 50 4 times this season, and each time he's converted, which is astonishing too.
Well, he's got every chance of converting here today. Somerset persisting. It's a 5-4 field now, in fact. Overton in and bowls. Oh, and this almost goes back onto the stumps of Hamid. And Overton comes all the way down the pit and kicks the ball in the general direction of the stumps. But it almost came back onto Hamid's stumps.
I tell you what, he nearly fell on the stumps as well, Hamid, because he was like a ballet dancer, pirouetting and doing all sorts of unpronounceable manoeuvres to stop himself falling back onto the stumps. He was dangling in the air there, just one toe touching the ground for a moment. He was in all sorts of trouble.
It was Overton's steam coming out of his ears, and this is catch it, and it went almost straight down from Hamid's bat.
It's like a tennis shot, wasn't it? Sort of puts it down into the ground.
Well, he's wearing number 7, and whilst Hamid was doing all that, the ball trickled back, having missed the stumps, and Overton ran in and booted it.
And missed the stumps.
And missed the stumps, yeah.
Here's Overton. He's in and bowls to Haynes, bowls short.
Well battered.
That's Haynes' 50. 50 to Jack Haynes. From in 103 minutes, from 90 balls with 5 fours. A measured innings so far. He's taken the opportunities when they've presented themselves, and it's not been easy getting this soft Kookaburra ball off the square. Ball now in its 97th over. Overton in and bowls, and this is just pushed down the ground by Hamid. Again, Lewis Gregory's getting some exercise. This time it'll just be 2 runs. As the return comes in, 309 for 3. I wonder what the most overs that have been bowled with a cricket ball in the 80 over for a new ball era has been.
Presumably you can bowl as many as you wish.
I think so. Overton in and bowls to Hamid, who pulls this, but it's going straight down to Jack Leach for a single. And Overton throws at the stumps. He could be in trouble there. He knocks the stump out. It wasn't actually anywhere near the batsman, but well, he's just going a little bit too far at the moment, is Craig Overton, and he's going to get himself in trouble. The umpires are just having a word. That was a completely gratuitous shy at the stumps. Wasn't anywhere near the batsman, but
He'll get no sympathy here, I can assure you.
No, I know,
because
because of the Pennington
got a
situation.
2-match ban.
Yeah. Well, Somerset could do without Craig Overton getting a 2-match ban.
So Lewis Gregory's been called over.
Yeah. Yes,
You never know if this is a case of, look, just tell him to calm down, Skip, or whether it's, we have to tell you officially as the captain that we are going to. But nobody's written anything. That's usually a...
looks like it's a final warning.
Just looking at the stumps there at this end, they don't appear to be, I don't know.
They don't look straight, do they?
They don't.
They don't look straight.
They're now being sorted out by Rob Bailey.
Yeah, one of them looked at a bit of an angle, didn't it?
Thanks, Nat. I was just wondering if it was me gone all wonky-eyed. But it isn't. It was the stumps that haven't been replaced properly. Thank you, Craig. You're giving us a little bit of fun anyway.
It's Leach, first ball of a new over, and this time it's played into the offside to the fielder there, who is Lammonby.
So both Hamid and Haynes have just hit milestones. Notts have hit a milestone with the 300.
Here's Leach again, and this time again it's played to Lammonby.
Guess the next thing for the statistically minded is the century partnership if it comes up. This pair about an 85. Somerset need 3 wickets in 12.5 overs if they're to get another bowling point.
In their dreams.
Here's Leach again, and this time again it's pushed into the direction of Lammonby again, who comes from extra cover and throws again to James Pugh behind the stumps.
Overton's arms folded at slip. He's severely disgruntled at the moment.
Leach in again, and this time again it's cut to the man on the just inside the boundary.
Strong there, isn't he, Haynes?
It's another run to the total, 312 for 3. Here's the Nottinghamshire total. As Leach is in again, and this time it's forward defensive from Hamid. So no further runs there. Yeah, Leach goes back to his mark quite quickly. He's going to run through these overs, being a spinner, relatively quickly, and he comes in again. This next delivery again, played back to Leach. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 312 for 3. Hasib Hamid 157, and Jack Haynes has made 51.
Durham 340 for 8 now against Surrey. They lead the reigning champions and table toppers by 171 with 2 wickets left. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire 230 for 4, Essex got 602. Worcestershire 210 for 5, replying to Hampshire's 293. And a century, I think it's his second century in consecutive Scarborough matches for Matt Revis. 492 for 8 Yorkshire. Sussex made 222. Quickly, Division 2, because there's going to be a bowling change. Gloucestershire and Middlesex, they've shut up shop for the day at Cheltenham. No play on day 3 due to the rain there.
Right, we've got a bowling change from the Stuart Broad end. The ball has been tossed to Mickey Pretorius.
Where is Overton? Has he gone?
Can't see him. Pretorius is in and bowls. This is stroked away by Haynes. It'll just be a single. As,
He's a giant of a man, isn't he? So we'd notice him somewhere.
Didn't hear any boos or anything as he went off, which we may have done, but can't see him certainly.
I didn't realise this. Should a ball which is more than 110 overs old become unfit for play, it must be replaced. And this is 98 overs old now. Ooh, and Hamid almost drawn into playing at that. Don't think they've taken a new ball, even though the line of attack is quite different with much more conventional now. There is Gregory at first slip. Somerset have tried that leg theory almost got their reward with the wicket of Hamid. Pretorius comes shuffling in, he's there and bowls, and this is just dropped into the offside. Archie Vaughan quickly in.
Some former Nottinghamshire players getting amongst the runs again. Another century for Ben Compton, he's undefeated for Kent at Canterbury. Sam Northeast, who very briefly spent some loan time with Notts, he's got 100 not out for Glamorgan at Old Trafford, and Jake Libby at New Road, he's 80 not out. Former Notts players in the runs.
Pretorius in and bowls. It's played back up there on the side of the pitch. There won't be a run. Jake Libby, who played a couple of games for Somerset seconds and wasn't rated. A decision that I think would be fair to say Somerset have lived to regret.
Was that his time at Cardiff University?
Yeah, it was.
Cornish lad.
Cornish lad, yep.
Well, always kidded him he was from Devon because he was born in Plymouth. Lovely fella.
Pretorius bowls. Hamid drives. It's a few more shots being played now, with 37 more runs needed in 11.1 overs. Shouldn't be too difficult for a third batting point. But again, they won't want to give any wickets away to raise Somerset hopes of a second bowling point. Pretorius he's not in and bowls because he just loses his run up. Doesn't exactly kick his heels up in his approach, Miguel Pretorius. It's almost a fast shuffle. Keeps his feet low to the ground, slightly bow-legged as well. Here he comes again, in bowls, and Hamid plays that to Tom Abel. End of the Pretorius over. He's bowled 16 overs, none for 47, and that's the 99th over. 313 for 3. 37 more runs needed for a third batting point for Notts in 11 overs.
Durham 344 for 9. The lead is 175.
It's not a foregone conclusion, that one.
I hope you're right.
Well, so do I. I mean, for both of our sakes. I think Somerset and Notts can make common cause in wishing Durham well.
Yes. I'd rather it rained.
Here's Leach, first ball of the new over, and it's cut and saved by Archie Vaughan at backward point. 1-0.
Well, no, obviously
No,
rather I'd have Matty Potts getting 7 for 20 or something, bowling Surrey out. But no, I can't see it. 314 for 3 here.
Yeah, batsman did cross over a single. So it's going to be Hamid to face up to Jack Leach. And here's Leach this time, and it's played forward by Hamid. Again picked up by Archie Vaughan. Here's Leach again, and this time a more attacking shot by Hamid. The ball going to the offside, and again they'll pick up another single.
Somerset's over rate is +6. Some stage we may well have a lengthy drinks break.
Leach again, this time to Jack Haynes, and that's gone past the outside of his bat. Through to the keeper, who didn't catch it cleanly actually, just beat the outside of the bat and just went onto the ground. And
that's better, Jack. The rehearsal was, well, not the rehearsal, the revised attempt was better than the actual one.
Here's Leach again, and this time it does get the middle of the bat, and it goes through the offside. The batsman again collect an easy single there. They're just milking the singles here, these two. As Leach comes in to complete his over. This next ball again is just pushed out by Hamid, kept out, and that's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 316 for 3.
Ian Shepherd has posted a screen grab of the umpires speaking to Lewis Gregory with the comment, the umpires presumably warning Lewis Gregory that Craig Overton's antics were in danger of making the game interesting and to stop immediately.
Well, he's just come back on and there was a few comments and he's turned round and applauded and given a thumbs up to presumably the Boo Boys in the crowd. He's back out there. Alfie Ogborn's gone off to
pantomime villain, isn't he? He does play up to it, though. It's, more so than his brother, actually. Jamie isn't quite so volatile. Isn't quite so explosive. But we've got the understated pace of Miguel Pretorius bowling from the Stuart Broad end, and Alfie Ogborn fields that at wide mid on, and there's a single, 317 for 3.
Oh right, I thought Ogborn had gone off. Somebody trotted off anyway as soon as Overton came on. All having their little comfort breaks.
We've got 2 subs on at the moment, both left-handers. Lewis Goldsworthy out at deep backward point, and Alfie Ogborn at mid on. Pretorius with ball in hand, in and bowls. This is driven, but very well stopped this time by Tom Banton with his left hand, which has got that broken finger on it. But yes, he's just he's looking down at his.
Look after the ball, Tom.
I think that probably hurt him a bit. He's doing his best not to show any pain, but it was a good stop. And might be more sensible to put him out on the boundary with his broken finger. It's a hairline fracture. Pretorius bowls and Hamid lets that go through to James Rue.
I sense he might be able to have the next day and a half off if he really needed to.
Well, he'll be featuring in the 100, as will Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Will Smead, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, of course, who's not in this game. This is driven, and that's 4 runs.
Beautiful.
To Hamid. Over pitch from Pretorius, and a handsome cover drive from Hasib Hamid.
Durham all out, Surrey need 176.
176 to achieve a degree of separation one would expect at the top of the Division 1 table.
It'll be about 10 points clear of Notts if this one finishes in a draw.
321 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. Pretorius into Hamid, who lets that go through to James Rue with that 4 through the covers. Hamid went on to 162.
Notts' next match is against Worcestershire. The only time this season they play against the current bottom dwellers.
Yeah, Somerset have only had 1 game against Worcester as well. First game of the season when they couldn't bowl Worcestershire out in the second innings in 200 overs. A failure that could cost them dear. Pretorius in and bowls. Good ball, well played by Hamid. End of that over. 101st over with this particular ball. No sign that Somerset are going to take a new ball. 321 for 3.
Have Somerset still to play Surrey?
No, we're only playing them once.
Playing once. Okay.
Craig Overton's gone up to Rob Bailey.
Not quite sure what. Overton captaining, so I think Lewis Gregory must have gone off again. So I think Overton is no, he hasn't. No, Gregory's at slip. I don't know quite what's going on out there at the moment. Overton is down below us at long off.
And it's going to be Jack Leach to continue. from the Ratcliffe Road end, and he comes in, bowls his first ball of a new over to Jack Haynes, who's on 55, no run. 80 runs coming off his 26 overs so far. As Leach comes in again, this time drive into the offside, but Leach comes in again, and this time again it's just played into the offside. Picked up by Tom Abel. Abel's at cover. As Leach comes in, this next one again is pushed leg side this time. It's picked up by, is that Gregory?
No, Davey.
Gregory's at first slip, I think, as Leach comes in. This next one again is pushed in and fielded this time by Abel again.
He covers a huge amount of ground, doesn't he, Tom Abel?
Went from cover there to pick up the ball. The next ball is flicked leg side this time.
Yeah, good tied over from Jack Leach. 8 overs in which to score 29 runs for Notts. So 3.5 runs and over is the requirement. Their current run rate is 3.15. But it's not easy scoring quickly against this soft Kookaburra ball.
No, and it's seemingly getting harder and harder.
Overton retrieves his shades from umpire Burns. And puts a friendly arm around Hasib Hamid's shoulders. No hard feelings, mate. Resumes his position at short slip, or shortish slip, as Pretorius is in and bowls down the leg side, and Hamid doesn't get anything on. That's a good take by James Rue, plunging down to his left.
No buys yet in this innings. Is that a good match, James Rue? 166. Most of them scored on the first day. He was 162 not out at the end of the first day. Fell yesterday morning early on.
Pretorius. Oh, and almost draws Hamid into playing at a ball outside the off stump. Wonder if he's just getting a little bit of reverse swing. The ball is certainly old enough. How much shine there is left on the shiny side? Well, probably not a huge amount. It's in its 103rd over, this cricket ball. Pretorius in and bowls. This is in the air from Hamid, but it'll bring him 4 runs. Rather an uncontrolled drive to a ball wide outside his off stump, and that is the century partnership between Hasib Hamid and Jack Haynes from 199 balls, with Haynes contributing 55 and Hamid 45. So no extras in the course of that century partnership, which is unusual. 4 runs taken, 325 for 3. As Pretorius tries again, and this is a much better shot from Hamid. It'll bring him only a single though, as Banton's quickly across on the cover boundary to do the fielding. 326 for 3. You can sense the urgency now on the part of Hamid and Haynes.
Between those two deliveries, Craig Overton again ran from slip all the way across to have a little word with Rob Bailey. I don't know, and he's time off the field, he's been told by the Somerset coaching staff to make his peace with the umpires.
Yeah, quite possibly. As Pretorius is in and bowls, and Haynes is going to steal a quick single, well judged single, shy at the stumps from Alfie Ogborn, but he misses. Yes, but of course the Somerset bowling coach is Steve Kirby.
Oh well, calmness personified himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Flame-haired and fiery temperament.
Who was one of the most explosive fast bowlers on the circuit. Lovely bloke off the field, but my goodness me, he had his moments on it.
He's great, Django.
Yeah. 327 for 3. As Pretorius is into Hamid, who I'm sure he was actually trying to take his bat away from that one. Just runs off the face out to Archie Vaughan. End of that Pretorius over. 18 overs, none for 56. A thankless task for the bowlers bowling on this pitch with this ball. But they've stuck to their task pretty well, and it looks as though it's Big Craig. No, he's not. He's just having a chat with Rob Bailey again.
There's more diplomacy going on.
Yes, Mr. Bailey. No, Mr. Bailey, sir. 327 for 3. This is the start of the 104th over, so Notts need 23 from 7 overs.
It's Jack Leach into his 28th over as he comes in and he bowls, and this one is cut. And it's cut. There's a chase on there for Archie Vaughan from backward points, and the batsman will cross over for a couple of runs. And that takes the total to 330 for 3.
I suspect that was a combination of the Notts followers applauding the swift running for 3 and the Somerset followers applauding the fielding.
Here's Jack Leach again, and this next delivery again is played into the offside. A run there picked up by Abel. Tom Abel, close infielder there. Cover. And this next one again is played past the slip. That's close in slip. There's a chase on now for Archie Vaughan, and see if he can pick it up. Has he picked it up yet? It looks as though he's picked it up just before it crossed the boundary, and the batsman will.
A young man's piece of fielding that was.
Yeah, it was.
Archie Vaughan. Good chase for him, and he retrieved it just inside the boundary rope.
Well, he flicked it back, dived over the boundary rope, and then came back across. And
all the 3s.
Yep. Oh, triple Nelson.
A useful over so far in terms of runs. This one for Nottinghamshire as Leach comes in again, and this time again it's played into the offside, and the batsman again will collect a single.
Been such an efficient partnership this has for Notts, really has. Picked up after Clark was dismissed, the only wicket to go down today.
Hamid facing up. Oh, and that ball sort of seemed to, did it jag back into the...
It's kept a bit low.
Yeah, into the stumps, and Hamid keeping it out.
I think he was always going to play it as late as he could to try and run it down to 3rd again.
So he's on 170, is Hamid. This time he squirts it out more comfortably. Again to Archie Vaughan. Backward point, chucks it to the keeper. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 334 for 3. Hasib Hamid 170, and Jack Haynes is on 60.
No play at the Oval at the moment. It's raining.
No.
Or has been raining.
Tough for Somerset right now, and highly unlikely you'd imagine that they're going to get 3 wickets in 6 overs. Notts can get another bonus point there. They can score 16 more runs in the next 36 deliveries.
Pretorius from the Stuart Broad end. bowling to Haynes, plays it back to Pretorius, who also gives the batsman a death stare.
That's one that the bowler never wins, because sooner or later you've got to turn and go back and bowl the next ball. Got to know when to fight your battles. Oh, hang on. Now what? There's somebody just in the eye line at the far end. He's now disappeared into the tunnel of doom.
Pretorius in bowls, and Haynes just pushes that into the offside. We're in the 105th over with this ball.
There's a tunnel at the far end. You'll see people go in there, and hopefully they will emerge
come
about
out the other end.
20 seconds or so later. Don't know where that gentleman in the grey shirt's gone. He's not yet materialised at the Hound Road stand end of the tunnel. Not come out yet.
Pretorius bowls. This is turned into the onside. Abel is quickly across to do the fielding, claps his hands. Somerset have kept going well, and fairly thankless task out there, bowling and fielding on against a very strong Notts batting side on an unresponsive pitch with an unresponsive ball.
Shot of the Notts balcony there on the live stream. Lyndon James all padded up, ready to come in next.
Pretorius in bowls. This is in the air and will land well short of Jack Leach. A little bit of a top edge there from Haynes, but no harm done. Single is taken, 335 for 3.
I'm worried about that fella who's got lost in the tunnel of doom.
Yeah, he still hasn't come out, has he?
So whether he's perhaps just got in the tunnel and he's just waiting for somebody to give him a shout that the over's finished, so he can re-emerge.
Pretorius, it's a very straight approach. He's there now and bowls, and almost an outside edge through to James Rue. Hamid just withdrawing the bat at the very last moment, playing the ball as late as possible, giving the benefit of the doubt that he did actually withdraw it. But Somerset almost had the breakthrough there. Almost, but not quite. Last ball then of the 105th. Pretorius to Hamid, who drives it back past Pretorius, but Gregory is there at mid-off to do the fielding, so there's no run. And
he's come out.
And he's
That's good news.
has emerged. 335 for 3.
He was an awfully long time in that tunnel there. Crikey. He didn't want to get shouted at by Craig Overton. There's another gent going in, look. Let's have a look. There we go.
Some sort of
into the tunnel.
See how long it takes him to come out the other side.
Going to be Leach to continue. Getting through his overs here. On for 87, Jack Leach, 28 overs, 4 maidens.
Here he is again. And he bowls the first ball, and this time it's past close infielder on the offside, Abel, and picked up a single there.
There's that chap just come out of the tunnel.
Ah, he's safely negotiated the tunnel. He knows what he's doing. As Jack Leach comes in again, he's past the umpire now and bowls, and this time Hamid pushes it back, and it's saved by Jack Leach. Bowler does a young bit of fielding there. Here he is again, Leach, and this time again it's played in the direction of Leach, but it passes Leach. Leach tried to dive, but he bowled it past him already, and the batsman will pick up another single. Sun's out. It's a nice afternoon. As Leach comes in again, and this time again it's played back to Leach by Haynes this time. Jack Haynes was on 62. Here's Jack Leach again, and this time it's cut. Cuts to Archie Vaughan at backward point. There's no run there. Yeah, certainly getting through his overs quite quickly, as you'd expect. Spinner. Just a couple of paces and he's in. Here he goes again to complete his over, and this time it's pushed leg side. There'll be no run there. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 337 for 3.
Yeah, just got to make sure this doesn't become a last over of desperation to get the extra runs. They missed out on one. I think it was actually down at Taunton, wasn't it, Anthony? Where they?
Yes, it was.
They needed just 2 or 3 runs from the 110th over, and Ishan Kishan was on strike.
That's right. It was.
And they didn't get it.
That's right. Aldridge bowled the over, didn't he? And it was a very good over
Finished
from Casey Aldridge.
349 for 5 or 6 or whatever it was, rather than
Whether
the 350.
Ishan Kishan didn't understand the bonus points rule, I don't know, but he made no attempt really to score the run.
No, the feeling was that everybody had told Jack Haynes, and Jack Haynes had told Ishan Kishan, and Kishan still, I think, defended the last 4 balls of the 110th over with 1 run needed.
Another over from Miggy Pretorius from the Stuart Broad end. He's bowling to me, edged and between Overton and Rue, and had Craig Overton been at an orthodox first slip position, that would probably have been a chance, but he was standing advanced at second slip. Hamid going hard at that ball, flashing at it, took a good solid outside edge and flashed through where first slip would have been. So nothing really going Somerset's way at the moment.
I don't know how close to the ground it was, but
it would have been a very difficult chance. But it might have been a chance to first slip.
Genuine edge.
341 for 3. Overton is not moving his position. Pretorius in and bowls. This is driven, but straight to Lammonby at extra cover.
There's a replay. Don't know if it would have gone to first slip.
Might have gone to a more conventionally placed second slip. Yeah. But he's well in advance of wicketkeeper James Rue.
Sort of at third, isn't he, really?
Pretorius in and bowls, and there won't be a run here as this just dabbed down into the offside. Sun's gone in momentarily. A bit more cloud cover. Not that it's going to do the Somerset bowlers much good. Don't think that there's any reverse swing to be had now. Pretorius has pretty much given up. Well, having said that, he does give the ball a cursory polish on the bottom of his shirt front. And is in again to Hamid, who drives, but it'll just be a single as Josh Davey is patrolling the cover boundary. 342 for 3 in the 107th over.
He advanced towards the bowler there, which isn't something he does very often. Well down the track.
Well, I suspect doing what you counselled them to bear in mind, which is not to leave it to the last over. They want to get this bonus point safely stowed. Pretorius to Haynes, who pushes this into the offside, and it's not picked up cleanly by Tom Lammonby. Took his eye off the ball just to see what the batsmen were up to, and remote chance of a run out disappeared in that moment. A single is taken. 343 for 3. Hamid on strike. Last ball of the 107th. Yes, 107th over it is. Pretorius to Hamid, who again just comes inching down the pitch, shot the stumps, and that would have been close if Archie Vaughan had hit. Jack Haynes backing up well, but it would have been tight, I fancy. But Vaughan only had the one stump to aim at and missed it. So the run was successfully completed. 344 for 307 overs have been bowled, so Notts just needs 6 more now for a third batting point, which means they will shade the bonus points. 5-4.
Just goes on and on and on. Asib Hamid, great powers of concentration, loves batting, loves frustrating the bowlers and putting big scores on the board. Certainly somebody that's really taken to captaincy. And won't be keen to give it up any time yet. 344 for 3.
As Leach comes in again, and first ball in the over, and they're going to push through for a single. Archie Vaughan picks up and throws, and then throws his hat to the ground in disgust. It's a backward point there, Archie Vaughan.
Out
that
by
would
yards.
have been, yeah.
Had the throw hit, and look at Haas, he knows he's made an error there. Hit it straight to the fielder, called Jack Haynes for the single, but almost as soon as he'd set off, I suspect he would have realised that he was in trouble. Had the throw hit the stumps, but it didn't.
Here's Leach again, and this time, again, the ball ending up with Archie Vaughan at backward point. No run this time, though. Haynes is facing on 63 to Leach. Leach this time, again it's cut, and this time much more comfortable single for the batsman. Pick up another run. So Leach comes in, very short run up, a couple of paces past the umpire, and this time again it's past Archie Vaughan on the offside, and they'll again pick up another single.
Need 3 runs from the next 13 deliveries. Don't know what sort of shape the game will take from then on.
Here's Leach again, and this time it's played leg side. There's no run there.
I think Notts will just bat and bat and bat, won't they?
As Jack Leach is going to come in and complete his over this time. Again, it's played to the close infielder on the offside. No run there. End of the over. It's 347 for 3.
What have we got? 43 overs to be bowled today, so can't really see a declaration here. This, if they're going at 3 runs and overs, 120. That'll take them, well, best case scenario, they'd be pushing up towards 500, but even that would only be a lead of 50.
Yeah.
And well, I think bat until half an hour before lunch tomorrow. Try and bowl Somerset out in 2 sessions and a bit. Good luck with that. Still no new ball. 108 overs been bowled, so we're reaching the stage where this rule that I wasn't even aware of might possibly come into effect, that if it's been used for more than 110 overs and then goes out of shape, a new ball must be taken. In other words, it won't be exchanged for one of a similar vintage.
Well, I think in order for that to happen, the umpires would have to seize the ball and have a look at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because clearly Somerset aren't going to...
No, the Somerset aren't bothered. They're quite happy with this rather ragged, soft object. And Lewis Gregory's going to have a bowl.
Presumably, you know, part of that reasoning is because they haven't got any spare balls that are 110 overs old.
Could well be. There's Gregory in bowls. And this comes off thick edge out to backward point. This is the 109th over. Notts still need 3 runs from 11 deliveries. Shouldn't be too difficult for them.
Well, not with Lewis bowling. There'll be a no ball in this over.
He's only bowled 3.
You said he bowls one every 26 deliveries on average, so we're about due. That's my thinking.
Well, wouldn't be entirely surprising. He does push that front line. Gets as close to it as he possibly can. He's in and bowls, and this is cut for a single by Hamid. I tell you what, there isn't much with this pitch, and that's dust.
No.
It was very noticeable at Taunton in the game against Durham last week. Both the ends were very dusty. It was green in the middle and dusty at both ends. But there's really been no dust here at all.
It's diseased, don't you know?
It is.
According to Ben Slater.
Ben Slater. 348 for 3. 2 more runs needed. This will not be one of them, as that's played to Archie Vaughan at backward point. Yes, Ben Slater saying that the pitch was supposed to be a green one, a green top, that would help the seamers on both sides with the Kookaburra ball. But it's turned into a brown top because the grass that was left on it has died. And with it the pitch itself is now dead.
With it the game.
Gregory in bowls. This is driven away, but it'll just be a single to Haynes.
Just looking at the pitches, the pitch to the left of it, that seems to have more of a green tinge on it, but I don't know if that how often that's used. Or
it's it has been to used pitch, that one. I had a look at that, and it's quite the grass growth is not consistent. There obviously is something wrong with the it's probably fusarium or something like that. So 1 run is required in 8 deliveries for a 3rd batting point for Nottinghamshire, as Gregory's in and bowls, and this is the 1 run that Nottinghamshire needed. 350 is on the board, and that takes Hasib Hamid to 181. Notts have 350 for 3. They have 5 bonus points, 3 with the bat and 2 with the ball, to Somerset's 4 bonus points, 3 with the bat and just 1 with the ball. And I think it's the first time this season that Somerset have failed to take 3 bowling bonus points. Gregory in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. It almost gets through there, does Lewis Gregory, but almost, but not quite, which has been the story of Somerset's day. 350 for 3 after 109 overs.
Still 10 overs to go until the tea break, or at least 10 overs. I would imagine there'll be a little bit of a control on that to make sure we go to tea at 20 to 4. As normal, another chat between captain and bowler, Gregory and Leach. It may well be that the second new ball might feature just before the interval, so Somerset sort of get 2 goes at it, 1 before the interval and 1 afterwards.
It's going to be Leach from the Radcliffe Road end. First ball, new over, and this time an attacking shot by Hasib Hamid into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. Leach has generally bowled with a lot of control as he comes in. Next one again into the offside, and no run this time. There's Leach again, and this time Haynes coming out of his area to meet the ball. But no further additions to the total. And again, this time it's played back past the bowler, but fielded there. Here's Leach again, and this time again it's in the direction of mid-on. And the batsman will cross over for another single.
Just controlled accumulation from Notts this afternoon. They've paced it pretty well. I suspect all along they knew that 400 was going to be out of range in 110 overs.
Is Jack Leach to complete his over, and this time it's cut. And they'll again just pick up a single. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 353 for the loss of 3 wickets. Jack Haynes 66 and Hasib Hamid 183.
Seems a long time ago since this innings began, but yesterday Ben Slater bowled by Craig Overton for 4, not playing a shot. Lost his off stump. Yeah.
Poor old Ben Slater. You've got to feel sorry for him, haven't you?
That was 6 for 1 in the second over. Freddie McCann likewise certainly gave a bit of assistance to Somerset with his departure. He was out for 48, played beautifully up until that point, got one from Jake Ball, it was very wide, and chased it and nicked it through to James Rue, out for 48. 107 for 2 in the 30th over. Overnight it was 189 for 2. Joe Clark fell this morning for 42, clipping Lewis Gregory to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. That was 225 for 3 in the 70th over, and this pair have now been together for 40 overs, and they've added 128 together for the 4th wicket.
And we've got Lewis Gregory bowling from the Stuart Broad end. Outside the off stump, good take by James Rue. Dave from Cork is still preferring to watch paint dry. Says, how's the ECB's attempt to safeguard the county game and attract new audiences going? Well, there isn't actually a bad crowd here, which makes it all the more disappointing, the quality of the fare that they're being offered. But I think it's important to stress it's not the fault of either of these sides who have given it their best shot. Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump. Difficult for the batsman to get the ball off the square with this soft kookaburra ball that's 110 overs old. And there's nothing in this pitch for the bowlers at all. Lewis Gregory just having a friendly chat with Jack Haynes. Game's been played in a good spirit. For the most part. For the most part. We had 1 or 2 minor explosions from Mr. Overton earlier on this afternoon, for which Lewis Gregory had a bit of a talking to from the umpires after Craig Overton threw down the stumps for no good reason. This is, oh, was that an edge or was it just an inside edge? I'm not sure. What did you make of that, Dave?
It felt like an edge. It felt like an edge.
Inside edge, was it?
It was an inside edge.
Yeah, I felt like it. And the way that Hasib Hamid reacted as well, it felt maybe he hit that.
Doesn't give the wicketkeeper much chance an inside edge if you're standing up to a bowler of Gregory's pace. He's in again and bowls, and this is driven back past the stumps at the far end, shy at the stumps, and well, I think Hasib Hamid would have been home on that occasion. Alfie Ogborn with the throw, but even if he'd hit, I think that Hamid would have got there, but Ogborn very disappointed, so he's clearly thought that if he'd hit the stumps he would have got his man.
Harry Everett's been in touch, who does a bit of commentary down your way, and today is playing for the Stragglers against Arden Taverners, who I always used to go on tour down to North Devon with. Got out early, so now I'm on the laptop listening to you and Gibbo, he says. Good to hear from you, Harry.
354 for 3. As Gregory's in and bowls, and this is edged down to third man. There is no third man, so that's 4 runs to Jack Haynes. Streaky 4 runs, but it takes him on to 70, 358 for 3. Did you ever play against the Somerset Stragglers?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, pretty sure. Used to
at Bridgetown, at Dulverton.
Yeah, used to go there in May, but it got to a point about 15, 20 years ago where there was a combination of sides not able to put out sides in midweek and just a run of bad weather in May.
There's Gregory in the bowls. This is in the air and caught, and a wicket at last. It's Jack Haynes who's gone, caught by Tom Abel at that short mid-wicket position off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. Almost a carbon copy of the dismissal earlier on today, but on this occasion it went at a more comfortable catching height to Tom Abel. But Jack Haynes has gone for 70 from 127 deliveries with 6 fours, and Somerset have a 4th wicket. 358 for 4 as we listen to the applause for Jack Haynes as he makes his way back to the dressing room.
Yep, the man who converts his 50s into 3-figure scores, unable to do it today, and he was furious at what he'd done. He just punched his bat there as he made his way off the field. 358 for 4. A little glimmer for Somerset as they opened the door for a fella who in his last innings made 203 not out, Lyndon James, on his way out of the middle. He enjoyed the Kookaburra ball at the Utility Bowl last week. Batting at 7, highest score ever made by a Nottinghamshire number 7 last week, 203 not out. So he was a history maker as well as compiling his highest first-class score. Giving him the big build-up, you know what'll happen.
No.
358 for 4.
Yeah. Jack Haynes was playing so well as well, unfortunately for him. But he's definitely angry as he left.
Yeah, so the Arden Taverners, they switched their tour of the North Devon Somerset borders from May until sort of the end of July now, which the last few years it's made it difficult to go on, even as a social member for 2 or 3 days. Just don't get the gap anymore.
That was the last ball of Lewis Gregory's over, and it means he has figures of now 2 for 60 in 16 overs. Reward for perseverance.
And we're going to continue with this ball, which is now 111 overs. Does Leach comes in. It's going to be Hasib Hamid, of course, to face, and he cuts this ball for a run. It'll mean first ball for James to face. He takes a leg stump guard.
Banton's lost his cap somewhere along the line. He's bareheaded. Lyndon James playing his 66th first-class match there, as you can see. He needs 3 runs for 3,000 for Nottinghamshire. He's got just over that. He's played a couple of games for the first-class counties 11. But needs 3 runs for 3,000 for his county.
So a couple of close infielders being brought into the offside.
Started again in the test match. 82 for 2 India. Surrey 34 for none.
Leach in again. This time it's just played defensively by James into the leg side. Ball just trickles out. Leach's next delivery again, oohs and ahs from the fielders, but kept out by James. So Leach is in again, and this time goes onto his back foot, does James, and again plays the ball into the offside. bit windy out there. Just looking at some of the tops as Leach comes in again, and this time Lyndon James comes out of his stumps and plays the ball down the ground, and he'll pick up a single. Get himself off the mark. A couple of the fielders going back to the boundary on the leg side as Leach comes in, and his next delivery again. Hamid going onto his back foot and then squirting the ball out into the offside. End of the over. It's Nottinghamshire 360 for 4.
Lyndon James, 26 years of age now. That double hundred last week certainly improved his figures for the season. 592 runs going into this week's game at an average of 49.3. He's had 200s this season and a 50. And as I said, he just scored over 3,000 runs in his career, but he was on 2,997 solely for Nottinghamshire. He's added one more to that tally. 7 overs to go until tea.
Gregory to James. He's in and bowls, and beaten by one outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by James Rue, whose wicket keeping when he's standing up to the stumps isn't entirely convincing.
He's also approaching a milestone, Lyndon James, with his bowling. He's on 96 first-class wickets. Got the second 5 of his career earlier this season here against Hampshire.
Gregory then in and bowls, and this is stroked into the offside, but there won't be a run as Lammerby fields at extra cover. Umpire Burns just has a look at where Lewis Gregory's been landing his front foot, just making sure that he can see the line of the popping crease. Suggests that Lewis Gregory has, as usual, been pushing that line. Craig Overton now at a conventional first slip position as Gregory's in and bowls to James, who has all the time in the world to play that defensively up to mid-off. Jack Leach clapping his hands enthusiastically down at deep mid-wicket.
$171 for 2 today, Nottinghamshire, closing in on tea.
Tractors contingent have got back from the pub. Gregory in bowls to Lyndon James, who plays that up to Tom Banton at mid-on. Tempo of this innings not changing at all, just going along at 3.2 runs and over against this vintage Kookaburra ball.
Museum piece.
Yeah. 112.4 overs old.
Wonder if it'll just break in the end. just crumble away to nothing.
Gregory to James. Gets a good ball. Gregory in his 17th over, so he's getting a good bowl.
There's a debate on, or to be had, as to whether it's red anymore. It's very, very dark, isn't it?
It does, but I can understand Somerset not wanting to take the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, at the fall of a wicket, you know, you always say a batter's is most vulnerable when he arrives in the middle. Maybe could have tested that theory with Lyndon James arriving freshly at the crease.
Gregory, his familiar approach is there. Bowls. This is pulled just over the top of Tom Abel and away for 4 runs through straight mid-wicket. Abel leaping, but without any realistic hope of getting a hand on that. well over his head. 4 runs to Lyndon James. He moves on to 5. 364 for 4 at the end of that over.
3,000 first-class runs for Lyndon James for Nottinghamshire at an average of 35.5. 6 centuries in that lot. That was a shot of somebody in decent touch. Just gave one chance down at Southampton on 94, and it was the simplest of simple slip catches. He held a bat out and it just lolloped up, and I think it was Joe Weatherly dropped something that you know, would be taken in any playground in the country. It was head in hands moment for Weatherly. Head in hands for different reason for Lyndon James, and he cashed in then, went from 94 and ended up with 203 not out.
It's going to be Jack Leach to continue by the looks of things.
Six overs to the tea break.
Bring it on.
Leach has got this one slip in there.
They're making a Mead weight here, aren't they? They know they're well ahead on the over rate. They don't want to bowl more than 6 overs between now and 20 to 4. So making him wait.
They'll be doing well to bowl 8 or fewer. 6 or fewer, rather.
Here's Leach. And he bowls his first ball, and that's squirted out onto the offside by Hamid. He's on 185. Jack Leach is in again. Short run up and push the leg side just off his pad. It's going to. Batsman will cross over for a single there. That'll mean that Lyndon James will now face Jack Leach. As Tim Abel comes a little closer in on the offside. Leach is in, and this time it's played, actually the ball's bisected both Abel and Leach and gone down through to Craig Overton at long on. Long off. Leach is in again, and this time it's played back to the bowler, picks it up. Leach comes in again, and this time just squirted out by Hamid.
Doesn't look as if there's going to be any great salvation from the Durham attack. Sorry, 43 without loss already, easing to victory there.
Here comes Leach again, and this time it's played off the back foot, played square.
That concludes Jack Leach's 400th over of the season.
Thought you were going to say the match.
Right, 400th over of the season, which is a lot more than anybody else has bowled. The next highest total, Craig Overton, with 227. So he's had an awful lot of bowling to do this season, Jack Leach.
Noise you can hear is the hover cover just being blown up. Richard Marshall there with his fancy leaf blower, just pumping some air into its tyres for the end of the day, I presume. Hopefully we won't get any interruptions any time before then.
Here's Gregory then to bowl another over. 366 for 4. Bowls to Lyndon James, who plays it back to the bowler. Craig Overton standing there with his legs crossed at slip.
Test match, England have picked up the wicket of Shubman Gill, who's been run out, brackets Gus Atkinson. 83 for 3.
No run-outs here, but 1 or 2 close calls. Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump, and James Rew takes the bails off. So it's a reflex action for wicket keepers. But Lyndon James firmly anchored in his crease. No real sign of any footmarks left by the bowlers, as various people on Twitter have been saying they might just as well play this game on a strip of tarmac, or it's a drop-in pitch taken from the nearest dual carriageway. This is driven away, but it'll just be a single out to Josh Davies. It's a very, very hard, true surface that this game is being played on, which has got no pace in it whatsoever. .367 for 4, so what's 33 and 38? 71 runs behind are Notts, with 6 first innings wickets in hand. Gregory into Hamid, who steers this to backward point, and there won't be a run.
Was that a bit of mental arithmetic?
Why is it wrong?
No, bottom line of the score.
Oh yes, there it is. Yes, I can see it. Yeah.
We know it. Every board's different, aren't they?
Yes.
But, it saves me a lot of pain. That does.
Yes, just a little bit of. It's all the mental arithmetic. My mental arithmetic's quite good because of all the darts I've played over the years. Particularly good at subtracting. Gregory to Hamid, who turns it into the onside. They won't risk a single to Tom Abel though, especially running around on his right hand side. And no single is taken. Crowd are quiet. It's a calm day. Mixture of cloud and blue sky overhead. The building site has fallen relatively silent at the far end of the ground. Gregory is bowling to Hamid, who is on 186. Turns it into the onside to Tom Abel for the umpteenth time, and that concludes the Gregory over. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65. Whereas Gregory 367 for 4.
If you love county championship cricket, you love county championship cricket. You've got a friend for life. If you don't love county championship cricket, I don't think this is going to convert you.
No.
Nor of the last 3 Nottinghamshire matches I've watched. Hey, we're going to get a bowling change here.
Yeah, a bit of left arm seam up.
Sadly, it's not going to be James Rew taking his pads off, having a bit of a go. It's going to be Tom Lammonby for the first time in the match. And you may just as well. Wonder if he's had the cheek to say, and can I take the second new ball as well, Skip? Why I'm here? Look, well, if he did it after 1 ball, just said to the umpire, can I have the second new ball now, please?
So he's going to bowl with this ball that's 115 overs old.
He'll have the ground staff on his case. They provide them with plenty of those aerosol cans of green paint, and he's scratching away and scuffing up the turf and doing all sorts of things down here. Probably not expecting to bowl. He's probably not made himself a mark. He's now got all that grass in his studs that he's bent over and removing. It's not an ideal start to his bowling stint here. He's spending less time on preparing to bowl than he is on his footwear.
There's Gregory's next to him. Mid off. Well, after all of that, he does come in to bowl. Lammonby, first ball, and this time it's played to Gregory. At mid off, and picks up the ball, gives it another good shine. Although I'm not sure what you're shining there with this ball is.
Off for rain again at the Oval. India 85 for 3 raining.
Here's Lammonby again. past the umpire, and this time played into the offside towards the boundary there, through the sort of cover region, and the batsman will cross over for a couple of runs.
Slightly uppishly, wasn't too far away from cover.
Yeah, Jack Leach there at cover. It's Lammonby again. No, stops.
Don't think James Rew was ready.
Here he comes in again. Lammonby, this next delivery, played leg side this time.
Bit David Willey-ish, isn't he?
Oh, I think Tom Lammonby would be quite flattered by the comparison. Yeah, he's got a nice action, and I don't think he's bowled enough by Somerset. It's always good to have a left armour just to change the line of attack.
He's past the umpire, and this time again, this time it's played beautifully actually for 4 runs through the covers. Nottinghamshire 373 for 4. Beautiful shot from Lyndon James' bat.
The charge is on, Nass. The charge is on.
Run rate creeping.
Here comes Craig. He doesn't do creeping. Where's he going?
He's gone into the line of fire, hasn't he? He stood right in front of the batsman in the offside, right in his eye line. James's faces up to Lammonby, and this next delivery again gently played into the onside this time by James.
Somebody clapping away madly.
Exercises being done as well. Is that Archie again? Archie Vaughan doing the exercises maybe?
Yep.
It's a running theme throughout the game almost, as Lammonby comes in again. He's past the umpire. And this time it's played again through the covers, and again 4 runs. And was that aerial a little bit, or was it just...
No, that was magnificent. Stick that one in the Louvre.
So 2 4s off the bowling of Lammonby. So experiment, if it is an experiment, didn't quite work.
The Lammonby experiment, is that what we're calling it?
We're going to get some Archie Vaughan from the Stuart Broad end.
These really are glorious times we're living in. A bit of Lammonby and Vaughan together in tandem. Sorry, I've lost a wicket. Sorry, I've lost a wicket.
Hope springs eternal.
Yes, if... and I tell you what, the 49 for 1, it's Sibley who's out, and he got 35 of them. He was on a bit of a gallop today, but can gallop off home. He's finished 49 for 1.
Here we got 3 overs to go before the tea interval. First of them being bowled by Archie Vaughan, who gives that plenty of air, and Hamid is on 188, back on his stumps, defending. Defensive field for Vaughan to Hamid, with 4 men out, long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid wicket, 4 saving 1 and a slip. Vaughan, and this is loose shot that from Hamid. It's in the air for a time, goes out to Lammonby at extra cover. Vaughan bowls and tucks Hamid up a little bit there as the throw comes in from Lewis Gregory. They take the single. Hamid on to 187, 378 for 4. Notts just 60 runs behind now. Vaughan bowls, and this time Lyndon James on the back foot plays it back to the bowler. Very enthusiastic clapper somewhere. I can't quite pick him out.
Can't see him on the field.
Vaughan bowls and Lyndon James drives with a flourish, but
Mid-wicket.
Josh Davey is fielding out there, so it's just a single, and that's Archie Vaughan's 5th over and first of a new spell. He's gone for 16 runs, 379 for 4.
Rob Bailey's just had a look at the ball there and giving it to Craig Overton. Get on with it. Hamid was 103 at the start of the day. By lunch he'd made his way to 137. Scored a little quicker in the afternoon session now. 50 runs exactly he's scored since lunch. Will he have the opportunity to get 13 more in the 2 overs between now and tea? Unlikely, with Lyndon James on strike anyway. A little bit more of the Lammonby experiment.
Here we go. Lammonby past the umpire. In he goes, and he bowls. And it's just pushed into the offside by James.
Does sound like something you might find written up as a bit of a medical thesis, a feature in the Lancet. So there's somebody clapping or hammering.
Here's Lammonby again, and the next ball is pushed leg side by James. It's picked up by Banton there. Tom Banton. Here's Lammonby again, and this time it's again worked into the offside to the fielder. Deep cover. They'll pick up another single to the total, 380 for 4 now, that Nottinghamshire total. As Hamid takes his guard. Just on leg stump by the looks of things. Has a little look round. Gets himself ready to face up to Lammonby. And here is Lammonby, and this time he's squeezed it out again into the offside. Picked up by Archie Vaughan. There's no run there.
Just a 53-year-old says with Sibley just dismissed for 35, Asib Hamid will be the top scorer in the country tonight. Presumably he's far enough clear of Sibley.
Here's Lammonby, left armour, and this time Hamid swats it leg side and picks up a single.
Jerry Sharp not so got to win this now because Surrey are romping it. Well, I don't think it's for the want of trying, but there's nothing Notts can do about the result 200 miles or so north. Not quite as far as that. That's Leach clapping away like a happy clapper.
Lammonby's going to come in to complete his second over, and this time it's kept well out by James. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 381 for 4. Hasib Hamid 188, and Lyndon James has made 19.
And Somerset have managed to spin out the overs so that the tea interval will be taken with 32 overs remaining in the day's play.
I know once you've taken the second new ball, you can't go back and say, well, can we have the old one back? But a little surprised they've let Lyndon James get settled against the old one here.
Well, it's Archie Vaughan to bowl the final over of the afternoon session. It's just short and turned away through the onside, and that will probably go to the boundary. It does indeed. Short from Vaughan and just whipped away through the onside by Hasib Hamid. Takes him on into the 190s. So we'll be on double century alert if he gets another boundary. Ball has been retrieved by Jake Ball from in front of the Hound Road stand. Craig Overton comes out of slip to field at short mid-wicket. Vaughan bowls to Hamid, who turns this into the onside, but leaches quickly onto it, and there won't be a run.
Let me think. When was the last time a Notts batter got a double 100?
Oh, last week.
Last Wednesday.
And this will be Hamid's second double century of the season.
Yep.
Vaughan bowls, and Hamid won't get a run here though, as it's played into the onside.
And third of his career if he gets there. He's also had a 196.
Vaughan bowls. Hamid makes room for himself and nicks this down to the third man boundary. Lewis Gregory is in pursuit and will pull it in just inside the boundary ropes. 2 runs rather than 4. But I'll hand over to you, Dave, just in case he goes down the pitch and hits him over the top for 6, which is not quite how he reached his century, but he did. It was a lofted drive down the ground.
I don't think he's going to be doing that with 2 balls left in the session, but we'll see. As Archie Vaughan bowls and Hamid gets that big stride in, that big front foot extended to the pitch of the ball, and just blocks it back to Archie Vaughan. 1 ball left then in the session. At lunchtime, Notts were 271 for 3. They've added 116 runs for the loss of Jack Haynes as Hamid, yes, gently pushes it into the offside, and that is the end of the session. 119 overs bowled in this innings. Somerset made 438, Notts are within 51 of them. 387 for 4 is the tea time score. Suspect we might have a clue as to where we're going with this match when it enters the final day tomorrow, but in terms of bonus points, Notts have shaded it 5-4. Day has belonged to Asib Hamid. The afternoon brought the wicket, as I say, of Jack Haynes. Caught Abel bowled Gregory for 70, remarkably similar to the 1 wicket that went down in the morning session. Joe Clark caught Abel bowled Gregory for 42. 387 for 4, Lyndon James 19. Asib Hamid 194. It's tea time at Trent Bridge, and when the players return, so will the commentary. for 4, 51 adrift. Their captain, Asiba Mead, unbeaten on 194. The umpires are just looking on the boundary edge. I think they're just posing for a photograph. I might be wrong there in that. Yeah, no, they're posing for a photograph with a youngster in a wheelchair, which is good of them. There's been a bit of a kick about there, and Steve Kirby just passing the ball to Mike Burns, and it was off the outside of his boot, I think, from Mike Burns there, and we're on our way out to the middle. I won't say I've necessarily been staring at the umpires all that much. Anthony Gibson alongside me, just do an update. Where the players are just making their way out onto the middle after tea, with Nottinghamshire batting on 387 for 4. They're 51 behind. All the focus on their skipper, Asiba Mead, is 194 not out. Seems as if this game might meander towards a draw, but Mead closing in on a double hundred. What was I going to say there? I hadn't necessarily focused on the umpires, and we just had a close-up of them there while they were taking that photograph. And I know it has been practice for them to be wearing the cameras on the front of their coats and jackets and whatever. I didn't necessarily notice them in this game before then, but there was a bit of a close-up of them. Maybe they've been there all along. I assume they've been there all along, but it's the first time I sort of really noticed them and thought fit to make a point. I don't think they've just popped their cameras on just because of maybe just an exchange of views in that afternoon session, but anyhow, we're going to get underway with cameras, with Somerset bowling, with Jake Ball bowling. Don't know as yet if it's with the old ball or the new.
Yes,
there we go.
Signalling the new ball. Well, better late than never. Possibly.
A change of tack.
Possibly. Jake Ball then to open up from this Radcliffe Road end. Bowling to Lyndon James, who's on 19. Ball in and pitches this one right up in the block hole, and it's driven down to mid-on, where Tom Banton, in his increasingly faded Somerset cap, does the fielding. The Somerset caps start off as navy blue and they fade to a sort of purpley brown colour.
Tell you what, I'm not sure they have taken the second new ball. I think he was maybe just, acknowledging to the scorers. Are you ready?
Oh well. Ball in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. It'd be slightly surprising if they had taken the new ball. They give it to Jake Ball, because it would be Pretorius and Gregory, or possibly Gregory and Overton.
Yeah, just sort of replaying back in my mind what I saw there. And, we haven't got the indication up on the board, which we normally have. And all Rob Bailey did really was wave to the scorers, didn't he?
Jake Ball in and bowls to Lyndon James, who plays that from the crease. Just got the one slip in. Craig Overton standing there with his legs wide apart.
You mentioned Tom Banton, Tom Abel and James Rue, the only three Somerset players that haven't had a bowl yet in this innings. They've had 8 different bowlers now. Lammonby the 8th just before tea.
Yeah. Shame that Tom Abel doesn't bowl anymore. Jake Ball in and bowls. Good length delivery to Lyndon James, who's drawn into a defensive push.
He might have an appetite for a comeback after a few overs here later on.
I think that's fairly unlikely on this pitch with this ball. Not exactly ideal bowling conditions. It's been a long, hot day for the Somerset bowlers and fielders. Long, hot and fruitless for the most part. This is driven by Lyndon James, but won't be a run. Just the 2 wickets have fallen all day in almost identical fashion, with first Joe Clark and then Jack Haynes, caught at short mid-wicket by Tom Abel off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. Both failing to keep down shots into the onside. Ball in and bowls. And That's good over from Jake Ball. Good tidy over, maiden over to start the evening session. Gets a low 5 by way of congratulation from Tom Abel. And the score remains 387 for 4.
31 to go, says he, notching it on my on the bed head in the prison cell as they do in the films and in Porridge. 31. This sentence is only 31 more overs old.
Looks like Archie Vaughan is going to continue.
He's just the man for a ball that's 120 odd overs old.
It's going to be Archie Vaughan from the Stewart Broad stand. Comes in. First ball. This one is an attacking shot played by Hassim Hamid into the offside. But no run. Yeah, Archie Vaughan's over so far. 22 runs coming off his 6. Let's see. This time delicately played by Hassim Hamid. Yeah, again, just running it past the wicketkeeper. And they'll collect another single. Lyndon James now to face. In comes Vaughan, next delivery. Again, it's played into the onside, and I guess I should really hand over to you, Dave, at this stage, just in case.
Well, I'm not entirely sure he's going to hit a 5, but
no.
We'll see what happens. Long on and long off out. Hamid on strike, Vaughan the off spinner. Bowles dropped on the leg side, in the gap as always. Just knows where all the gaps are and is almost able just to jog down to the other end to move to 196. That's levelling the score he got at Derby 5 years ago in partnership with Ben Duckett. And Lyndon James will bunt the 5th ball of the over.
So here you go.
On the ground for a single. Lyndon James up to 21. He's been proactive since arriving in the middle. Only faced 34 balls. Now Hamid on 196. Archie Vaughan into bowl to the Notts captain. 4 away from a double 100. It's short and it's just played carefully and cautiously down to Tom Banton in front of the Hound Road stand, and it'll be a single and Hamid will keep strike on 197. So this is his 3rd highest score in first class cricket. 247 not out here against Lancashire last year. 206 at Durham this year, and now within 3 of a 3rd career double 100. Did have a little check. Just a 53-year-old said he's guaranteed to be top scorer in the country. At close of play now, he's gone past Sibley, who's out. That's in Division 1. He will be the top scorer in Division 1, but Ben Compton, come back to it, ball in to Hamid on 197, works this onto the leg side, no run. Ben Compton is 111 not out for Kent at Canterbury at T, and he's 6 runs behind Hassim Hamid, so in terms of being the top scorer in the country, not quite guaranteed that he'll be number 1 by the end of the day. Depends how many, of course, he gets and how many Compton gets. But former Notts man, former opening partner of Hamid. His ball in to the Notts captain. Again turns it to mid-wicket. And Lammonby Fields, no run. 392 for 4. Just 46 runs separate the two sides now. Somerset's first innings stretched into the 130s in terms of the number of overs. His ball to Hamid. Little push and run up to Gregory, can't pick it up cleanly. In his hurry to get there, and he knew There was a lot asked of him there, Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper. He needed to come rushing in, pick the ball up and throw down the stumps, and Hamid was already skipping his way down to the other end to move to 198. 393 for 4. Lyndon James has crept quietly along to 21. And, with a straight bat, again brings Gregory into play. Lovely, pleasant conditions. A lot of people wandering around on the outfield at tee. Just an opportunity to stretch the legs. Ball, fifth delivery of this over. Nice push into the offside. Just finds the gap, eludes the fielder. Goes out to Jack Leach, who comes in from the fence. Single taken there. That brings Hamid back onto strike. James has 22, 394 for 4. Final ball of the over. And the Notts captain is 2 away from a double 100. Taps his bat and then waits the arrival of Jake Ball. This is deflected down to long leg, and he goes to 199. And he'll be on the strike. Remember Ricky Vessel's getting out for 199 at Hove. And as I was waiting to interview him, got a call from his famous dad Kepler congratulating him on one hand and also reminding him that he got a few double hundreds, but Ricky went on to get 1 or 2 a season or 2 later, certainly. Jason Gallion famously got out for 199 twice in a season in 2005. Hamid needing 1. Little surprise that 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders have been left out, and now it's Archie Vaughan saying, Skip, can we bring them in? Which is a sensible thing to do with a player on 199. Looked like Archie Vaughan suggested that. So in they come. Not many gaps. Vaughan bowls. Hamid will nudge it back to the young bowler. And we know for sure one person who's not going to be bothered about being kept on 199 is Asib Hamid. Unflappable. He'll wait for the opportunity. Will that come now? It's pushed to mid-on, and there's no run. Again, he was already setting off on his little 3-pace walk to square leg before the ball had reached the fielder. Might he go over the top here? Needs 1. Comes down the track and lifts it over the top, and there it is. 3rd career double 100 for Asib Hamid. Magnificent shot, lifting it over extra cover, takes off the helmet. The first gesture is to turn to his Nottinghamshire teammates on the balcony to wave his bat in triumph to them, and then all around Trent Bridge he acknowledges the applause. They're all on their feet. Glorious moment for the Notts skipper. He began the day on 103, he's added 100 more. And he won't be done yet. 203 not out, and Nottinghamshire 399 for 4. Special moment coming up from 380 deliveries, and now he cuts this down towards 3rd. Chase for Overton. Be a couple of runs, and there are indeed, and that takes Nottinghamshire up to 401 for 4. Congratulations again to Asib Hamid. 380 balls, 2 sixes, 23rd 4 that one was to next ball's pushed into the offside. I beg your pardon, I thought we were at the end of the over. We weren't, we were nowhere near. Another single taken. Yeah, 23 4s and 2 sixes. 402 for 4 knots. This partnership worth 44 now. Lyndon James has scored half of them. Vaughan bowls to the former Oakham School pupil, pushes it back to Vaughan, into the over. 402 for 4 after 123 overs.
And Jake Ball will bowl another over from the Redcliffe Road end. 2 batsmen confer. No sign of any dash for quick runs. Tom Banton just coming across to congratulate Hasib Hamid on his double 100. Nice to see. Game's been played in a very friendly, sporting way. Ball in bowls. This is played into the offside by Hamid. Shy at the stumps from Archie Vaughan. It misses. Just clips Hamid's bat on its way through to Tom Lammonby, backing up. 403 for 4. Come on, Bally, someone shouts. Encouragement for Jake Ball, who's in his 15th over. This is driven, but straight to Tom Abel at short extra cover. 1 for 51, Jake Ball on his return to Trent Bridge. There's been traffic between Somerset and Notts going both ways. Peter Trico coming up here back in 2020. And Jake Ball coming to Somerset beginning of last season. This is clipped away through the offside, but Jack Leach is waiting for it. Puts in the long barrier out on the cover boundary. 404 for 4, and that is Hasib Hamid's highest score of the season.
It is, yeah. T says, wowzer, what a fitting way for Haas to get there.
Ball to Hamid, who drives a little bit uppishly, but well short of Tom Abel at short extra cover.
Yeah, the Yellow Belly's looking forward to coming here tomorrow. One benefit to this 4-day game approach means I can be there tomorrow. Ross says, it seems to me you produce a wicket that gets results and you risk getting a points deduction. Produce a wicket that's flat and does nothing, you can't win. Thank you, Ross.
Jake Ball comes bounding in, and this is cut into the offside, but won't be a run. Hasib Hamid, no doubt, will be setting his sights on still being there at close of play today, batting through until, I don't know, half an hour before lunch tomorrow.
Nigel King, Haas is incredible, an absolute legend. He's faced 52% of all the balls bowled in this innings.
Ball in bowls, and Hasib, the legend, drives without timing.
The Bolton Bradman.
404 for 4. 34 now the deficit.
All just for you. Nas is he's turned on a show just for you. Nas getting runs for Haas.
I know, he's incredible player. I interviewed him a few years ago, I think, and that's when he was just starting on his in his cricketing career. He was clean shaven at the time. A very young looking chap. Obviously had a few issues and stuff at Lancashire, but now much better here. As Archie Vaughan comes in, first ball of a brand new over, and it's played into the offsides by Lyndon James. Yeah, come a long way since then. I remember reading about his father, who put so much time and effort into his cricket, took him to India as well. And as Archie Vaughan comes in for this next ball, and this again played by the aforementioned Hasib Hamid, and hits the stumps. And in fact, the leg stump went flying there just by the umpire into the air. As Archie Vaughan comes in again, this next delivery. Again, it's played past the bowler, past the hand of Archie Vaughan, down for another single.
Just think this time tomorrow we could be saying Lara is only a few runs away from beating Lara's 501.
Here he is, Archie Vaughan again this time. And this time it's
well fielded.
James actually comes
Oh, yes!
out. And is that a wicket? And the Somerset fielder certainly thinks so.
He's given it.
He's given it. Yeah, Lyndon James. And it's Hasib Hamid who has to go. Yeah, Hasib Hamid has to go. to go, and applause now from this crowd here at Trent Bridge. Run out.
Great piece of work by Tom Lammonby.
Heads back to the pavilion after a fantastic knock there from Hasib Hamid. Maybe we're giving him too much of the sort of backstory and bigging him up a bit too much, but unfortunately from a Nottinghamshire perspective he has to go. It was a run out. Let's have another look at what actually happened here. Yeah, it's Lyndon James.
James hit it into the cover region, and I think initially there was the feeling that it would be a comfortable single, but it was a wonderful diving stop from Lammonby. As he got his hand on it, they both stopped and checked, and then Lyndon James kicked on again. Haas went and put the full dive in, but by then Lammonby had executed a perfect throw into James Rue, who whipped off a bail. And that was that. That's the end of a very good innings in a very soft way. Run out for 208, 406 for 5 is the score, and I guess Lyndon will need to try and wipe that from his immediate thoughts and concentrate on the rest of his innings. He's now being joined by Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to go when you're 207, but that's probably not the way he may have wanted to go, but unfortunately for him he has to go. Beautiful piece of fielding by Somerset to get rid of Hasib Hamid, who'd stood staunchly pretty much all day for his 207. A fantastic knock from him as Archie Vaughan comes in, and this next ball is played out by the new batsman Patterson-White into the offside. Yeah, run out for 208. What a shame. Anyway, here's Archie Vaughan. The next ball is again played into the offside by Patterson-White. No run there, and a successful over that for Somerset, with this ball now 125 overs old. But success in the form of a run out in the last over, and that of a key wicket, Hasib Hamid, who'd stood there all day long, pretty much there from the start, of course, as an opener, but in the end getting out to a run out.
Yeah, interesting piece by George Debelle in the Cricketer today. Every one of the first-class counties has today received an unfettered payment of around £400,000 from the sale of the 100. As ball is in and bowls, this is driven down the ground, but Tom Banton will cut it off, and there won't be a run. They're in line eventually to receive just over £24 million each, the non-host counties, that is, from the sale of the 100, but that money will have strings attached, whereas this £400,000 doesn't have strings attached. This ball is in and bowls, a slower ball which is cut down to third man off a thick edge by Lyndon James, takes him on to 28. What else is it? We got the teams based, 100 teams based in Yorkshire, Lancashire and Glamorgan are going to, no, that's, sorry, it's not, it's 3 of them are going to change their names anyway. Lancashire, Yorkshire and Surrey are going to change their names. And there's talk that...
There's what?
Yorkshire's going to...
Well, the 100 franchise teams.
Oh, the 100.
So
sorry,
instead
sorry.
of whatever it is, Lightning and Invincibles. Down the leg side this time from Paul. And there's talk that it could go to a 20-over format as soon as next season. Remains possible that 2025 is the final year of the 100-ball structure. So all sorts of interesting stuff. But well, the counties will all be grateful for 400,000 quid. As ball is in and bowls down the leg side again, and tumbling stop from James Rue. And the 24 million quid will come in handy as well. maybe allowed Somerset to rebuild the Botham stand and perhaps call it something else.
Build a new pavilion. They haven't got many of them.
No, we haven't. Another pavilion, yeah. The Quantock Pavilion. Ball in and bowls, and James just plays that defensively into the offside.
Why would you not want to call it the Botham?
Because of what Lord Botham had to say about the pitch for the Somerset-Durham match.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Which was the epitome of unhelpfulness. Especially as he hasn't been near Somerset for years. His ball in and bowls, and this is just pushed into the offside by Lyndon James, who will keep the strike. 29 he has. Liam Patterson-White yet to score. 411 for 5.
Actually, I'm a bit miffed really, because I had all this information ready about Hasib Hamid, and I was going to go into more of it, and then he was run out, so I'm a bit disappointed in that. But there we go. That's what happens. Strange things happened, and sadly he's run out on 208. But we do have Lyndon James, and we've got Patterson-White now, and they're going to hopefully rebuild. As Nottinghamshire still trail by 27 runs. They'll look to certainly get on par and ahead by this evening, and then maybe into tomorrow as well. Archie Vaughan is going to continue, and this first ball of the next over is played square for a single to the fielder on the boundary. 412 for 5 now, Nottinghamshire. Lyndon James on 30. Patterson-White still to get off the mark. And it's Gregory, it looks like. Is that in the first slip? As Archie Vaughan comes in again. This time it's played into the offside again. In fact, it's racing to the boundary, but it's going to be picked up just inside the rope. And the batsman will come back 4 runs. And 3 of them Patterson-White. James is going to face now. Archie Vaughan. In he comes. Archie Vaughan, and this one is played into the offside this time, down to long off for another single.
Patterson-White had a century here this season against Hampshire. He's averaging in the mid-30s. Scored about 350 runs.
Here's Archie Vaughan again. That played delicately past Gregory.
A little bit of turn there from Vaughan.
Standing at first slip. Here's Vaughan again. This time, again, it's played into the offside by Patterson-White. No run there. He's going to come and complete his over now. In he comes, and this time played to the fielder there at mid-off. No run, end of the over. Nottinghamshire 416 for 5. James is on 31. Patterson-White has made 3.
24 overs to go in the day. It's 4:30, so we're bang on target. We've been flirting with a prompt 6 o'clock finish. We finished at 6 o'clock on the first day, or in fact officially
6:01.
6:01 with 2.3 overs. It was about 10 past 6 yesterday, I think, so this hasn't been excessive. We've all done lots of games where it's been 7 o'clock as they desperately try and...
I seem to remember 2 years ago this game. We were here till 7:15 on one day. Here's Jake Ball in and bowls to Lyndon James, who drives that away through the offside out to Jack Leach for a single. 416 for 5. 417 for 5. James on to 32. Dave from Cork congratulating himself on predicting that Notts would achieve parity with 5 wickets down. Well, they're not there yet,
No.
Dave. They're not there yet. They've still got another 21 to go. And, still haven't taken the new ball. This must be a record, you know. 127.1 overs old, this ball. So it says something for the quality of the construction of the Kookaburra ball that it lasts this long without going out of shape. I don't think a Duke's ball would have lasted anything like this long. Get through about 3 of them every 80 overs. Problem with the quality of the leather, so we're told. They can't get the Aberdeen Angus leather that they need. Ball in and bowls, and a flash. A wide ball from Liam Patterson-White, which fortunately for him doesn't take the outside edge.
Nearly another Freddie McCann.
Yeah, very similar, wasn't it?
It's what? Aberdeen Angus leather?
Yep.
Crikey.
It's apparently it's especially tough, hard wearing. As ball is in and bowls and it's pushed into the offside.
I thought that was some sort of steakhouse, wasn't it?
Aberdeen Angus is a breed of cattle.
Yeah.
And they do produce very good beef and very good leather.
Sort of reddy brown with big horns.
No, they're black.
I was close. What are the big reddy brown ones then with big horns?
Oh, well, they could be Sussex or Devons.
No, Scottish.
West Highland cattle, or Highland cattle. That's driven into the offside. There won't be a run. With the big horns, yeah, shaggy ones.
Yeah.
Highland cattle.
Ah.
Ball 17 for 5. You would have seen plenty of Devons, ruby reds at your time in North Devon. That's where they come from. His ball in and bowls. Bowls a good tight line there. And Patterson-White gets a little bit tucked up as he plays it defensively. I must say Somerset have stuck to their task pretty well here today. Fielding's the standard hasn't dropped at all. Witness that run out from Tom Lammonby. I think the batsman forgot that Lammonby is a left-hander, as this is turned into the onside to Tom Lammonby, because Lammonby in making that stop was going to his left-hand side and was throwing from that side as well. End of that over, 4:17 for 5, 32 to James and 3 to Patterson-White.
So both set batters have disappeared. Although Linda James has got a start now. He's on 32, but Mead and Haynes going along very nicely through the middle session for Nottinghamshire. As Anthony's just pointed out, they've not wiped out the deficit yet, still 21 behind. Little bit of a look of a tailor around this Notts side for this game. Calvin Harrison doing next. Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas.
Here's Archie Vaughan. That's the umpire. First ball of a new over, and that is punched down the ground by James. He'll collect another single. So it's going to be Patterson-White to face. Archie Vaughan. So he comes in, and that's just pushed again into the onside by Patterson-White. No run there.
I am interested though as to why they wouldn't think, right now let's give it a go with this second new ball and just see if we can knock over 1 or 2 here, knowing that there's a lower order of Pennington and Abbas.
Here we go. This next delivery from Archie Vaughan again. It's just played into the offside. There's no run there.
Surely there's more likely, it might not happen, but it's taking forever to get a wicket with this ball.
So, again, it's Vaughan.
Not sure they're very bothered about taking wickets, are they? I think they just want to keep the scoring rate well as low as possible, so that they have as little time as possible to bat in the second innings. There's no prospect of winning the game.
Here's Vaughan again, and the next one again. It's just forward defensive from Patterson-White.
I suppose that's a fair point. Somerset still need 15 wickets to win the match.
There's Vaughan again. This time it's cut, but it's cut straight to the fielder. In close at extra cover. That's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 418 for 5. Lyndon James 33. Patterson White 3.
Somerset Tim is saying how it is. Yes, maybe the Somerset pitch last time had too much life, but either side could have won that game. No side could ever win this. The game's over. Totally pointless playing on any further. It's going to kill the greatest game. Maybe that's what the ECB want. Same for most games this round. Well, it's been all 4 matches that Notts have had. 500 plays 500 in, well, there or thereabouts. Yorkshire, Somerset, Hampshire, and Somerset again.
Here's Jake Ball in to bowl to Lyndon James, who drives this nicely away through the offside, but it'll only be a single. Well, hopefully, given what's happened in these last 4 rounds of county championship matches, it will kill this idea of using the Kookaburra ball once and for all, and we can go back to playing sensible red ball cricket that provides entertainment to spectators, not one-sided contests with the bat dominating the ball. Ball in and beats Patterson White on the outside edge.
But do you hear anybody stand up and say, clearly this isn't for the good of the county championship game and we won't do it ever again? Nobody has stood up and
not in
said
authority.
that.
No. No, but then the authorities are very ambivalent about the county game, aren't they? As Jake Ball is in and bowls, and this is turned down to fine leg, but Archie Vaughan is down there to do the fielding. I mean, Andrew Strauss regarded the county game as having its only significance really was to produce players for England, and had the implication of his report was had no intrinsic value, whereas most of the people who follow county championship cricket regard the county championship as hugely important in its own right.
In its own right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, nobody can say that Jofra Archer is in the England side because of performances in county championship cricket.
Here's Jake Ball in, bowls a full-length delivery, which is very well stopped by Archie Vaughan. They're able to take a single, but that stop by Vaughan warrants a low 5 from Big Craig, jogging over from his position at slip. 421 for 5. And in the same way, I mean, the Kookaburra ball experiment is supposed to be teaching fast bowlers how to take wickets with an unresponsive ball, as this is played back up the pitch on the basis that presumably they'll be turning out for England in Australia or South Africa or somewhere where they use the Kookaburra. Can't see Jake Ball turning out for England again.
You know, if they want the England bowlers to practice with a Kookaburra ball, why aren't they playing India in this Test match and all season with the Kookaburra ball?
There we are. Ball in, bowls, tucked away down to deep backward square leg. They will come back for a second run after a moment's hesitation. There was always a comfortable 2 there.
They're off for rain at Canterbury, with Ben Compton 111 not out. So as it stands, Asiba Mead is the leading run scorer in the country, but Compton is only about 7 or 8 runs behind him as and when that match resumes. Surrey, well, at some point, and almost certainly now, I guess this evening, are going to be over the hills and away at the top of the Division 1 table, because they are 92 for 1. They just require 84 more to defeat Durham. Might not necessarily get it done today, it's 20 to 5, but good chance to take the extra half an hour and give themselves a day off as they make the long journey back to London.
So it's going to be Archie Vaughan to continue from the Stuart Broad end, and he's First delivery is played leg side by James. He's on 35. Picked up there. That's square leg. Fawn's in again, and this next delivery again is played into the offside this time by James, and he's going to collect another single. So it's going to be Patterson White to face, as Vaughan comes in again, and this time the batsman plays it past the bowler into the offside. No run there. Vaughan's in again, and this time again it's played to the cover region, and this time it's picked up. Return to Archie Vaughan.
T says you need to refresh because Surrey are 3 down. They are.
Archie Vaughan half defends the ball.
107 for 3. Burns Sibley Patel all out.
Interesting. As Vaughan comes in again, and this time it's cut past the close in fielder, but it's going to be picked up just inside the rope there, and the batsman will cross over for a couple of runs. That's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 426 for 5.
12 behind. There's no way. There's just no way, is there? I just think, could they do this? Could they do that? What would a declaration do? It just can't, because the side that will be in the field last just can't entertain anything resembling a setup of a game, because you just can't get 10 wickets on here.
Yep.
Such a shame.
No, the Somerset supporter I was chatting to during the lunch intervals asked me, do you think they could contrive some sort of finish? It's just not on this pitch. Josh Davies going to bowl from this Radcliffe Road end. He's only bowled 8 overs. Played more as an opening batsman these days than an opening bowler.
Yes, was 3rd to go on the first morning. Somerset, of course, were 0 for 2.
Josh Davey, a long time ago.
Yeah, Josh Davey went 25 for 3.
He's in to bowl to Lyndon James, who's been going steadily along. 30 he's got to his name from 56 deliveries. Not trying anything too extravagant. That's played into the onside, and there's no run. It's quiet passage of play since the departure of Hasib Hamid. With the third double century of his career, did you say, Dave?
Yes, yeah.
And the 2nd of his season. Josh Davey comes loping in, bowls on leg stump, turned into the leg side by Lyndon James. The irrepressible Tom Abel comes in to do the fielding. Wonder how many steps Tom Abel runs during the course of a day's cricket in the field.
I guess they, because they wear trackers, don't they, of some sort?
Just ask him one day. Here's Josh Davey in bowls. This is driven, and Lammonby can't make the stop, but Jack Leach will prevent the boundary. Just be 2 runs.
Yeah, I saw them at the tea interval. There was some practicing, I think, of sprints going on between a couple of the Somerset. I don't think they were players. Maybe they were part of the squad. but it looked like a physio or somebody with a stopwatch.
I think what Abel must be probably the quickest. Tom Banton actually is surprisingly quick across the ground. Tom Lammonby, another one, is very quick, and Craig Overton is no slouch with those great big strides. Here's Davey in bowls, and there's another run here, probably just the one, as Leachfield's 4.29 for 5.
I was watching Josh Davey walking back last time, and he was looking at the ball and chatting to Jake Ball, and looking to the ball and and chatting to Jake Ball, and it was clear they were talking about the condition of it, and probably how well it may be how well it's lasting, but it also may well be how badly it's deteriorated. I don't know.
131 overs.
I don't think I've ever seen a ball used for quite so many overs as this one. General rule is they take the new ball as soon as it becomes available, unless it's turning square. Even then, it's the harder new ball usually helps the spinner, as this is run down to fine leg for a single. 4.30 for 5 at Edgbaston when Somerset played Warwickshire with the Kookaburra. Jack Leach took the new ball, and he looked more likely to take a wicket with the new Kookaburra, the first half dozen overs or so, than any other time during the Warwickshire innings.
Just that extra hardness.
Yeah, extra little bit of bounce that you get. 4.30 for 5 as Davies into James down the leg side. I think he got a tickle on that, and he did indeed. 4 runs, 4.34 for 5. Loose delivery from Josh Davey, and James Rew tried to get his left glove down to make the stop, failed to do so. 4 runs accrue, 4.34 for 5. Lyndon James on 2.43.
Yes, it of course isn't all bad news for every cricketer. If you're in the business of getting some really big, important runs that can just massage your career figures, you probably enjoy batting against it. I mean, that 203 not out last week for Lyndon, a standalone score for him, really, by far the biggest of his career. Double 100, nice to have one of those in your locker. Certainly boosts up his season's tally, and the average. Everything looks a whole lot rosier. Got 66 at Taunton, and he's on his way as well here. 43 not out.
Yes, and got the runs fairly quickly, as well as Archie Vaughan comes in, first ball of a new over, and again this is cut into the offside by James. Good scoring rate at 71.
Oh, tractor's come to life.
Here's Archie Vaughan again, and this next delivery is played leg side. So mid on, no run there. So Patterson White. Again, this time he's pushed into the offside. So far, Archie Vaughan keeping things quite nice and tight in this over. And he's in again, and this time, again, he's pushed into the offside. To mid-off. .434 for 5, the Nottinghamshire score. This next ball is, again, just into the leg side. Just racing through his over quite quickly here, Archie Vaughan, as the final ball. Again, back to the bowler, end of the over. The score remains at 434 for 5.
Always wanted to commentate on a broad century. Well, I was saw plenty from Chris, but never had the opportunity of commentating on Chris Broad's centuries. Stuart never got one for Notts, of course. He only got one for England. Maybe one day I'll see Justin Broad get a century. The Northants all-rounder scored 171 today. The Broad name is alive and well. Rob Keogh got 125 not out as well for Northants, who've now declared on 550 for 9 against Derbyshire, a lead of 173.
And how are they related, Dave?
They're not.
Oh, okay.
They're not. Only by name.
Only by name. I saw Stuart Broad scoring the century against Pakistan, if memory serves me right.
169 at Lords.
At Lords, yeah.
A test match that was tainted for
lots
of reasons.
Yeah, I happened to be there.
Here's Davey in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Lyndon James, but he won't get a run.
Wasn't your doing, was it, Nas?
No, it wasn't my doing, but I got
tip-off or two.
No, I got a call the night before from my editor.
From your bookmaker?
No, from my editor, who said that something's gone awry, and watch out for the Sunday tabloids tomorrow morning. So, and then it all started to unravel from there on in. Yeah. It's a shame because was it 100 and however many that he
169,
scored.
I think.
169, yeah. It got lost, didn't it, in all of the other, the bigger story.
Here's Josh Davey into bowl to Lyndon James, who drives it up to Jake Ball. The proceedings have a slightly desultory air about them now. There's no great urgency. Josh Davey walking slowly back to his mark. The fielder's not in the least bit animated.
They'll be thrilled to be reminded there's yet another day of this to come.
Yeah.
This could be given the last rites, this as a contest.
Josh Davey to bowl, 2. Tall figure of Lyndon James down the leg side. Craig Overton's absolutely convinced that there was an edge there, and a very good diving take by James Rue, but I think the ball was several inches away from the edge of Lyndon James's bat.
Producer Kirsty is giving me a tempting offer. Wonders if she wants to, if I want to do a job swap with her tomorrow. Well, that would be an obvious yes, wasn't it? Sat in there swilling tea all day with my feet up. I'd be happy to do that, Kirsty.
Here's Davey in the bowls, and this is played pleasantly into the offside by Lyndon James, playing that on the up.
Just show me how to do one replay an hour and jobs are good, and you can come and commentate, Kirsty.
Jake Ball there with his shades on top of his Somerset cap. Looking up at the commentary box. Probably
I do apologise. I've been interrupted by our producer.
No slips as Josh Davey is turned into the onside for a single.
I don't know who's
35 for 5.
I don't know who she's been listening to. She reckons our job's easy. All we do is sit and talk about cheese and beetroot sandwiches all day long.
Cheese and beetroot sandwich.
Not a fan of your beetroot.
Oh, I've got some quite good beetroot growing in the garden.
Yeah, but
I do like beetroots, I must admit.
Golden beetroot I've got.
Pickled beetroot, I like pickled.
Kirsty, what have you started? Just bleeds all over everything else. And
no, not the golden ones. The golden ones don't.
Ugh.
Is short.
That was crazy.
That was stopped in the pitch a little bit, that delivery from Josh Davey. And
I've seen Jack Leach bowl overs quicker than it took for that ball to get from the bowler's hand to the other end. That was a slow bouncer. Crikey.
435 for 5.
Not
just 3 runs adrift.
Maybe some player, Josh Davey, if he could bowl those to order. Crikey.
Yeah, batsman could have had a cup of tea and then decided to launch into that, couldn't he? Just
read the post.
Yeah.
Cricket ball's on its way. It's a slow bouncer that It hit the deck and then it was undecided. The ball itself was undecided whether it was going to continue its journey any further or not.
I think the ball is almost sort of saying, please.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
It's got a headache by now.
Come on. Give me a break.
Maybe they've run out of Kookaburra balls. It is the 4th and final round of matches. Maybe there's just none left. That's why they can't have a new ball.
Anyway, here's Archie Vaughan. First ball of a new over, and it's flicked leg side by James for another run. It's on, taking him on to 45.
If it gets to 160 overs, can they have 2 new balls then?
Nottinghamshire now trailing just by the 2 runs as Vaughan comes in, and this time it's flicked leg side, and there'll be no run there. Vaughan in again, and this time again it's punched back to Vaughan, who feels off his own bowling. He's in again now, and this next delivery again, it's played this time to the offside, to the field of doubt, and the batsman will comfortably come through for a single.
Steve says, yeah, I agree with Dave a bit. This round of matches has just about, or maybe killed the title hopes of Notts, but it doesn't look like it's going to stop Surrey beating Durham. Yeah, they're still 3 down, 122 for 3.
Here's Archie Vaughan. This next one comes out of his crease as James to collect another single.
Heaven knows what we're applauding now.
I think
scores are level.
Scores are level. Yeah, scores are level.
You thought they'd wait until the Notts were in the lead.
Here we go with Archie Vaughan, and this time the ball's cut by Patterson White. They'll pick up a single. That's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 439 now for 5.
How many overs have we got? 16 overs to be bowled.
1 hour. The Somerset think tank getting together. They're having a bit of a chat here. Abel, Overton and Tom Banton, but not the skipper, having a heart-to-heart about something.
It's going to be Josh Davey to continue.
I'll be so disappointed if we don't get a wicket-keeper bowling in this match. I really will, because we've seen one the last 3 rounds. They were all after tea on day 4, though.
Josh Davey bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Liam Patterson-White, who pulls this away through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. There's nothing that Alfie Ogborn can do about that. It was a pretty poor delivery from Josh Davey. Somerset will they want to keep this tight. They want to minimise the time that they have to bat in their second innings.
Does have 100 against Somerset, of course. Liam Patterson-White is got a little bit of history with them. Made his first-class debut against Somerset an hour after play started. He was then taken to hospital with tonsillitis. Came out of hospital to get a duck and then got a fifer, all in the same match.
Davey in and bowls, and this is a better delivery, which is played up to Jake Ball.
Extraordinary start to anyone's first-class career. Made his debut in the side down at Taunton, and Notts were in the field at midday drinks after an hour's play. And the other player said, are you all right? Do you feel all right? You don't look very good. And they called the medics, and the medics had him away, and then quickly he was transferred to hospital with tonsillitis. Let him out 24 hours later.
Here's Davey in and bowls to LPW plays it up to mid-off, yes. 5 for 73 took in the Somerset second innings in that game.
Yeah, Ashwin got the other 5, didn't he?
Yep. Josh Davey not walking very rapidly back to his mark, not striding purposefully to his mark, sort of wandering to his mark.
Like an Aberdeen Angus.
Well, they can be pretty purposeful, can Aberdeen Angus, especially Aberdeen Angus bulls. As Davies in and bowls, and this is pulled and will be cut off in the deep by Alfie Ogborn, so it's just a single.
He was trying that slow bouncer again, I think.
4-4-4 for 5. Quadruple Nelson, don't get that all that often.
I think we've dropped on them all, you know. I think we've had Nelson, double and triple.
Yeah. Certainly had triple and double. 2-2-2 for 2, wasn't it? 3-3-3 for 3. Sadly, it's 4-4-4 for 5. As Davey is into Lyndon James, who's on 46, needs 4 for his 50, pulls that away, but it'll just be a single as Miggy Pretorius is out there patrolling the boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand. 4-4-5 for 5.
Sounds like a taxi number, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ring Notts Cabs 44545. Don't know if there is a Notts Cabs. Apologies if there is or if there isn't. But Trent Bridge Cabs 44545.
Josh Davey. He's finally ready. He's in to bowl to Patterson White. This is short and pulled and pulled straight along the ground to Tom Lallenby. So there's no run and
On to cricket, and it's day 3 of Nottinghamshire's County Championship match.
There's a radio update.
Bridge. Big brace medals there for it.
Well, we've still got 15 overs to go on this, the third day. Already we think it's heading towards a draw. Nottinghamshire 445 for 5, so they now lead Somerset by 7 runs in the last hour, though. We've seen Seba Mead firstly get to his double 100 and then suicidally run out. A real mix-up with Lyndon James, failed to beat the throw, out for 208. Notts 445 for 5.
Listen to commentary by the BBC.
drinks break. It's either that or Notts have declared, but I don't think Notts have declared.
I think the giveaway that they haven't declared is the fact that Lyndon James and Liam Patterson White are receiving drinks and a change of gloves and a towel out in the middle, but Somerset are having a well-earned drink as well. 4-4-5 for 5. Test match. They've been off for rain for some time, but they're back on at the Oval. India 96 for 3. Surrey 134 for 3 at Durham. They need 42 more to win the first, or be the first victory in this round of matches. Will take them well clear at the top of Division 1. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire 345 for 6, replying to Essex's 602.
7 now.
Thank you. Hampshire 52 for 1 in their second innings at New Road, lead Worcestershire by 96. Sussex 62 for 3 in their second innings at Scarborough, trailing Yorkshire by 261. Been no play today at Chelmsford in Division 2, Gloucestershire, Middlesex. Off for rain at Canterbury, Kent, Leicestershire. Lancashire 58 for 1 at Old Trafford against Glamorgan, requiring over 400 more in the match between third place Lancashire, second place Glamorgan. And I've just told you about the big 100 from Justin Broad and another one from Rob Keogh in the Northants Derbyshire match. Derbyshire just starting their second innings, trailing by 164.
And the PCC Select 11 has drawn with the Pakistan Shaheens.
Will Smead playing
Yes,
first-class cricket, which he didn't want to play, did he? He didn't want to play first-class cricket for a while.
He did. You're quite right. He had a white ball only contract, but at the beginning of this season, he changed his mind. Well, I think it was during the winter actually.
But he
Made up
hasn't,
his mind that he wants to be an all-format player.
but he hasn't featured, has he?
He hasn't. He's played a few games for the seconds without getting many runs. He's been in great form in the Blast, and I think he's done enough in the Blast because he's changed his style. He was going in and sort of whacking it from the first ball and either getting a quick 50 or getting out. But he's been much more measured in the Blast this season. He looks a much better player, and I think he deserves his chance. I'd much rather see Will Smead opening the innings rather than Josh Davey, who is very much a stopgap. With all due respect, he's not done badly, Josh Davey, but I don't see him as a long-term solution to Somerset's opening batting problems.
Not had a duck for 60 odd innings, you know.
That's right, 61 I think.
It's Archie Vaughan to continue as James faces and collects a single on the offside, taking him on to 48.
Yep, 3 Somerset youngsters in that PCC side. Will Smead, Casey Aldridge and young Thomas Rue.
Here's Vaughan again. Patterson White this time, flicking it leg side. It's Archie Vaughan again, and this time again flicked leg side to mid-wicket by Patterson White, who's on 16. Nottinghamshire 446 for 5. They lead by just 8 runs. Archie Vaughan is in again, and this time again the ball ends up at mid-on. Vaughan's in again, and this time the ball through to mid-off.
Aside from the change or the gap spreading at the top of the Division 1 table.
Vaughan's in again, and this time again it's just played into the mid-on region. No run, end of the over. Nottinghamshire 446 for 5.
Durham's inevitably second defeat in a row, well inside the 4 days, 2 days last week at Taunton, 3 days at home. They are going to be next to bottom because they're going to lose that. Yorkshire and Essex aren't going to lose their matches. They both put substantially large scores on the board and can't lose their matches. So Durham and Worcestershire are going to be the bottom 2 going into September. We await the 138th over, and while we do that, we can thank you, Nas. You've been with us since whenever, the start of play on the very first morning. You've done the first 3 days, and now you've got a train to catch. Great to share the box with you again, and wish you well for the rest of the season. Great to spend some time with you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Enjoyed the company. Lovely.
Thanks, Nas.
Thank you. Take care.
Nasser Hanif with us on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Somerset Online, Trent Bridge Live.
Oops, that's right. Oh, Josh Davey. Bowling another over. Bowling to Lyndon James, who is on 48. He won't get this 49th run there as Tom Banton-Fields has a chat with his skipper. Where are we going out tonight then, Skip? Pint round of the Larwood and Vose, close of play, and hit the town.
I think it's Tom Banton asking if he can have a bowl.
Well, he has bowled a few overs for Somerset. He bowls sort of round arm off breaks as Davey is in and bowls, and Banton again is in business. Still got that plaster on his damaged index finger on his left hand, but it's not too serious, I think, judging by what Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, had to say about it. It's a pre-existing hairline fracture that was aggravated when he was keeping Wicket down at Canterbury in the blast. 4-4-6 for 5, so not just 8 runs to the good. This is full length delivery, and this time Banton has some serious work to do. Has to get across quickly to his left, makes the stop, but they have time to go through for a single. Loses his cap, loses his sunglasses. He's crawling to pick the ball up. It's been a long day in the field.
Thoughts are always, where's my sunglasses gone? It's not me looking for my phone. Where's my phone? Where's my car keys?
Yeah. Patterson White on strike. That single took Lyndon James to 49. Davy Bull's a full toss, which is driven away through the offside, and that will be cut off just by Miggy Pretorius, who, and they will come back for 3 runs. Good piece of work by the South African Quick, whose throw hits the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end and rebounds quite some distance, but Lyndon James decided against going for an overthrow. And that 450, yeah, 450.
Lead is 12.
Yeah, some good cricket there.
Somerset.
Running between the wickets, good piece of fielding, accurate throw.
Somerset under the cosh.
Well, there's going to be some weary bodies in the Somerset dressing room at close of play. As Davies in and bowls, this is played into the onside. Tom Abel as active and keen as ever. I'm going to talk to Steve Kirby at the close of play. I don't think it would be fair to put any of these Somerset fielders through the ordeal of being interviewed by me after the sort of day they've had out there. So we'll get Curbs to construct a scenario leading to a Somerset dramatic victory at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Good luck with that.
Well, if anyone could do it, it's Steve Kirby. Is Davy in and bowls. This is driven firmly, but only as far as Lewis Gregory, who for some reason looks away towards Jack Leach, but Jack Leach shows no sign whatsoever of wanting to bowl. He's quite happy grazing out on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
I think Davies finished because there are a number of players came up, gave him a pat on the back and so on. I'll have to wait until the next over from this end to find out, of course, but I think
perhaps Leach will be summoned
maybe
to bowl from this end. Vaughan's getting a good bowl, 15 overs he's bowled, not for 50.
How long before York should tempt him back up north?
No, he's not going. No, I've asked him about that. And
here is Archie Bowles to Liam Patterson-White.
He very firmly sees his future as a Somerset cricketer.
First ball is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. They all say that.
No, he is his own man.
450 for 5. Next ball's again cut into the offside by Patterson-White. No run, fielded by Tom Abel, who's picked up a couple of catches earlier on today. The only wicket to go down this morning was Joe Clark, caught by Abel, and the only one this afternoon, Jack Haynes, caught by Abel. And there's Patterson-White again, flaying the ball into the offside, but can't get it beyond Banton at mid-off. And then since tea, we've had the run out of Seabermead, having made 208. 450 for 5. Patterson-White this time. Again, it's on the offside, but this was skewing off the outside portion of the bat safely along the ground to Jake Ball, who would have been just about on the 30-yard discs had there been any. At short third. Next ball hits it back to the bowler. So Archie Vaughan on for a maiden here, and all 5 balls so far have been punched to either a fielder or the bowler. Patterson-White Likes to give it a wallop and mistimes this one. Back to the bowler. Maiden to Archie Vaughan in about 80 seconds. 450 for 5. And we've got 12 overs to go. And not still lead by 12.
And Somerset getting the timing of this is absolutely spot on as the clock just ticks over to 17:16.
What have we got here? What have we got here?
We've got Big Craig. That's who we've got. And are they going to take the new ball?
20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 60. No sign of that new ball yet. A little polythene bag being brought out of one of the umpire's coat pockets. Not yet seen it yet. No, he's got the old one in his hand. They're off for bad light at Durham, crikey. That might just be dragged into day 4.
Perhaps it'll pour with rain.
Perhaps it will. Sorry, 135 for 3.
Yes, Tractor. Whoa, Craig.
Does he have a first name, Tractor, that we know of?
Mike Salis is called.
Oh, we know all his name.
This is driven into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, he's...
Is he on the screen now?
Yes, in the maroon sun hat.
Sun hat. Sun hat. You've been identified. Tractor.
There he is. Here's Overton in bowls. This is pulled away, but on the bounce out to Miggy Pretorius, and that is Lyndon James's 50. 50 from 76 deliveries with 5 fours, an understated innings. He's not sought to impose himself. He's taken the opportunities as they have come along. He's been in absolutely no difficulty at all, and it's been a very controlled innings from a man in prime form.
Yeah, 203 not out last week against Hampshire, 66 the previous game at Taunton, and earlier in the season 125 here against Durham. This is the 4th time he's reached 50.
Lewis Gregory just adjusting his field. We've got it's touch more leg theory. I think it's not as extreme as we saw earlier on today. We've got as things stand, it's only a 5-4 onside offside field, but we've got 2 catching short mid wickets, deep backward square leg and a long leg, as Overton bowls a full length delivery to Patterson White, who plays it up to Lewis Gregory, and there's no run. Quite a stiff breeze blowing across the ground from east to west. Wind as the breeze has got up this afternoon. It's not quite as warm as it was at lunchtime. As Overton round the wicket to Patterson White, who plays it to Tom Abel. We've got 3 saving 1 on the offside, man out on the cover boundary, those 2 catching short mid wickets, and a long leg and a deep backward square leg, plus mid off and mid on. Overton comes rocking in bowls, and this is defended by Patterson White. Ball in its 140th over.
Mark the Mod says absolute jaffa from Josh Tong, who's just got a wicket. He's got Sai Sudarshan caught behind by Jamie Smith, and Mark goes on to say not miss him.
Overton in and bowls, and there won't be a run here. Think about it, but it's not there.
So India,
Fields.
India 104 for 4.
Overton is just jogging off for something or other.
Yes, left his cap and sweater with the umpire, so he'll be back.
End of that over, 4:51 for 5. Alfie Ogborn comes on as sub for Craig Overton, so perhaps it's just a call of nature. 11 overs remain.
It's a blooming job, 12th man, and you never know how long you're going to be sat there. You can spend all day on the field if somebody injures themselves or what have you, or you might be sat there all day, or you might be on and off every over collecting helmets, taking helmets on, sweaters, gloves, towels, drinks, whatever. It's not quite a thankless task because everybody does appreciate them, but it's not the easy gig. It's made out to be, 12th man, and then of course in the intervals the fitness coaches, well, you're not playing, you're not doing a deal today. You can come and run for the 40-minute lunch interval. Yes, Archie Vaughan about to begin his 17th over. Down the track comes Lyndon James, meets it on the full, but can't get the full complement of runs he was looking for. He eases it out onto the offside for a single. James on to 51, 4-5-2 for 5 for Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater made 4, Freddie McCann 48, Joe Clark 42, Jack Haynes 70, and Siebermead 208. This pair have added 46. Patterson White on strike, and he will hit it crisply to mid-on. Took a bit of an awkward bobble there to Ogborn, who judged it nicely. Ten overs after this one's been completed. Should get us to around about 6 o'clock. Next one flailed into the offside by Patterson White. He's on 19. He's played enough shots to have had his 50 actually. He's picked out the fielders with great regularity. Vaughan fires it in, and respectfully Patterson White pushes it back. Won't want to get out to a fellow spinner.
60 deliveries he's faced for his 19.
Yeah. There's Vaughan again past umpire Burns, bowls. This has eased into the offside, no run. Umpires of course haven't changed ends yet. They have that they toss a bail, don't they, before the start of
Do
play.
they? I didn't know that. Yeah.
There's sort of a wide bit and a short bit on a bail before the little ridge. Yeah. Next ball on its way and down the leg side into the pads of Rue, and one of them will throw it up in the air, the other one will call short or long, and that will determine which end each will be at. 452 for 5 doesn't make a lot of difference really, I guess, but
I'd always assumed that they would have their favoured ends.
No, it's always a bail. Yeah. Generally, when I go out for the toss, and I've been doing it a lot, going out for a lot of times.
Yeah. Captains toss a coin, and the umpires toss a bail.
Yeah. Overton did pop off just for 1 over, and he's back ready to resume hostilities.
Well, James Rue will cut a rather lonely figure behind the stumps. He's not got another fielder within 30 yards of him. Somerset very much on the defensive, looking to slow the run rate as much as possible. Overton into Lyndon James. We'll pick up a single here into the onside. As Abel fields. The current run rate is just about 3.21, which is more or less where it's been throughout the innings. It's Tom Abel encouraging Craigo. Craigo with the sun on his back. In bowls to Patterson White, who digs that one out to Banton. And there's no run. The scattering of spectators in the Fox Road stand enjoying the sunshine.
Just wonder how much more hostile Craig Overton would be with a brand new ball in his hand, and there's apparently no reason why he shouldn't have a new ball in his hand.
He's in bowl short, and Patterson White has nothing to do with it. I think it's just down to Somerset wanting to slow the scoring rate as much as possible. I think they've pretty much given up any thoughts of bowling Nottinghamshire out. It's just a question of when, or I suppose if, the declaration comes.
Well, I don't think it will.
You think they'll just carry on batting?
Yeah.
Well, you may very well be right. It's another good ball this time from Craig Overton, speared in towards Patterson White's pads.
You can't imagine Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton and Roa Bass are looking forward to running in there on there.
No.
We'll see if there is a change of tempo first thing in the morning, and let's do try and get some quick runs before lunch.
Overton in and bowls, and again hear from the noise that the ball makes when it makes contact with the bat. It's a sort of dead sound rather than that crack that you get when it's a new ball and the stroke is well timed. Last ball of this Craig Overton over. It's his 22nd, and he takes pace off, and there's a single shot at the stumps from Lewis Gregory, and it's going to no, there aren't going to be overthrows as Jake Ball backs up well. Wasn't the most accurate throw in the world from Lewis Gregory, and
But we got a 5 there.
Nearly took out Josh Davey as well. 454 for 5 with 9 overs of the day remaining.
There's significant changes elsewhere. Warwickshire, though, 7 down at Chelmsford. 6 made 602 for 6. Warwickshire 370 for 7. Ethan Bamber, who was night watchman last night, he got 100 today. He was out for 107, caught and bowled by Matt Critchley. Not entirely sure if Bamber's had a 100 before or not in his career, which was at Middlesex before the close season move. He also frustrated Nottinghamshire a couple of weeks ago by getting the winning runs in the second 11 one-day final, defeating Notts. 454 for 5. Vaughan to Patterson White, digs out a full pitch delivery. 4-5, 4-4-5 is the score. Notts lead by 16. Vaughan bowls, Patterson White dances down the track and still can't get to the pitch of it properly and time it sweetly as he would have intended, easing it into the offside. No run. He's played some shots here, Liam, but getting very little reward. Next ball pushes it to mid-on, takes the single, and comes the shy from Overton. That's good cricket all round. It was a clean pick-up, a good throw, and there was Tom Abel there to back up. The only danger, of course, is if it does clip the stumps and is then deflected wide of the backer-upper. But nicely played shot and good intent to set off and run straight away. Takes Patterson White to 21, Notts 4-5-5-4-5. Now Lyndon James drives. Right-hander, of course, but he hits it also to Craig Overton for a single. 4-5-6, 4-5. 50 partnership between Lyndon James and Liam Patterson White.
Yeah, it's crept up on us then, hasn't it?
Left-hander backs away and then just knocks it down to long off for another single.
Do you think I dare ask Steve Pittard what's the most overs that's ever been bowled with one ball? So this is the 143rd with this ball. It must be. Is it, getting on towards a record, I thought.
Is he likely to have that stat down there at the Dog and Duck?
I don't know. I'm not sure where you would find that stat.
No. Next ball on its way. Lyndon James hits it on the bounce back to the bowler. I don't think, as you say, necessarily You know, I'm sure at the end of the match here, nobody's going to sort of write down all the Nottinghamshire first innings. Somerset bowled 150 overs, yet didn't take the second new ball. It's just not something you never see on scorecards, is it?
But ask and it shall be given.
Okay.
Steve has come right back. When Viv Richards captained West Indies against New Zealand in 1987, he used the same ball for 177 overs. Thank you, Steve. Brilliant. So, well, Somerset have only got another 35 overs with this ball to beat that record of 177 overs. There we are.
County Championship record? Question mark?
No, don't put it through. It's very gallant of him even to be listening, I think, after the sort of day we've had. This is pulled away down to Jack Leach at deep backward square leg by Patterson White just for a single. 457 for 5. As the shadows lengthen here at Trent Bridge. Crowd thinning out. There's still that little coterie of Somerset supporters surrounding Tractor over in the Smith Cooper stand.
He's got his gang.
As Overton is in and bowls, and this is inside edge down towards long leg, and it will go for 4. Well, it was a loose shot that from Lyndon James. He opened his shoulders, and Craig Overton must be thinking, what have I got to do to get another wicket to go with the wicket of Ben Slater?
There's Tractor on the screen.
There he is, yep.
Black t-shirt, centre of the shot.
That's it.
With the maroon Somerset floppy.
Overton in bowls, and this is pulled, and it's gone for 6 away into the stand in front of the Bridgeford Road. And that was a fine blow from Lyndon James. Takes him on to 63, 468 for 5.
Has been a little bit of this from Somerset in this match. Whenever the ball has disappeared somewhere, then a fielder has been put in that position.
Yeah.
They've sent somebody out to deep mid-wicket.
Stable door syndrome.
Yeah.
This is driven nicely, but will be cut off by Lammonby. Perhaps we're going to see a burst of aggression from Lyndon James and Liam Patterson White running up towards the close. 7 overs to be bowled after this one.
It won't go for many sixes during a season, Craig Overton, I guess. Certainly not many in front of square.
Not in red ball cricket.
Hello.
Well,
now
he was. He was. Yeah.
Ooh.
Patterson White was quite well out of his crease there, and I think Craig Overton was within his rights just to warn him. He didn't take the bails off.
So for those that aren't watching the pictures, it was what is termed a mankad, but he didn't take the bail off.
Patterson White's got his bat very ostentatiously down behind the crease as that goes through outside the off stump to James Rew. A little bit of, I think it's all quite good humoured.
Yeah, what happened next after the pulled 6? What happened next? How would the bowler get his own back?
Craig Overton is not moving as easily as he does sometimes. He's got this tendinitis in his left leg which has been troubling him. Slight limp as he comes in and bowls, and this is chopped.
Oh,
and
kicking it again.
He's doing his pantomime villain bit at the moment, is Craig Overton, but he's doing it with a smile on his face. 468 for 5, 23 to Patterson White, 63 to Lyndon James, and 7 overs remain in the day's play. The lead now 30.
Might be a million miles off the mark I usually am, but there's something there in the back of my mind. I mean, just what we've seen. I seem to think there was a mankad at Taunton, the last one in this country.
There was. I think it was Alex Barrow who was the victim of it. I'm just trying to think who. I can't think who it was. Steve will tell me who it was that.
And Ike Sparrow was a Somerset player.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what, 15 years or so ago.
Yeah, probably, but maybe not quite. But probably 12 years ago.
Just something.
Like that, yeah.
468 for 5. Got 7 overs left here. Hope you're bearing it with us to the best of everyone's ability. Liam Patterson-White drives it down the ground for a single. We can't have it always, folks. We can't want the county championship to remain and love it and cherish it and nurse it. We know the players are, in most cases, playing with a ball that they wouldn't want to be playing with. Here comes Lyndon James again, pushes it for a single. 470 for 5. In a year or two we'll be. Do you remember those Kookaburra matches we were forced to play? It's a little bit like we reminisce about how bad the pink ball matches were. Nobody came after 5 o'clock. In fact, everybody drifted away after about 6:30 when it got cold and chilly and you couldn't see the pink ball, and it was neither dark enough to put the floodlights on or light enough to play without them. This is pushed on the offside.
I don't know why the cricket authorities have to keep messing around with the balls.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the balls that we've been using to play cricket for the last 200 years?
471 for 5. There's Lyndon James on 64, and again he's got a little lucky charging the spinner, comes off the outside edge. He made 66 at Taunton, he's on 65 now as a large red fire engine goes past the ground with, you'll have heard the sirens, the two tones. There goes Fireman Sam. Off to sort something out. Vaughan to the left-handed Patterson-White. Slip comes in, gets another single, punching it down the ground. 473 for 5. The last pink ball game here was against Worcestershire in, was it 2018? Dylan Pennington made his first-class debut for Worcestershire, and Joe Clark, playing for Worcestershire, got 180 on the last day. So two of the current Nottinghamshire side will remember being here at Trent Bridge for that one, I'm sure. But another horrible game. This has gone through everybody, including Rue, and I think it'll be a bye. Sharp.
Yep, it is.
Opportunism from Liam Patterson-White to notice that not only had it been missed by Lyndon James, it had been missed by the keeper, and he could get down the other end. Sometimes you just can't see, can you? You're unsighted. 474 for 5 with the 11th extra of the innings. Thought Rob Bailey was going to have a bowl then. He whirling his arms around the umpire, feeling a little stiff. 6 to go.
It was Gareth Batty. 2012.
We weren't far away, either of us, were we?
No. And it was indeed Alex Barrow. No, it wasn't. It was Murali Kartik, and it was Gareth Batty who apologised. So apologies to Gareth Batty and his many admirers.
So he was the skipper then, was he?
He was the skipper. He was the Surrey skipper.
So Kartik whipped off a bail.
Yeah.
And was it upheld? Was Barrow out?
Yes, it was. He was.
There's Overton bowling to Lyndon James, nudges it back to the big fast bowler.
Batty was asked by umpire Peter Hartley whether he wanted to withdraw the appeal, but declined.
Aha.
Last night, however, he admitted he'd made a mistake, and with hindsight would have acted differently.
Yeah. Yeah. Righto. It's the last one. I couldn't remember that. I just thought there was something about one at Taunton, maybe the last one in this country.
This is just cut away down to third man. That'll be 4 runs. It was short and wide from Craig Overton, and Lyndon James didn't go too hard at it. He just steered it, really, using the pace on the ball, and he picked his spot with precision, splitting the difference between deep backward point and a wide third man. 478 for 5, so the lead is now 40.
Gone for a few in his last couple of overs, Craig.
He has put 23.2 overs, 1 for 78.
Still respectable, but Lyndon James hit him for a 6 and a couple of 4s, 3 4s.
He's in again, bowls a slower leg stump full toss to Lyndon James. I think that was intended as a Yorker. Lewis Goldsworthy does the fielding on a sub for we know not who.
Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson with you at Trent Bridge for the last knockings of day 3. If you've got something really important you've got to do tomorrow, we totally understand, and we will give you a teacher's note.
Here's Overton going around the wicket to the left-hander, who swats this away down to deep backward square leg. It'll just bring him a single.
Well, we may have producer Kirsty on commentary at some stage if you do join us. There is the possibility the headmaster, Kevin Howells, might also be in town. We are on red alert.
Murali Kartik seems to be keen on Mancadding because he's producer Kirsty. Overton bowls, and this is driven, and there will be a single as a shy at the stumps from Tom Lammonby. But to no avail. Yeah, just finishing with Murali Kartik and his Mancadding. The last 2 Mancads in first-class cricket, both perpetuated by... Well, sorry, not perpetuated. Perpetrated. It's been a long day. Perpetrated by Murali Kartik, Alex Barrow in 2012, and then Sandipan Das in 2013-14.
He did it twice, did he?
Yeah.
The bounder.
Yeah. Overton to Patterson White, who swings this violently without getting hold of it at all, really. Came off the top edge and bounced down to Archie Vaughan. And classic Craig Overton stance there, standing in mid-pitch with his hands on his hip. What have I got to do to get a wicket? And, well, Patterson White gets away with that. 482 for 5. He has 28, and Lyndon James 71 on his way, one it would imagine, to another century.
Now, I've learnt to my cost in the past. It's there's no point picking fights that you can't win or falling out with producer Kirsty. So I'm going to call a truce right here and right now. Is that okay, producer Kirsty?
Why do that when we've got a couple of games left? Let's carry on till the end of the season.
So you reckon this is all about talking about cheese and was it cheese and beetroot?
There was a game a few years ago where I'm pretty confident there was about 10 overs wasted talking about cheese and beetroot sandwiches, or cobs or rolls. There was that debate as well.
We probably were playing with the Kookaburra ball at the time. Here's Archie Vaughan. That's the voice of producer Kirsty, who keeps us all in check. This has eased into the offside. And Liam Patterson White will get a couple of runs. Anthony wanted to get back to his hotel for a shower last night. I wanted to get home for a bit of tea, but producer Kirsty called us for a what's the word? What sort of meeting do you call it?
It was a debrief.
A debrief. Yes, it was a production meeting. That was it. The production meeting. So we had one of those after work last night.
Definitely held you all against your will, didn't I?
You did.
The liquid refreshment helped.
It's important to rehydrate after sport.
Yep.
5:45 on Thursday evening at Trent Bridge. Patterson White comes and hits a big blow down the ground towards the building site, and that will go all the way for 6. In fact, it clatters on the full into the advertising hoardings and rebounds onto the field of play. 6 runs, 490 for 5. What have you made of it, producer Kirsty?
It's been interesting. There's obviously a lot going on with other games that are happening.
Have you watched any of it?
I've been watching this game ball by ball, Dave. Obviously, looking out for the replays for you.
Thank you. A long on has now been positioned as Vaughan in, again, cut away into the offside by Patterson White. There's no run.
So are you saying you think this is the longest we've played with an old ball, as it were?
Well, it's certainly amongst the longest I've known.
Next ball is eased into the offside for a single by Patterson White. As you well know, you can take a second new ball after 80 overs, so we've had an extra 66 overs with this one already. Obviously a new ball is harder, shinier, and in principle you can, as a bowler, you can do a little bit more with it. It will hit the deck harder. Next ball on its way.
That's not me for once.
No, that's not producer Kirsty trying to get in touch. 492 for 5. 147 to be the head of BBC saying sign this young lady up immediately. Give her a long-term why am I looking at ask producer Kirsty the last time she ran a replay. Guess who that's from?
Who that's come from.
Ben Slater's mate. Round the wicket comes Vaughan, bowls, and this is hit back to the bowler. Oh, now then, this is going to be overthrows for Liam Patterson White. He's hit it back to the bowler, knowing it was the end of the over. He's thrown it, Archie Vaughan, towards James Root, missed him by a country mile. Clearly over hadn't been called, and they've run 2 overthrows. That's an appropriate way to end the over. 494 for 5.
Just about the only sloppy cricket all day from Somerset.
Producer Kirsty, I always thank your camera crew. It'd be nice if you whilst you're on air, just said what you think of them.
They're not used to being nice, if I'm honest. So over at Ham Road at the moment, doing the shot chasing, we have Spence, who's going to give us a wave on cue, hopefully. There we go, there's Spence. Down at pitch level, we have Jono. Spence and Jono have actually been with us since 2020. They're part of the original crew.
It's sad, isn't it, really?
And then this side we have Lewis doing shot chasing as well. So there's 3-man cameras in ground today, and then all the statics, and then myself and Aaron.
We've got Wilson at the far end as well.
Oh, Wilson, can't forget Wilson. I have a question for you both in the next over change.
Fire away.
If you had to be out there today, right now, would you rather be batting or bowling?
Batting.
Yeah.
You don't want to be bowling out there at the moment.
But
Miggy
still.
Pretorius has drawn the short straw to bowl the next over from the Radcliffe Road end. This is pulled away by Lyndon James, and he's caught out on the boundary. And that is the end of Lyndon James. Good catch down there by Tom Abel, I think that is, fielding out on the boundary. And it is indeed Tom Abel who takes the catch. 494 for 6. Lyndon James has gone for 72, and it's a wicket to Miguel Pretorius. Caught Abel, bowled Pretorius, 72, Lyndon James. Well batted.
Third catch of the day for Tom Abel. It's just looked over the last few minutes, actually, since Kirsty sat down, as if there was a concerted effort just to try and rack up the runs a little bit. And Lyndon James perished doing that, caught in front of the William Clark stand away to our right for a splendid 72. It was at the crease for 2 hours or so. 94 balls faced, 7 fours, 1 6. Been in decent form over the last 3 matches. 66, 203 not out, and now 72 is last 3 scores. But he's gone, and here's a man playing his first innings of the season in the Championship for Notts. He's been away on loan for much of the season for Northants, has registered a first class 100 for Northants down at Wantage Road, so a little bit of red ball form for Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, making his way to the middle. And producer Kirsty, you were halfway through a question there.
I was just asking you guys if you'd rather be batting or bowling.
Batting.
It still felt quite slow build from both sides, though, to me. I don't know whether that's just me watching it.
No, it has
through
been
the cameras.
It's been a slow day. It's one of the reasons. One of the reasons Somerset has still got the same ball for 147 overs. It's gone pretty soft, which makes it hard for the batsmen to play big shots. So the scoring rate has been pretty pedestrian all through the day. Just it's gone up to 3.3 now, but 3.2 for most of the day. So it's not been easy for the it's been easy to stay out there and survive as a batsman. It's not been easy to score quick runs.
Always a much better feeling to score a few runs than to get a few wickets, I found. Enjoyed getting wickets because you have to You know, you have to do your bit when you're in the field, but would always rather bat, whether it was hot and warm and sunny, or cold and windy, or drizzly, if it was fast bowlers, slow bowlers, a dog of a pitch, or a bowling green. Always rather bat than bowl. Do you ever play any cricket? Apart from bowling to your knees.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm being tempted by women's softball side at the moment.
Tempted to what? Join a team and
No,
have a go?
They keep asking me to play.
They?
Gotham is my village cricket team.
Yes.
494 for 6. Pretorius into Harrison, who gropes at one outside the off stump.
That's where Batman's from, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But Gotham are actually doing really well at the moment in terms of women's softball. So I'm not sure I need to join and make it worse, to be fair.
Batman, Gotham City.
Luke Fletcher had me bowling on a strip the other day. Needless to say, most of the balls didn't bounce on the strip. So.
You could do a bit for the Blaze.
I think I'll stick to streaming.
You've got some challenges ahead over the next few days. Everything's got to be dismantled here and transported to a field in the middle of North Nottinghamshire.
We're becoming pros at actually dismantling from Trent Bridge and heading to a field in the middle of nowhere. So yes, next week we have a double header at well, not a double header, 2 games at Welbeck. And we've learnt to love Welbeck, haven't we, Dave?
We have learnt to love Welbeck. Like the pizzas.
Is Pretorius in bowls. This is turned into the onside. Should just be a single, but it means that Calvin Harrison is off the mark. 495 for 6.
It will be, assuming producer Kirsty and Aaron dismantle everything here and get them to the field in middle of North Nottinghamshire, there will be a live stream running from Welbeck for the 250 over games next week.
Yep.
For anybody who can't make it, available in all the usual places.
We've got men going out now on the onside. Somerset anticipating that Liam Patterson-White is going to go for some quick runs. He's got 3 catching in from the leg side boundary as Pretorius bowls short and pulled, but all along the ground out to Tom Lammonby. Single is taken. 496 for 6.
It hasn't half been a crawl through the last 20 minutes or so. The fall of that wicket again has given Somerset an opportunity to take the second new ball and just try and knock over the tail here, but they've elected not to do it.
Pretorius to Harrison, drives, but straight to Josh Davey at mid-off, and there's no run. 3 overs and 1 ball remain in the day's play. And how many runs have we had? 271 for 3 overnight, so 225 runs. No, that was lunch, sorry, 189 for 2, so 307 runs so far.
Yeah.
This is a scoop by Calvin Harrison over the head of the wicketkeeper and down to the long stop boundary for 4 runs. Nicely executed that by Harrison. And that's the 500 on the board for Nottinghamshire, 500 for 6. And Pretorius 1 for 72 now in 21 overs.
6 minutes to 6 o'clock, 3 overs to go. We're just going to tick on past 6 o'clock. 1 or 2 more people have just left the ground over the last few minutes, but those that are sticking around, the Hardy bunch, happy to see it through till the end. Always frightened of missing something exciting, but they'll all be there on the highlights tomorrow morning, won't they? What time will you start cutting those as Harrison round the wicket poles and just push back to the bowler?
We will. I'll be in. Are you asking me what time I'm coming in the morning, Brace? Because I'm not cooking breakfast.
Vaughan to Patterson-White, single down the ground. I know you start early, but that's sort of the first thing you do, isn't it? Putting the highlights package together for Aaron and his little
pre-show. So yeah, we, myself and Aaron tend to be in for about 7:30 in the morning to start sorting edits and cameras and bits and bobs out, because invariably, like today, something breaks.
Is that right? We've got a game of darts, by the way, 5:01 on the board. This is turned away for the 502nd run. Then you've got to get the cameras out all round the ground, haven't you? The static cameras.
Yeah.
Your camera operators, they can carry their own camera, but the static ones have got to be put out. Can't be left out overnight. Next ball on its way and turned again for a single by Liam Patterson-White. Although I'd be interested to leave one out and see if we get any foxes or other nocturnal activity out there at night.
A couple of seasons ago, we used to leave a GoPro running at night on a time lapse so you could see the stars going over.
Ooh. Vaughan bowls another single for Harrison. He moves to 7, 504 for 6. I didn't see that.
It's quite. I don't think it ever actually was anything that we shared. It was. It's quite a light ground even overnight.
Vaughan bowls Patterson-White with another single. It's a long off. 505 for 6 at the end of another Archie Vaughan over. He got through that one in 2 minutes, so there's 2 overs to go. Harrison 7, Patterson-White 43. The last knockings of day 3 here at Trent Bridge between Notts and Somerset. The other match affecting the very top of the table is still off for bad light at Durham. Surrey 135 for 3. Just need 41 more if they get back on tonight or tomorrow to beat Durham. And in the test match, in fact no, Surrey have won now. They have won. Refresh it, Praise Girdle. Surrey have won by 5 wickets, and in the test match India 134 for 5.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Dave, from Ian Shepherd, Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Do we know why Notts are still batting? I'd have declared with scores level an hour ago. Here's Pretorius. Ian is pulled by Patterson-White just for a single. It's fielded out in the deep. So what's the explanation?
I suspect they, like everybody else, are well aware that there's only one outcome in this, and they don't want to flog the bowlers.
Yeah.
Let the batters massage their averages for the season.
I would never expect us to declare at this point.
No. In a way, if the sides don't try and contrive something, it just again adds to the pointlessness of it all, and hopefully, Ian, we won't have to do it all again next year. Somebody will see sense.
This is Pretorius bowling to Harrison. Doesn't time that.
And again, there was no way that if Notts had declared, I mean, what is the 1% chance they could win from here? But there was no chance if they declared and just let Somerset bat. If Notts got 150 in the morning session tomorrow, there'll be 200 in front.
Here's Pretorius in and bowls, and this is just pushed into the offside. Yeah, I'm sure that
again, but even that's fanciful thinking now. And now they've lost those wickets really, because they're down to, with all due respect to them, this pair and the bowlers.
Don't let them hear you say that.
Don't let
them hear you say that. Liam and Calvin.
Well,
these pair do have a good knock.
They do. I'd be surprised if Notts can double this advantage. Let's put it that way.
It's Pretorius in bowls, and this is cut, but straight to backward point, so there won't be a run. 506 for 6, so the lead is 68.
I had an attempt at answering Ian's question. I mean, I could have said not a clue, mate. which
well, I think if there's going to be a declaration, it'll be half an hour before lunch tomorrow, as Pretorius bowls a bouncer, which Harrison has nothing whatever to do with. And
I'd be surprised if they're still batting then, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, well,
there's Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mohamed Abbas to come.
But they'll want to make the game. Well, the game is safe. Not. There's no prospect of Somerset going for quick runs tomorrow. This is played up to mid-on. Back in the old days of 3-day county championship cricket, you might have had a contrived result with one side offering cheap runs to the other in order to set up a run chase in the 4th innings, but not on this pitch.
That's 6 o'clock, so just about there. 1 over to go.
It's rather well timed. Do we have you both with us tomorrow?
Indeed.
You will.
Good, good.
We might have the great Kevin Howard.
Yes, we might have to be on our best behaviour tomorrow. There's none of this frivolity tomorrow.
I've already cleaned his room. I know I have to do that before Kev arrives.
I've got his favourite brand of confectionery available as well.
Stand to attention.
That'll have all gone before play started. I guarantee that. Here's Archie Vaughan then to take us to bed on day 3. Balls to Liam Patterson-White, who continues merrily on his way, driving it down the ground to Jake Ball. 507 for 6. So play began with Nottinghamshire 189 for 2, Asiba Mead 103 not out, and Calvin Harrison backs away. Archie Vaughan bowls in, but umpire Mike Burns says dead ball. Harrison wasn't ready. He looked up and Vaughan was releasing it, so we'll have to go through the motions again. 508 for 6. 4 balls left in the day, Lisa, here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 508 for 6, so they've forged a narrow lead of 70 runs. Asiba Mead, the star of the day, 280 he made before being run out. A strong and powerful 70 from Jack Haynes, 72 from Lyndon James. Notts 508 for 6. 1 day to go. This will, in all probability, be a draw tomorrow. Notts leading by 70. Another single taken, 509 for 6. Another aeroplane going over the ground. There's been 1 or 2 shots of the aircraft today that we've managed to pick out. Another single for Harrison. 510 for 6. Thank you for popping in and saying hello.
You. I'm always around and about, Dave. I like to come and annoy you every now and then.
Thank you for all you do on behalf of all your fans. 151st over of the innings, 2 balls left. Patterson-White with another single. There's a lot of shots going in the V, Anthony. Down the ground for ones. Just back up Kirsty's comments as well. Thanks to our fabulous camera crew all around the ground. Thanks to everybody that's been with us today, either listening in or watching the pictures, as the last ball of the day is pushed back to bowler Vaughan by Harrison. He's 9 not out. Patterson-White 47 not out. Notts close, still in their first innings on 511 for 6 from 151 overs. They lead by 73. In bonus points, Notts 5, Somerset 4. We've got 1 day to go. What we're going to get tomorrow, Anthony?
More of the same, I suspect. It's been a day when the glorious uncertainty of cricket has been conspicuous by its absence. This has all been fairly predictable today. As I was driving in this morning, I had visions of Nottinghamshire finishing the day at around about 500 for 6. It's in fact 511 for 6, but that's not the fault of either of these two teams. It's a combination of the Kookaburra ball and a very, very flat, dead pitch. And, well, as we've been saying, a draw is the odds-on outcome tomorrow.
4 wickets for Somerset today, 3 catches for Tom Abel, couple of wickets for Lewis Gregory, 1 for Pretorius and a run out. That was a really good bit of work from Lammonby, irrespective of what was happening between Lyndon James and Asiba Mead. Really good diving stop from Tom Lammonby and fizzed the ball back into Rue's gloves quickly to execute the run out. That was a big moment in the day for Tom Lammonby. Lyndon James 72, Jack Haynes 70. They continue to churn out good runs in the middle order. for Nottinghamshire. We don't really think that there's going to be too much jeopardy tomorrow, but you just never know. You just never know. We will be here finding it out together, and we'd love it if you can spare a few minutes in your Friday. If you're not coming to the ground, quite a number of people got in touch today and said, well, we're coming along tomorrow. If you do, hope you enjoy your day at the cricket. Let's cherish it and nurture it. Thanks to Nasser Hanif for being with us. Thanks immensely to Ben Slater for sharing the morning session with us, and to you, Anthony, as always. Enjoyed your company and your commentary. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep. From us all here at Nottingham, a very good night from Trent Bridge.